And welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are so back. It is Underdunk. It is a special one. It is the Marteen Cup, and I'm so excited to be hosting it here on my channel. I have some amazing casters along with me today, so let's go ahead, go around the room. Let's talk to these lovely, lovely friends of mine. I'm gonna go over to this side. Wait, am I doing it? I did it the right way. I always throw and point it the wrong way, but
Demon.
on that side, we are going to talk to my good friend Dilo. Dilo, how are you? It's been a little bit too long.
I'm doing damn fine. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for inviting me on the stream, and it's good to be back. I mean, Pokemon Unite's changed a little bit. This isn't quite the Kansas I remember, but it's still Pokemon Unite. It's still fun. We still got some damn good teams coming up.
I'm super excited, Cassim. We have about 30 teams in this bracket. We have a lovely prize pool provided by the community, $750 prize pool for tonight, which is a little bit different. We normally don't have a prize pool for Underdunk. It's a bi-weekly tournament. If this is your first time here, another first time here. Let's go talk to my good friend Tano, who's right below me. Tano, welcome on in. This is your first time getting to cast Underdunk. How are you doing today?
I am so hyped, buddy. Thank you so much for having me. I've wanted to do Underdunk forever, but unfortunately, I live on the other side of the world, so time zones suck, guys. But so hyped to be here today.
We at least get you for the early sets before you have to go to bed, unfortunately. But we get you nevertheless in. Familiar face, has been here many and many of times. Not her first Underdunk, not her first time on my channel. Ribbon, how are you doing? What's going on?
It's lovely to be back. I'm happy and wonderfully lovely feeling from vacation, and Unite is definitely gone through a swing, and it's nice to see like some things banned that we don't have to, worry about anymore, like outside of the game.
Alrighty, and we have a lot of matches. We have a lot of matches on deck, right? 30 teams, so this is going to be generally a longer one than the last one. I think the last time we had about 16 teams, so should be really interesting to see how this shakes up. We have a lot of North America teams. We actually have several Latin American teams as well, so a big tournament showing up. We've had a patch since the last Underdunk. We've had a new character release. Unfortunately, for those that may be interested in seeing Tinkaton, it is in the moratorium bans tonight, so we won't be seeing it unless we do have an Underdunk rule here for these moratoriums. If both teams agree to it, and it has to be within the Start GG chat, if both teams agree to it, they can let Tinkaton free. So, maybe you might get to see it, maybe not. Usually we don't, but there is a good little rule for y'all there. Another thing to kind of call out here too, there are a couple bans. We are going to stick to the UCS ban, so there is no Darkrai, there is no Hoopa as well. So there's a little bit of things that are plaguing the ranked environment, and then even in the tournament setting, it's just staying up in the ban. So not gonna have to see it at all today. So excited to kind of maybe see a little bit of a fresh meta. Okay, sorry. I'm getting a little bit of a production bug in my ear. Once we figure out what's going on for this next set, I will let y'all know. But let's bring it around the room, maybe talk a little bit about the meta right now. I'm going to kick it over to Tano first. Tano, since it's your first time, how are you feeling about the current meta? Have you had a chance to play Tinkaton? We'll start with that.
No, I haven't. I don't know, a certain game came out that I've been playing a hell of a lot of recently, but no, I haven't had a chance to play Tinkaton. I'm kind of avoiding all gameplay of Tinkaton as well, because I like to do a video of me playing it without knowing anything about it, but meta-wise, all-rounders, obviously, are just kicking butt in the meta at the moment. Defenders as well are very strong, so it doesn't surprise me that Tinkaton has come in and is just absolutely smashing it. Just a delete button on that hammer from what I've seen the odd clip on Twitter. So yeah, meta-wise, I think we're going to see a lot of all-rounders tonight. We'll see a lot of Mimikyu, I suspect, being one of the strongest, but I think the biggest underrated pick at the moment, in my opinion, is Metagross, and I hope we see a lot of that tonight.
Metagross is very strong. I've kind of seen a little bit of it recently, so It's kind of had a little bit of a renaissance. We're starting to see a lot of teams maybe take it in the jungle. Seeing a little bit in the top lane too. So Ribbon will kind of ask you the same question. How have your ranked games been? What have you been seeing in the ranked ladder?
Full of Mimikyu. Lots and lots of Mimikyu. Mimikyu is definitely one of the few all-rounders that has avoided the nerf bat recently. I feel like teams are coordinating it a lot with the dive of spinsters. Be really annoying and just try to find as many picks as possible, keep things desynchronized. I'm expecting this teams to be a lot more coordinated around each other today to try to see if we can counter that.
Very exciting, but we have our first lobby of the game. We're going to go ahead and take it to the Thea Sky Ruins. We have some drafting going on. We're going to have Tempo Tantrum on your left side, Soldu on your right side. Dilo, talk to us about what we're seeing so far.
Picks and bans, me oh my, Mimikyu. We mentioned it, and now we're seeing it taken away. Psyduck, one of the newer members to join the roster, also off the mark. Blissey and Umbreon as well, so that tank will not be spanking you quite just yet. Leafeon locked in here on the left. Tempo Tantrum trying to set that tempo with some good old speed. Snorlax and Zacian trying to maybe slow it down a little bit and cut them down to size. Mew and Eldergloss locked right after. What do we got here, guys?
Oh, yeah. Ribbon, we're going to kick it back over to you. How are you feeling about the Zacian pick currently?
Zacian is still really strong in the meta right now. We definitely saw a lot of that along with the play-ins to the EOS Cup, particularly out of LG, especially when it was in Overlord's hands mainly. So I feel like Zacian is just a great pick right now to get a lot of secure, and that Metal Claw move looks really good into a lot of any mage picks that teams might look to be going into.
Ooh, okay. We have a Blaziken CSE also locking in that Blastoise. This seems like a pretty good combo, Tana.
Yeah, that is a really good combo. Blastoise not being a really good frontlining tank, but also one of the best Unite moves still in the game for CC, and it's actually pretty decent secure. But what I'm very interested in here, Kyle, is that they have taken the Hooper. Obviously, we know that Hyperspace Hole is banned, so Temper Tantrum know that Hooper's going to have to go with Trick, right? So it's an interesting one to still take that one when you know you're kind of locked in on that move.
Alrighty, well, teams are almost set and ready to go. Ribbon is going to be bringing you some desk analysis throughout the night, so we'll hear from her a little bit later. But for this first set, you will be getting Tano and Dilo for the first couple sets, actually. So go ahead, fellas, take it away, Tano. Welcome to Underdunk.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here. Also, my first time casting with Dilo, so even more exciting, buddy. How are you looking at these comps at the moment? They look very interesting. We've got some ranged attackers in, definitely a bit more range over on the Soldier side of things. And with that Espeon being there, I'm suspecting stored power because of the capability of kiting, but also Psyshock does a fantastic stun at the moment. So either or could quite work on that one.
I want to return back to the point that you made even before that. The fact that they do lock in that Hoopa, that just goes to show a lot of confidence on their part, right? So, like, yes, it is the range, and at least in that sense, you're not having to force yourself into a compromising position there with the tricks, but still, unless you're just going to actually be a little bit of a rule breaker, you know, be a bit of a bad boy and just go with the portals anyway, you're working yourself into a bit of a box. So I'm a bit concerned there. Solduve got to be flexible with what elements they still have, and Tempo Tantrum have got great tools to close the distance. That is indeed a Razor Leaf Leafeon dashing on in with those aerial aces. You're gonna find yourself in a world of hurt. They have support on top of that in the form of that sustain that's gonna be coming through that Eldegoss. So I'm a bit concerned here, Tano. I'm not going to lie to you. What do you think is going to be Soldu's win con to make sure they come up with spades?
Well, I think they do have the poke damage at that Rayquaza fight, but you've got to make sure that you stay in the fight for that. Of course, they do have a Blaziken, and once that thing starts cooking, as well as the power of the early game for Leafeon, it can get dangerous. Get this Zacian to level 5 as soon as you can to ease the pressure in this top lane. But here we go, Dilo. This is the first game of the night. Here comes the Leafeon into this top lane. We are going to see Zacian and Hooper back on up, but they know they're not going to get that much healing from the Hooper in regards to it right now.
Yeah, the mid bot will be secured there thanks to that early pressure that any Leafeon's going to be providing you. So far, no blood on the dance floor quite just yet. We're kind of taking a bit of a passive approach. But in terms of who that benefits, certainly going to be grateful is that Curlia trying to get up and grow up to be the Gardevoir she was always meant to be. And if you give them too many chances here, Solde is going to run away with it, especially when you consider, like what you said, they have the advantage around the raid pit. They're looking for the late game. They're looking to play patient. Now we're looking to see you grab these birds, and seems the first KO grabbed there by the puppy dog.
Yeah, very interesting. Leafeon rotated to the bottom lane there, Dilo, because, you know, a good pickup is that Curlia, but it does have a very good damage coming on in at that level 5 with the side shocks. I think Leafeon was like, there's going to be 2 down there. Maybe we go for the better one, and they're going to grab the farm that they can from the side of Soldew here. It's going to be interesting because that side shock will do a lot of damage, but of course they don't quite have the stun rocking on that Curlia just yet. And here comes the Snorlax to provide the assistance. They're going to try and break some ankles here, buddy. They hit onto that pad. They do jump on over, but it looks like Cooper trying to catch them out. Can they get away? The side shocks are chasing. The movement berries picked up, and they managed to run away from that as these mid-burn spawn. Well, spawn and get deleted, to be fair, because Zacian was there.
We gotta take our aggression out on the Mew instead. Barely able to slip out, maybe not for too much time. The heavy slam drops in, and look at the damage on afterwards. At range, up close, does not matter. You're going down. Soldew take their spirits.
Yeah, this may be a little curlier, but boy, does it put up that big damage. Leafeon diving on into it. Look at the stun, though.
Nice save.
They do get away. 1 HP at a dream. Hooper, not so much, though. Mew managing to take that one down. Snorlax using that huge slam over that wall just to escape the power of that Leafeon, but I don't think they've seen the benefit of such a good early game on that Leafeon just yet.
I think what we have seen is the play style of Soldew. They've kind of already shown their hand in a sense. It's let Snorlax take the initiative in these fights and just pray the damage falls on the right targets right afterwards. And now that damage is falling back on you instead. They're a bit divided here. People could find themselves in a spot of bother and able to portal themselves back to a bit of a better position here. But Leafeon will be the first casualty of war. Now hitting Eldergloss, plucking the Dandelion. Hoopa lives off a sliver. So many people have big dreams today to live on 1 HP, and man, they're succeeding at it.
And the dog has turned up, but he saw Doggo with that level 9. They're going to lock in that Lecky. This is going to be tough for Tempo Tantrum to handle now because the sword is throwing the Tantrum over on the side to the Blaziken. Overheat kick comes in, but they do take it down with the power of that Gardevoir. 27 points on this T1. It does look like they're just going to break it, give themselves more space in this top lane and rotate down to that basement red.
I mean, this early pressure, 87-0 with 6 minutes remaining, it's really impressive when, again, we consider the fact that Soldew stand to do really well in these late game engagements as well. That being said, Blastoise is a big boy now. He's got that Hydro Typhoon that you mentioned, which very well could be the clinch card in those grander engagements. So how does Tempo need to set their tempo? What is their strength in these fights?
Well, I think if you're going to push an objective, ensure you do it together. I know that Zacian is a concern up in that top lane by itself, but you do need to try and catch up on these levels here because the carries on the side of Soldew are feeling a lot stronger. There is the spin toy, so that's going to come out and grab as much farm as it can, but right now, it is Soldew that have control of this bottom lane. The boosted comes in from the Mew, but they're not able to take down the might that is Snorlax. Nobody has that Pokeflute right now, so it's just going to be Soldew putting the damage onto this Regirock. They do have the Mew there for secure, though, and I do like the points that are going in the top lane here.
Yeah, in the meantime, Gardevoir's been holding a one-woman defense there, just stopping the chicken from dropping in their burgers. Go to KFC instead, and Hoopa go back to the PC instead. Mew sends it there quickly. Blaziken finally manages to take down their oppressor, but will be shortly followed up thanks to the puppy dog. A drop grab there by Tempo, trying to pick up the pace. Espeon goes down, and now they can start to look to drop some burgers here at the bottom. Not quite just yet, though. Zacian's made the rotation.
Yeah, Leafeon came down at the perfect time for Tempo to lock in that objective, and now Zacian is here for the defense. That turtle is going to fall, but it has meant that Tempo can back up to their goal, grab their farm, and then also go into that jungle. But that's a 30 dunk going on in. You wasn't able to disrupt it. Here comes the Leafeon, and I don't think that Snorlax is quite the one you want to be taking down here. The block is just going to do bits to back up any damage. In the meantime, though, Dilo, all the action also goes on in the top lane. Zacian or Gardevoir's defending. That Leafeon just got squished back to the Pokemon Center for you. And Blastoise trying to put on a huge defense here, but they're getting blocked out of their own pad.
This is risky business. They're just, like you said, targeting Snorlax too much. He's too bulbous and blubbery. Hoopa is a far better target to lock down. They do actually manage to cut down the Tubby to size, but that being said, still members present. Gardevoir lobbing that damage from range, but the Emerald 2-step going to find additional one. Zacian goes down, now Gardevoir picked her dress out for the ball, but Cinderella's little stepmother gets to take her out. Now, finally answering back from a good point, the bottom tier gold zone goes down. Leafeon as well. Hoopa is unbound. They're not looking for tricks. They're looking for some treats, and that Eldegoss is an awfully delicious one. 124 to 117. Now Tempo's starting to come back in.
That they are. Soldier have managed to take down 4 on the side of Tempo, though. They're rushing down to this pad, but they're not going to be able to make it. Ooh, we didn't manage to get the 40 in before the 50 there, Dilo, so there wasn't that much of an overcap over on the side of Soldier, but they've taken the lead again. They're not really going to complain about that, and just notice how that Zacian is hanging around that basement ready for that to spawn, whilst the rest of the team is rotating up here just to grab this Lecky.
The calm before the storm taking place here as that bottom red being approached by Soldu. And I gotta ask our friend up in the top of the booth who's been watching all the action, that almighty eye in the sky. It's the 3-minute Riven review. What's been going on here, Riven? We'll get back to you. It's okay. What is going on at the very least is that Regieleki is being taken out there at the top here. Espeon manages to steal it away, though, and Leafeon, all of her hard work, comes crumbling down, once again being pushed by this top, and that's just going to put even more pressure. They have to dedicate themselves to it before Ray comes up, and Blaziken is going to go down. Blastoise is trying to zone the best they can. Regieleki catching them in the bushes. That's not going to fool them either, and with 20 seconds remaining here, Soul do prepare for the final bout.
Yeah, 20 seconds away. A lot of action going on. That Lecky is going to put the pressure onto the T2, but it's going to be an easy defense for Tempo. Whilst we see Solju just trying to grab any little bit of farm they can and get prepared for this Ultimate Dragon to spawn onto the field, buddy. It does seem like Solju can get themselves in a good prepared position, and that's exactly what they're doing. Notice that Hooper hanging around that Zacian prepared with that trick.
Scary stuff here as we wait for members to finally make their poising around this battle. Ribbon, what do we need to see for this to go one team's way?
Openings and possibly flanks. There might be a Leafeon, Zacian 1v1 here, but things could go either way. But honestly, points are so close right now, this is going to be probably really tense.
Poke is falling so well from this Muse. Snorlax being chunked, and now Zacian right afterwards. Going to be trying to pursue him to the ends of the earth, but not quite able to. Hoopa playing those tricks as per usual. Snorlax trying to block all the damage they can, but Blastoise is going in. Spin to win, baby. And Snorlax is certainly trying to take a nap on him. Best not sleep on this team, though. Temple Tantrum are dropping points in the meantime.
Yes, they are. Hooper has been felled. They let the rings unbound and they have been taken down. There falls the Blastoise, though. We are seeing Tempo Tantrum. The Tantrum's been taken out of them right now, buddy. There's free down. We have a rip onto this Rayquaza from the Zacian. It does have the power, but look how weak it is. It has to back on up. They're trying to push this Blaziken into a corner, but nobody puts baby in a corner. They get away from that Snorlax, and this is it. We're going to have a reset of this team fight right now, but currently, Tempo are in the lead. 35 seconds out of this. Soldier either have to go for that Rayquaza or they need to go score some points here, Dilo. That's the only way they can win this game.
It's all thanks to the chicken. Blaziken doing their job and not trying to fry up some extra hors d'oeuvres on top. Snorlax could be in trouble. Rayquaza being ripped away, but what time do you have to get something afterwards? Snorlax taken away. They're pushing up daisies, and Blaziken robs from them all their hopes as they steal the Ray and steal Zacian's life right afterwards. Tempo Tantrum, they found their rhythm, and they're marching to the beat of their own drum.
Fascinating that the way that Tempo won this game was not in the early game with the power of the Leafeon. It was in the mid to late game with the power of Blaziken, Dilo. And this is why this Mon is so strong. All-rounders themselves, fantastic in this meta at the moment. But Blaziken, one of the best secures, and it's so difficult to catch. Beats by Byron dodging everyone on the side of Solju there and locking in the win for Tempo Tantrum.
Yuck! That was yuck. Beats by Ren. Dude, someone's got to start, like, I don't know, a headphone company off this man. Beats by Dre? Nah. The bad beat that this guy was dealing out here. Soul Dude the one's feeling it. Better get them as a sponsor. Beautiful work there, the damage, but also not even just their utility and team fight, but the utility as their macro play. Dropping that 40 dunk instantly applied so much pressure to Soldu that you could tell that they were starting to crack from it. And we were expecting at the very beginning, you mentioned wisely so, that Soldu had the advantage around that Ray Pit with their poke. Why did we not see that executed well?
It was a tough one, and I think the best way to look at this is maybe our brilliant desk analyst Ribbon coming in to give us a little bit of an overview of how that game went, buddy.
What you got?
I feel like this is just a lot of why we still see Blaziken, especially in the meta right now, even throughout a lot of the changes around with all-rounders.
Barely able to slip out, maybe not for too much time. The heavy slant drops in and
consistency throughout the game, especially once it hits that level 7 mark. And the Zacian just really couldn't find a way to trade back with the Blaziken once a lot of those cooldowns had been burned by that Blastoise engagement from Tempo Tantrum. So Byron definitely keeping the beats and keeping the tempo throughout that Ray fight, and definitely got them the win there. So I feel like if Soldu cleans up, though, that was really close. I feel like that was just a good call to back cap. This is not random ladder solo queue. This is a professional trained environment to a sense. So, that back cap really did apply an insane amount of pressure, and Soldu reacted, but Tempo had them and had their number.
Just beautiful work there on their side. Tempo Tantrum were not at all phased. We saw those early points drop in. We say, Soldu, all right, man, they won the top lane. They had some good fights there. Got Gardevoir up early. I mean, look at the levels. They were at 11, gosh darn, before everyone, but Blaziken at 13 at the same time. Dear God, maybe ban this Kentucky Fried Monster, because that chicken has just been destroying for so long at this point. I don't know, though. There's so many meta threats here, Tano. I don't know if the issues are going to come from the P's and B's, or if he's going to execute better on the field. Either way, Soldu got some big questions to answer.
Well, this is the difficulty of the way this meta is in Pokemon Unite right now, buddy, because you have all these all-rounders that are so strong. If you want to ban that Blaziken, what do you let through? Because then you risk Mimikyu, who's just as much a nuisance. You risk Umbreon coming through that is just huge with both of its movesets, especially how much that Wish can throw out in healing. So it's the difficulty of it. Blaziken being so strong in the meta right now, but it's not quite at that level where teams feel like they need to ban it. Typically because everybody can play it. Every team has a player that can take that Blaziken away, but it is definitely a scary mon to try and lock in. I mean, do we think there is an answer for it that Soldu can throw out here, Ribbon?
I feel like probably one of the primary and best engagers into Blaziken is probably looking at that Pikachu, honestly, because Blaziken is one of those characters that thrives in melee combat, and Volt Tackle is on a 6-second cooldown, whereas Full Heal is on a much longer one. So taking advantage of that Volt Tackle might be the thing that Soldu's looking for.
I think that's a very good shout, but here we go. We're going to head into the draft for this second game. I suspect most of these are going to be the same bands that we see. We're going to have the Umbreon, we're going to have the Mimikyu, maybe a Miraidon or something like that. It would not surprise me. Do we expect to see any Psyduck tonight at all, Dealer?
Nope. No. Simple answer there. One word, 2 letters. N-O. Ay caramba, that guy is not going to be seeing any play today. Neither will that Mimikyu. I mean, you guys mentioned on the desk for a good reason. The fact that you can just move so easily and out of the fight makes Leafeon a worthy ban too, even though it didn't come from the winning team. We just don't want... Actually, no, sorry. I'm bugging. It did come from the winning team, and Soldu don't want to see it one more time. So it's taking off these kind of characters that can really easily re-enter a fight and then just cause a big nuisance, create a lot of space. And that's what Mimikyu does with that Shadow Sneak ability. So Beats by Ren going to be instead trying to lock down this first pick. That's Zacian for themselves. Tempo Tantrum taking Soldu's own toys away from them. That's rough.
That is rough. I like that, though. I mean, when you are on that purple side, you only get that one heavy pick that you can go for. They were teasing around that Blissey a little bit, which is probably one of the best supporters in the game at the moment, especially if Hyperspace Hole is not playable on that Hooper. But a Miraidon Blissey pick on the side of Soldu, that is the power of the orange side right now with the way this meta is. But what I am interested in here, Ribbon, is that we're seeing a lot of Snorlax. There's a lot of defenders that are very strong right now, but it seems like that heavy slam and that block is just working so well for all of these teams.
Snorlax's block being a really great tool, especially with the recent buff to it, getting that much larger shield. But I feel like Yawn is also a great tool to deal with a lot of dive that might threaten later on in the draft. So I feel like it's just a really safe defender to draft when you're in those early rotations.
Another mighty defender is that Mamoswine, but what I absolutely love here, Dilo, is we have that Land Shark coming on out. Garchomp, they got a nerf recently, but a lot of teams have really reflected on it and have still managed to get something out of that Garchomp, but it is definitely a mon you need to get online quickly, right?
A lot of gross displacement comes from the composition that Soldier are building up, whether it be through that Garchomp and that Dragon Rush and the Dragon Claw, or if Terry does decide to go with the Uppies composition here, the Uppies being, of course, the Ice Fang that Mamoswine could provide. A lot of great ability for pick-style comps where we just kind of isolate one target. It was oftentimes in those last engagements, it was that Eldegoss. If we can just quickly snuff out their candle, then we stand to be in a good position. So I'm looking to make sure that Soldier are in proper communications, are targeting well, and like you said, getting online quickly. So let's see those farm rotations on point.
Well, we talk about Uppies. I suspect we're going to see an Ebon Fist coming on out, and that is the mighty Uppies from that mon that just deletes anyone. But also, when we talk about Uppies, does it get any more Uppy than Fly on Talonflame? I absolutely love this pick over on Tempo Tantrum, but we did see Brave Bird have some recent changes. I suspect it is still going to be that Fly. What do you think here, Ribbon, with that pickup of Talonflame?
Arguably seeing some small angles for Brave Bird here. Now let me cook here for a second, right? You've got two all-rounders that you're going to be looking at trying to fight, and you're going to have to walk into them eventually. And also you have to facilitate the Zacian pick that you first priority selected, correct? So if Talonflame does go for that Brave Bird and just tries to get some follow-up along that Zacian, or if either of these all-rounders find an engagement, a lot of scuffling could turn into a really big sweep for this Talonflame. But, you know, that's just me in the kitchen.
Fair dues. Well, this is game 2. Dilo, who can take this wave? Tempo take this one. They will take the set. Or will we have a game 3 with Soldew coming on back into this? Let's go.
Well, what I really like to start off is Soldew are starting off at a fast-paced tempo. They've got really great engage potentially, whether it be if we do decide to go Earthquake on that Mamo, or if we decide to go Dragon Rush on that Gibble, then you also have the Electro Drift on top of them right on. So mobile supports in general have been doing a decent job in terms of like those mobile tankier characters. They've been doing a pretty solid work in terms of where they're cropping up their heads with the meta. So I'm liking Soldier's adjustments here, and I'm really curious just to find out how we differentiate in terms of taking those 830 birds, because that's where we started to see differentials in terms of the typical strategies. First knockout here already being applied. Sobble, now it's something to cry about.
We need to see this Talonflame trying to get an advantage onto this Kubfu though, and the acrobatics will do just that. They use the eject button to get over that wall, and they do have to abandon that fight due to that flux zone, but they've at least cut off the tempo of this Kubfu slightly. If they can grab some of this farm though, they will become the mighty bear. They do. There we go.
Nice.
It is going to be on their field just in time to put the pressure on this top lane.
Snorlax a bit slow to the chase, of course, probably caught sleeping, and Sobble sleeping with the fishes once again. Has not even had a chance to get into the secondary form of Drizzile. Having a lot of trouble as well is the Blissey going to eat some hard-boiled eggs. It's not going to be too over easy to get the jump up on that Zacian though. Being buffed up here now by Eldegoss as they're evading and evolving. It's a bit of trouble though. They're still trying to stick around to find a fight here. The Battle of the Heals is going to be quite an interesting one because, of course, both of these top lanes are very susceptible to just sustaining for the entire fight endlessly.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see any action up there, buddy. I don't think anyone's going to fall. I think they're just going to heal each other for the rest of time, and we'll come back in 10 years and see if there's any difference there. But the difference in the mid lane is Tempo Tantrum taking all of that central area, and it is going to be Fly on this Talonflame. Oh, nice dodge coming out from the Miraidon with the eject button there. They didn't want any of that smoke, and Talonflame wants to steal this Citrus Berry away whilst they score some easy points into that goal, but they're definitely still behind at the moment at Tempo Tantrum. Nice Ice Fang from that Pillar Swine. They're trying to catch out this Snorlax, but that falls before this 7-minute 7:20 mark. And there we go. Uppies it is, buddy. And that means they don't have that pressure in this bottom lane for these 720s.
Rock-a-bye, baby. Snorlax goes down there. You gotta imagine, like, the back work, the leg work that this Piloswine is doing to be able to lift up Snorlax with such ease. Impressive. I wish my PR could get that high. What's this guy's routine? That being said, 30-7 is the score we're looking at here. Another Eldegoss goes down, allows some more points to be dropped up here in the top, as well as his Asian. What happened? I expected this to be a snooze fest, but the little ones are snoozing on the side of tempo.
Yeah, they managed to find a way in, and that they did. They're trying to put the pressure, though, onto this Inteleon in the background. The fly comes on in, and the bear has been sent back to the toy shop. They are not going to be here for the lock-in on this Regice. We do see the Eldegoss coming on in, though. They do have impressive power, but it's the Inteleon that steals the Regice away. Miraidon just trying to sneak that damage in from range there, Dilo. Not able to do enough, though, and this top lane has been decimated, thanks to Solju.
You exchange there your top goal zone for the Regice, and now the fight to fall. Let's see how that ends up going. Trying to poke from distance there. Snorlax, of course, having a heavy slam on in. The same initiation strategy, but maybe with a bit less finesse, because now you're in trouble. Look at that. The wicked blow nearly finishing the job. The back of the head, Bliss assist. Try and cheer from the back as that fly comes down, and Garchomp goes in. Finding some decent poke here. The last berry expended. Dropping a couple buckets will not finish off the zone as a fly finds the back. Piloswine gonna go down. Zacian right after thanks to the diving Garchomp. There's the Unite move out of the Talonflame, just weaving in and out of these fights so effortlessly, and the bear once again goes down.
I feel like Talonflame may have just saved that 4-tempo tantrum. Solju having to get the Garchomp to run away, and the fly still causing chaos for the backline of Solju. That is why you use it, but here's the bright future Meteor Storm. Huge defensive Unite from Miraidon there means that Tempo Tantrum can no longer push this goal, whilst we have a bit of a battle going on between this bird and this dragon. They're going to go their separate ways here, Dilo, but it does seem like Solju are on top. Nice flashes of excitement coming from Tempo there.
Ooh, and a flash of damage here. Zacian just bobbing and weaving their way around, but of course that displacement. I don't need to know where you're gonna be if I can just stun you in place. Good work there, just trying to freeze the puppy dog. Wow, look at that damage. Disgusting work here by the Talonflame. It must be noted though, 5 minutes in, for all that bluster that they've shown, they have not been able to muster up any points for it. 7-176 here in favor of Soldu. Story we've seen before here, Tano, but not with these margins.
No, that is really big margins. And I mean, level-wise, though, they are keeping in the battle. We don't have a Mamoswine on the field yet. They are desperate for the smallest bit of XP. Please, sir, can I have some more? But that's exactly what Garchomp says. They got a lot of living outrage that they're throwing into the backline of Tempo Tantrum now. That Spire's vision comes on out, but Garchomp taken down there. They haven't been able to lock it in, but they do finally take down the Inteleon, and it is Solju currently on top. The Snorlax is trying to get on round. See if they can lock in the objective with the heavy slam.
Oh!
Dilo! What a steal away from Solju.
Don't sleep on Snorlax, because now he's sleeping on you and slamming on you too. The damage to come as well. You should not underestimate that buff. Blitz assist. Used to try to provide them a bit of safety, but a fantastic Talonflame Unite move. And the hospital worker goes down. Gonna bop better insurance. Snorlax will trade their life, but the Mamo certainly can't escape. Neither can Miraidon. The bear better get their way back home before they get turned into stuffing once again. And they will. 3 KO streak there by Tempo, and now the rhythm's back in their favor.
Wow, they were waiting for the right opportunity, and Talonflame answered. Triple KO. That bird cannot be caged in this battle. They don't have an answer for it just yet, this Solju, and that's going to be a concern coming into the Rayquaza battle in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, because that Talonflame has really put a treat on getting into the backline of Solju. Here we have Garchomp trying to put up a fight against this Snorlax. The living outrage comes out. They can take down the...
He's crazy!
And they've taken the Lecky in as well, Dilo. Easy points for Solju there, keeping the lead.
It's exactly what you asked for, Tano. They brought the late game early. He's level 13. Who needs a chicken? If I am a shark, that's the apex predator right there. And proving it. Getting in that Regieleki off such a fantastic live-in outrage, finding both targets before the self-stun would have meant their end. That is beautiful work here by Soldu.
I'm sorry, but sharks are scary enough in the ocean. Never mind putting it on land and giving it living outrage as a Unite move, buddy. That is ridiculously strong from Solju. We do have this basement Reggie. Miraidon may be caught out here as well. Talonflame, they are definitely the predator on top of that dragon, but they do fall because Shifu and Mamo have shown up. But they will be back just for this Rayquaza battle.
Okay, okay. We can calm down a little bit. Garchomp's still just running this top lane. Why not? You might as well. 265 to 95 here as Registeel is absolutely eviscerated by Tempo Tantrum. Ribbon Chew, what do we need to see here from Tempo Tantrum to take this one in a clean sweep? Rhydon's and even more already going down there. Zacian is the trade. It's 1-for-1 so far, but the damage isn't done. That block gonna try to shimmy. You don't mind if I just squeeze past her right there. They say to the Blissey as they get their way on out, hightailing as well as the Mamo. But here comes the Garchomp, the real threat, the raid boss.
The Bliss assistance onto the Livid Outrage as well, but these Spy Vision has been popped. That's a huge amount of damage that Solju cannot heal. Bliss is trying their best, but they've only got so many eggs, buddy, and they've been pushed on into the damage of Elder Cross. Mamoswine becoming extinct yet again.
Not again!
It does seem like Tempo Tantrum have the tempo right now. Miraidon is back. There is the bright future Meteor Storm, but it's not going to do enough. Nice bit of stun there, but Zacian comes on out of it, and we do have advantage Tempo Tantrum right now. They have the Zacian for the rip. You pair that with the Inteleon basics, they can rip this down, but the concern is that Miraidon is there, Garchomp is there, so is the Shifu. The Rayquaza is down to about a quarter health right now, buddy. Who's going to be the one to lock it in? They're all putting
Snorlax again!
And he slams Snorlax! That's why you pick up that defender, and now we see Solju falling. This is going to be an ace. Tempo Tantrum are going to be your first winners of this first set.
Disgusting work there by the Snorlax. Do not be sleeping on this man. What am I telling you? Set your alarm clocks. Why are you guys not out of bed? Unfortunately, not even put there permanently. A complete wipe away. That Talonflame leading the offense alongside that Vanguard, that bulwark that Snorlax provided. Just beautiful work by Tempo Tantrum. Again, man, they remained cool. They remained calm and collected, and they knew the game was never out of their hands. When there's a Ray, there's a way. Now it's a 2-0 easy sweep.
I absolutely love that out of every secure mon in that pit, it is the Snorlax that comes out on top, just justifying the fact that that mon is so good right now and works so well for these teams. But Tempo Tantrum, wow, they kept the tempo up from the get-go. They waited for the right opportunity to get back into this game. They were decimating those team fights, but they weren't winning on the score front. They managed to catch back up as we hit that Rayquaza Vassal and then just had the best Rayquaza fight. Ribbon, give us a bit of an overview of that game from your point of view.
All right. Sorry, chat. So I feel like a lot of momentum is being found in the micro in these team fights, especially from Tempo Tantrum. Muck is definitely showing up on this Elion as well. Luis also had a really just great Talonflame game overall, but honestly, you know, when it just comes down to a secure and a flip situation, sometimes defenders and supports kind of just have a small advantage, and Snorlax Heavy Slam is just the roll on the roulette wheel this time around. So, I just feel like overall, just Tempo Tantrum kind of found those small, like niche, kind of small wins within the team fight, and then when it came to the Rayquaza secure, it was just on them today.
And what I did like during that game, though, was how effective Talonflame was, because if you look on the side of Solju, there is that Mamoswine that is a concern in regards to CC and locking it down, but outside of that, there's nothing that they really need to be that concerned about. Maybe that Shifu Unite move, but ultimately, they were using that Fly and that Flame Charge for the right moments, diving onto the backline of Solju, and they didn't actually get caught that much. 41k damage, they took the least damage on their entire team.
And when you consider the fact that that CC that a Mamoswine does provide you, Tano, it's single target, and you know on who was running it? It was Garchomp. It was multi-target AoE CC. That's where their utility was. That's where their damage came from, too. If you're not synced up, that single target uppies is not going to be enough to provide you that win. And we saw it there. What won the day? 2 freaking Heavy Slams. You want to know what that is? AoE CC. Learn it.
Showing the power of the Snorlax. But yeah, it did honestly feel like, though, a lot of these team fights, Tempo Tantrum were winning them. They were having some fantastic moments. Garchomp was definitely a flicker of hope for Solju, though. But we see here, we're at the 6-minute mark. There's only 7 points on the board for Tempo right now. But I think this is the moment where it stacks to come the other way. Huge defense here, some really good pickups. What a flame charge coming in from that Talonflame. And this is where the game started to sort of go the other way. But it can be tough when you look at that scoreboard and you're like, we're so many points down, right? It's difficult to get back on into it, Riven.
Yeah, I feel like it's I feel like Soldu had actually some really strong early game engagements, but just when it came to that latter time in both of those games, Tempo Tantrum just found those opportunities and hit the ground running once they got them. So I feel like Soldu just couldn't really find the late little secures right there, and I honestly really just great game overall from Byron and getting those clutch secures.
Ooh, buddy, Dilo, that was the first game, buddy, and I feel for my neighbours. I feel for it's 1 a.m. here in the UK, and I genuinely feel for my neighbours because I was screaming at that Rayquaza fight. The secure by the Snorlax was just crazy, but what a first set of the night. Tempo Tantrum, it definitely could have gone either way in some of these games so far, but they managed to keep that tempo up and just take the most important objective in the game. So if that's the way this night is going to go, boy, do we have some exciting Pokemon Unite action for you.
I mean, boy, do your neighbors have an eviction notice coming up for you, buddy. I hope you're going to be staying safe and housed in the future for these sets. But like you said, man, we got more coming up at you. So don't you dare, guys, go anywhere. More Underdunk in just a bit.
They've one feathery body, 2 long legs, and 3 unique heads, each with their own personalities. They can use all 3 of their brains to devise complex tactics and strategies, and now they've joined the races at the Eos Island Battle Arenas to be the very best and leave the competition in the dust. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Character Spotlight featuring Dodrio, the triple bird Pokemon.
Hello everybody, Jake your resident content cowboy here, yeehaw, as I'm going to talk about my favorite Pokemon inside Pokemon Unite, the one and only Dodrio. Dodrio is a hit and run speedster who specializes in diving in and out of fights while dealing massive damage. Her unmatched speed makes her nigh uncatchable as she roams all across the Sky Ruins to fight and run down her enemies. Dodrio requires expert trainers with a need for speed who can deftly utilize her unique scoring and targeting mechanics while keeping her on the move to make the most out of her passive. It's a lot to keep track of, so let's begin at the starting line. Ready, go!
Doduo and Dodrio's passive Runaway has 2 parts. When near enemy Pokemon, this Pokemon gains a small boost to their movement speed. Additionally, this Pokemon becomes increasingly faster the longer they're in motion, up to a cap indicated by the sprint gauge below the health bar. Slowing down or stopping entirely depletes the sprint gauge rapidly, so be sure to watch your speed and keep it high. When scoring, Doduo divides up the Eos points evenly between their 2 heads if possible, and takes turns scoring one after the other. After all, 2 goals are better than 1. Similarly, Dodrio will divide up the points 3 ways before taking turns to score. After all, 3 goals are better than 2. However, for the purposes of scoring items like Attack Weight or Eos Cookie, Doduo and Dodrio must score all their points for the items to grant their stat boosts. Doduo's basic attack becomes boosted every 3rd attack, dealing additional damage. This Pokemon gains a stronger boosted basic attack when they reach and maintain their max speed. Performing a basing attack in this state will have Doduo charge forward in the direction they are facing, dealing damage to enemies in the way, and reduce ability cooldowns if this attack hits an enemy. Sprint boosted basic attacks can also traverse over small walls and other obstacles. Note that unlike normal basic attacks, Doduo and Dodrio's sprint boosted basic attacks will not automatically turn to attack enemies. Doduo's first basic ability is Peck. Doduo stops and jabs her beaks forward, dealing damage to enemies hit. If the sprint gauge is full, Doduo dashes forward in the direction she is facing, dealing bonus damage and consuming the gauge. Note that a sprint boosted Peck can traverse small walls and other obstacles. Doduo's second basic ability is Quick Attack. Doduo dashes forward and gains increased movement speed for a short duration and deals damage to those in the way. If Quick Attack hits an enemy Pokemon, the move's cooldown is slightly reduced. Like Peck, this ability can traverse small walls and other obstacles. Once Doduo levels up to 5, they evolve into Dodrio for getting Peck to learn either Tri-Attack or Drill Peck. If Dodrio puts her heads together to learn Tri-Attack, she swings her 3 heads together in a cone, damaging enemies and randomly applying one of 3 effects: Burn, Freeze, or Paralysis. If Dodrio's sprint gauge is full, Tri-Attack instead shoots out 3 ranged projectiles in a designated direction, with only the first projectile that hits a target applying a stronger Burn, Freeze, or Paralysis depending on its type and color. Burn decreases an opponent's attack stat and deals damage over time, and Freeze decreases an opponent's movement speed, while Paralysis decreases an opponent's attack speed and movement speed, albeit to a lesser degree than Freeze. After this move is used, Dodrio's next basic attack is Empowered, dealing additional damage and healing Dodrio for a portion of her max health. Dodrio can hold 2 charges of Tri-Attack to use one after the other. When the move upgrades at level 11, the basic attack following this move heals even more health than before. Additionally, sprint boosted basic attacks will reduce Tri-Attack's cooldown if it hits an opponent.
You'll almost always want to use the sprint boosted version of Tri-Attack for the additional damage and range, unless you need a quick burst of damage to finish off a low HP opponent. Why attack once when you can do it 3 times? Tri-Attack is the only move in her arsenal, not including her Unite move, that allows her to aim independent of her movement. This gives Dodrio some flexibility in her positioning and allows her to keep some distance while dealing damage. Though the debuff effects are random, you have a pretty good chance of slowing your opponents with this move, making it a decent option for chasing and escaping. Tri-Attack is often used to soften enemies up for you and your allies from the outskirts of battle before charging in with your sprint, boosted basic attack, or other abilities to finish them off.
If you're feeling peckish, Dodrio can instead learn Drill Peck. Dodrio drives her sharp beaks forward, dealing damage with each of her 3 heads. If the move is used while going full speed, Drill Peck shoves enemies forward, consuming the gauge, and rapidly deals damage to enemies based on the percentage of their max health while moderately reducing incoming damage during the dash. When the move upgrades at level 11, Drill Peck's cooldown is significantly reduced and additionally heals Dodrio for a portion of the damage dealt to opponents.
Once again, Drill Peck on its own may give you enough damage for a quick KO on a low HP opponent, but you'll almost always want to be running at top speed for the extra damage and the massive push that you get. Compared to Tri-Attack, Drill Peck requires Dodrio to be in the thick of the fight. Its shove, along with its high damage, makes it ideal for initiating fights or following up on allies. Or it can be used defensively to push opponents away from your allies or important objectives. In order to get the perfect angle of engagement, you may want to circle around the battle space to try and hit as many opponents as you can at once. However, be wary of abilities that slow or hinder you, as it will drop your sprint gauge, effectively nullifying your engage potential. A well-placed Drill Peck can sometimes single-handedly turn a fight or skirmish into a runaway success. And that's what Dodrio does. It runs away. Successfully.
Once Dodrio reaches level 7, she forgets Quick Attack to learn one of 2 sprint gauge recovery moves, Agility or Jump Kick. If Dodrio learns Agility, she puts some nitro in her steps, gaining a decent increase to her movement speed and gauge fill rate for a moderate duration. When the move is activated, Dodrio briefly becomes immune to hindrances while jumpstarting her sprint gauge by a fixed amount. However, when the move upgrades at level 13, Agility instantly brings Dodrio to full sprint.
Agility is one of the 2 ways Dodrio can quickly get from 0 to 100 and make use of her full sprint gauge again. Skilled trainers can preemptively use Agility to try and cancel out hindrances thrown at Dodrio, but it's generally best used after depleting your sprint gauge. The added speed lets Dodrio stay extremely mobile and allows her to dodge abilities and reposition effectively. Make use of the boosted speed gain to string one sprint boosted basic attack after another to either escape from harm or rapidly reduce your cooldowns.
If trainers want to give Dodrio some hops, they can teach her Jump Kick instead of Agility. Dodrio leaps feet first in the direction they are facing. On contact with an enemy Pokemon, Dodrio uses them as a footstool, dealing damage and stunning them briefly and leaps away or over them. Enemies in the landing zone take damage as well and are moderately slowed for a brief duration. Dodrio can also use walls and other obstacles to launch herself into the air and can choose which way she leaps. Dodrio gains a significant boost to her sprint gauge after vaulting over enemies or small obstacles. However, only footstooling enemies will reduce Jump Kick's cooldown on hit. At level 13, Jump Kick also stuns enemies in the landing zone for a brief moment.
Jump Kick can be used to jump over enemies and obstacles to gain better positioning, or make a daring escape. Like Agility, this ability's main purpose is to boost and keep your sprint gauge at full. Trainers who can land Jump Kick consistently are rewarded with the ability to combo Dodrio's abilities and sprint boosted basic attacks together for big stuns and big damage. Missing this ability grants no boost and can leave you in a less than ideal situation with little to no escape, but so can losing speed after you make your jump. But don't worry if you can't get it at first, it definitely takes some practicing and getting used to before you're good at it. Remember that this ability isn't aimed independently, but rather is aimed in the direction of movement. Make sure you're aware of where you'll be after using moves like Drill Peck or your sprint boosted basic attacks so you can move accordingly.
When Dodrio finishes lap 8 and gets to level 9, she learns her Unite move Triple Trample. Dodrio becomes unstoppable and runs at breakneck speed to a designated location. Dodrio will automatically find the most direct path in autopilot to her destination, navigating around terrain, as well as player-made obstacles. Enemies in the way are dealt damage and are briefly thrown into the air. Afterwards, Dodrio gains a boost to her attack stat for a few seconds while her sprint gauge charges faster than usual for an extended duration.
Dodrio's Triple Trample is a high-impact Unite move for starting and following up on engagements for your allies, particularly if the enemies are grouped up. Knocking up 2 or more enemies followed by your other abilities can quickly shred opponents of their health and put your team ahead of the others in seconds flat. Triple Trample can also be used to dive straight onto the enemy's backline while doing some collateral.
Hello everybody and welcome back. Managed to cool down after that intense fight that we just witnessed. Dilo, what an exciting battle that was, eh?
Yeah, that was nutso. 2 early starts going the way of our friends on the Soul side, and then all of a sudden Tempo decides, hey, let's pick up the tempo. And they decide to not allow the other team to get a victory. They just simply turned on some sort of switch. And that's really demoralizing to go up against. So honestly, if I am anyone stepping up against Tempo Tantrum, do not think that you're in a safe place just because you secure the first 5 minutes. It means nothing. When there's a Ray, there's a way. But let's start with the matchup we got in front of us right here. STMN Esports, an OP One Piece. Hopefully we're going to see the set end before the anime does.
Well, this is going to be an exciting one. Stamina Esports, they played in the recent Icebound tourney. They came third, so they're coming hot off a win streak realistically, because that was a huge tourney. So coming into this, they're definitely going to want to put in a showing like they did there, but up against the OP One Piece. I mean, OP is definitely the answer if we're going off the anime, buddy, and I'm excited to see how this one's going to go. Will we see the same bans, though? Because I suspect we're at that stage in Pokemon Unite where these bans are very similar, and I don't think they're going to change until that meta changes slightly, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless you have like a trauma ban that like just gives you shell shock when you see a Miraidon take to the field for some reason, like I don't imagine it'll change much. No, Psyduck is still somewhat of a new element, and you just don't want to deal with sometimes those new toys you have to play with when you haven't developed all the counterplay, and also when it's just freaking good on its own too. That's never fun. So not wanting to deal with that. There was some minor variations we did see, whether it be you ban the Leafeon or whatever. Insert here evolution that is annoying Umbreon as well. But we saw it left alone first pick and then sorely regretted by our friends on the Soul side when it just kind of wreaked havoc. So I'd say there's a bit of room for variation. What I am imagining is going to stay consistent, though, are those really annoying tuck and roll, kind of just enter in and exit out characters, that being Mimikyu is what I think of. And potentially even Blaziken if we see more performances like we did prior. You never know. But Mimikyu I'm certainly expecting, and Psyduck as well.
It's so gutting though because I love screaming Ultimate Sai on the full power Sai for Psyduck's Unite move. So I'm gutted we don't get to do that one, buddy. But what I will say is I love getting to cast with new casters, and it's a joy to cast alongside you. So tell me a little bit about your Pokemon Unite journey. What's your favorite mon to use?
I mean, we just saw him there. Unfortunately, didn't see him do too well, but I'm a big fan of the Mammo. Anyone that has just a lot of displacement, but also I will say, no matter what MOBA I'm playing, I always like things with big walls, so Crustle, big fan of him as well. That being said, I'm pretty sure he just hit, like, massive nerfs, if I'm not mistaken, so... Am I correct here that there's like destroyed Rock Tomb or something like that? Yeah, that's disgusting. Just like at this point, put him in the tomb. Why are you even like just gutting the poor Crab's kit? So I might have to find a new character that I like the best after that.
I'm with you. I'm kind of sat here like, but why? Like they nerfed Duraludon, and I'm like, that poor mon.
Stapler,
like
bro.
It was I call it an asthma inhaler. It's also a fridge. Like I feel like that mon wasn't doing anything wrong. It didn't hurt anybody. It'd already been nerfed to the point where realistically it's ripped. The one thing it was really good at got hurt, but people were still picking it up, and you could still use it, but not that often. So why nerf it? So it was an interesting patch, but they did make some recent changes to a lot of mons that probably benefited on it. I think Serena is probably one of the best coming out of that patch, and we see a lot more of it now. Will we see it tonight, do you reckon?
The fact that if you have a lot of CC on the opposing side, that Ultimate just going to bypass all that, using that Unite move at a crucial moment can just instantly kind of negate other people's Unite moves, so I would not be surprised, but I'd wait to maybe see that at the back half of a draft. If you find that your enemy team has a lot of lockdown, that's when we might want to see it. So maybe if like they grab, I don't know, a Delphox or something that can just really put you in a bind where you have to put down the Pro Controller for a bit because you just CC to death, that's when we see the Queen make her entrance.
Yeah, I hope we do. Also, I feel like when we look at a lot of these strong mons in the meta, because they made the changes to the EX mons, or what I call XEX mons now, two of them still shining bright. That is the Miraidon and the Zacian. We've seen it played already tonight in that first set, and I think we're probably going to see a lot more of it. Dangerous though. Usually we do see it in those bans, but the power of Pokemon Unite meta at the moment means you'd have to let through some even stronger broken picks. Mimikyu, being the main one that I think we won't see played tonight.
I mean, it's the devil you know versus the other devil that you know but just hate a little bit more. And there's no real easy way to go about it. I think your first game's all about tempo setting, ironically so. I mean, that's what won them the game prior, so it's what we're going to see throughout the entire rest of the night. But when you're running a best of 3, especially in games as short as these, it is momentum-based. So I think the fact that we do have on the side of STMN Esports, those kind of wins rush, it's like we're running with Tailwind here, you know? That automatically helps you. And OP One Piece are playing with Trick Room and they have choice bans. Like, it's not looking good for them right now because in comparison, if Esports come in already heated up, they're going to use that energy to just overwhelm you. But that comes the caveat that in Pokemon Unite, nothing's decided until that middle raid boss goes down. So there's still things to keep in mind there in terms of what One Piece can do to counter that oppression, but if Esports come at it with that energy, with that focus, I think they stand for some good chances.
I hope that we see some mons tonight that you don't expect to see or don't come out that often. I mean, myself, I'm a big Gengar fan, but we don't see much Gengar at the moment. That's just true. With it being that all-rounder defender meta, it's definitely outmatched a little bit. But what we do see more of, we've been seeing, at least here in the EU region and our recent tournaments, that raid boss Venusaur coming out with that Petal Dance Giga Drain, hit that level 12, and that thing just does not go down. So I hope we see some kind of play like that tonight. I've already mentioned the Metagross as well. I kind of want to see these unconventional picks that are surprisingly doing well in the meta, but of course it is a huge tournament. We have a huge prize pool on the line, so teams are going to want to make sure that they're coming out with their best comp yet. But I do think it's still a good opportunity to try out these comps coming into UCS, right?
For sure. I mean, even with $700 on the line, sometimes it's the unexpected that will provide good results, especially when you consider the fact that we are in kind of a bit of a stagnant meta where we all know the top picks. Throwing a wrench in the works could just be what brings down the whole castle for your opposing side. Now, the question is, of course, sometimes, and I think this happens with every MOBA, it's is comfort best in the first game, or is comfort best when our backs are against the wall? What's your drafting philosophy there, Spartano? Do you think that we should be starting off with the tried and true meta picks here for this game one to maybe establish that rhythm? Or do we think that it's better to get with your comfort to start off and make sure you're in a good position? We're going to have to find out here as well as we get to these P's and B's ourselves.
Yeah, well, I think it's one of those where, like, if you don't know a lot about the team you're coming up against, go for comfort. But a lot of these teams know each other. They've been playing against each other for a while, so I think they're going to try and target a comp that works with what they see, but then use the comfort picks when your backs are up against the wall. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that one, Dilo, but I believe the teams are prepared, and we're going to head into this next draft section. I mean, I'm just going to predict it now. We're going to see Side Up banned, Umbreon banned, Mimikyu banned, and I'm going to throw out a Miraidon ban in there as well.
All right, I'll take you up on that parlay action. I'm going to say ban Crustle just to throw another knife into his corpse. Why not? They just can't let him have anything, so why not just ban him as well just to make him feel even worse? No, I think those are very astute bans, and we already see one of them coming out here, so get that bingo board already. Psyduck and MBQ off the mark. Means, again, sadly, no Psy calls here from us today, and we could say, ay caramba about that. Waiting for the last half it to go in here. I'm not expecting anything different. What I am... Oh, okay, never mind. Screw me, I guess. Another surfboard has been taken off of the beach. Slowbro is the ban here for esports. What do you think is the philosophy behind that?
They must have some sort of mon they want to use that they don't want shut down with that slow beam. That
Found
is the...
it.
Well, yeah, there you go. No trio. They've gone straight for it. There it is. That's the answer. I mean, let's bring it on. Oh, they take the Umbreon, of course. It's not been banned, so you go for that heavy first pick. But it does give us a good insight as to what Stamina Esports are trying to cook. Now, let's bring in our resident desk analyst, Ribbon. You know these teams quite well. So what do you think is going to be coming out of these comps?
I'm definitely expecting to be seeing a lot of speedsters coming out of Stamina. Definitely Reggie, very, very extremely well known for being one of the best, if not the best, speedster player in LATAM. So One Piece is definitely going to have quite some perilous waters to work through getting through this Stamina roster. We did see this roster go third place at the Icebound tournament last week, and they looked incredibly strong during that from what I have been hearing from y'all. So, and definitely with Reggie getting strong on to start things off. Dilo, we see the Leafeon yet again.
Gross, but also understandable at the same time. It's powerful, it's evasive, it's annoying, and if it can get inside of those overheats ranges, you can do so much damage in just a quick span of time to quickly make sure the chicken can't heat up too much. Azumarill is also a great option for some fantastic early pressure here. If you want to make sure that Torchic can never grow up past a little bit of a baby egg, then it's a good way to break the shell right off the bat. Zero Aura picked up already. Hey, there's one pick that Tano's happy about. Metagross joins the battle for S Esports.
I like this. This comp is really shaking up to be tasty on both sides. The Azumarill pick, I'm excited for. Zero Aura pairing that with a Leafeon. Wow, One Piece trying to go OP, but that A9 is a genius pick coming into it, right, Ribbon? Because that CC is going to be huge against those speedsters.
Yeah, that's 3 characters that are going to be running into not only a Metagross, but also an Alolan Ninetales. This is a really rough draft here for One Piece, and I feel like if Stamina does their best and plays their ranges at a knife's edge, this A9 is going to completely terrorize this game, and Blaziken and Metagross are going to have plenty of opportunities to get in and do some work.
I think it's impressive the amount of damage that a CCA9 can drop. I'm going to predict it now, Dilo. I suspect we're going to have 80 plus K damage on that adorable fox, but that Metagross does have the power of diving onto those speedsters. We've been seeing a lot of people running that Zen Headbutt just for that particular reason, pairing it with the Gyro Ball. So it does seem like Stamina Esports have gone for that comp that is basically just hunt down these speedsters, right?
Yes, and there's also at the same time, if you do find yourself on the back foot, which you gotta hope that you're gonna start off with a good lead, but if that does happen, you have tools. Of course, their counter dive is also fantastic. Snow Globe is such a great just get off me tool instantly. Applies CC, applies a ton of damage. Same thing with Metagross Unite as well. So if I see 2 speedsters diving my backline, I'm instantly letting that Unite move rip and just seeing what fireworks fly.
Yeah, I think that would be a very good shout. But we talk about early game. They do have the power of the early game over on the side of One Piece with that Leafeon. Can they utilize it better than the first game in the previous set? Let's find out. But here we go. This is game 1 of round 2. Let's see who's going to be taking this one away.
Immediately, I'm just looking at the Snorlax in fear. I'm trembling, I'm shivering, because we've all known the war crimes that this Mon has committed in the prior set. Just taking every objective, taking all your berries, and taking your chances to move on in the bracket right alongside it. What's going to be the win con here for One Piece? I know people was talking about this draft is a bit rough to start, and already you can see the pressure forming. What's their way to make sure this ends up done?
I think they're going to have to utilize winning this early game realistically, which can be tough, but Leafeon is definitely the Mon to do that. The pressure here coming onto Umbreon. I think that EV is going to fall here. And look at the top lane though. Azumarill not quite at the level 4. They are going to fall. Goodbye. Zero Aura, 1 HP in a dream. The A9 is on the field. Leafeon has to come provide this assistance, but the Combusken's here as well. Look at the crazy damage coming from a boosted on a Snorlax. This is interesting. They're going to take down the Lax, although it was getting close. They do take the Lax, but advantage. Mew's coming on up with it.
Oh, well, that coaching is going to be nice to just cheer from the sidelines. Maybe get a bit more involved yourself. Now Azumarill back with a vengeance to try to goes their way. Overall, the trade was interesting, but not bearing too many fruit here for esports side. Getting some nice levels, though, into your that is going to be really useful. But look at this invade here. My air friends on One Piece finding that Electro Ball that just seeks and destroys. Combusken goes down. Now Azumarill having to try to back out themselves where the CC finds them on the back end. Almost taken out there by a Baltoy. That would be embarrassing. Leafeon stays alive.
I'm really intrigued that this is a water pool player of Azumarill. I wasn't expecting that at all. I was expecting the Aqua Tail, but I like it. You're going to sit on those Mons with that player rough. I do feel like you do get a bit more maneuverability with Aqua Tail though, so it is quite surprising. But here comes the mid-burst. A huge beam coming in from the Mew. Nice heavy slam on the Snorlax, but I believe One Piece are coming out on top. And with that damage from Zero Aura, deleting Umbreon, they definitely got more from that midsection.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate work there on their side as esports just continue to apply the pressure across this map here. A9 feeling a bit himself, but Snorlax again just sleeping on him, just letting Blaziken do the rest of the work, taking the day off, getting all that PTO, and now getting all those POINTS into the goal. Going to be trying to finish this off quick here. What's going to come down to maybe in a bit is 20 seconds to see these Reggies coming up here. As far as objective secure goes, Connor, who do you think's got the edge there?
Well, the difficulty is Stamina Esports have the God of Secure Blaziken online, whilst over on the side of One Piece, we don't yet have a Unite move on that Leafeon. You would hope to see Emerald 2-step being prepared here, but it does seem like Stamina Esports have the advantage, especially when it comes to these objectives. They have Metagross down here. Umbreon and Snorlax are going to put on some really good zoning while the rip goes on down. Look at this. This is easy. This is free real estate for Stamina Esports. Regi's locked on in.
And Regieleki's not even a foregone conclusion here as A9 finds the KO on Azumarill, will trade their life, but with that, just going to have to sacrifice a 30 bucket, not the actual objective right afterwards. So not too shabby here as we continue to try to drop points in this bottom goal zone, a fight that they stand to continuously win. As now Metagross enters the building here. They've got some calculations ready for you. They've done the equations, and maybe the math didn't quite add up. Instead, one more body added to the corpse count here in favor of One Piece.
Yeah, compute and crush, more like compute and error. They put up the walls, but Leafeon breaking ankles gets man out of it. The play rough onto the Metagross isn't going to do enough, though. It does literally no damage, and the Gyro Ball fells the rabbit, and Metagross isn't happy with that. They want to continue pushing the T1. Umbreon's here, Blaziken's here. They seem to want to take them down. Mew falls, double KO, baby, for the Metagross, and they're going to continue to put the pressure on this T1.
Sparks flying here in the top lane. A9 continue to try to apply this pressure to the lone Zero Aura, but they're just baiting a lot of time and energy here from Stamina Esports as their stamina might be starting to wane just a little bit here. That being said, the greatest hopes that still stand, of course, being that Blaziken. There's the Snow Globe. Get the hell off me and get sent there yourself. Azumarill goes down. Beautiful work there and a great Unite move. A good beam, though, to match it. Still the pressure in favor here of Esports.
Oh, this A9 is doing absolute bits for Stamina Esports. I think it's going to be the Mon that makes the difference in this game. Look at the stun. They're going to take down the Zero Aura. They have to spark on out. They do fell the Snorlax, though, trying to protect that A9. And AP One Piece maybe on the advantage here. We do see the zoning coming on in, but Azumarill does get felled, and they have to back up on that Lecky. But look at the power of the discharge. The Plasma Gale comes out from Zero Aura, and they have pushed Stamina Esports back here. That is going to be huge. Can they lock in this Lecky? No, the Blaziken does. That is why they are the god of security, love.
Yeah, you said it. We just got it proven right here before us now, and I don't know if any sparks are going to be flying here at this point. Zero Aura's going to get their way back home. A good beam finds some good damage. Not quite enough, though, as they witness Azumarill go down once again. All these points going to be dropped up, and the differential at the end of the day going to read about 100 here in favor of Stamina. They just keep on going.
I love the fact that they've let the Blaziken get those stacks in, try and get yourself an overcap as well. That's huge. The point difference is all on the side of Stamina Esports. The level difference is all on the side of Stamina Esports. They are not letting loose, but Zero Aura with a cheeky 40 dunk going on in. Lapras needs to come and provide some assistance because there's the compute and crush. They didn't scan enough to put the stadium up, and the Azumarill comes in with that smash onto the Metagross. This Regice is half
Big
health
heavy
right
slam.
now. There's the heavy slam from the Snorlax and the power nap, buddy. They don't have the Poke Flute. They're not going to be able to stop that Snorlax from dropping that CC. But Lapras putting up a fight to take the objective. They're unable to do so. Metagross showing why they are completely the Mon to beat in this game.
And Snorlax showing why we were freaking afraid of it in the first place. Those two heavy slams, that power nap, saving their friend and also killing everyone else. That was brilliant work there by this Mon, just continuously proving their valor and once again leading the charge and flattening a rabbit beneath their buttocks. Beautiful work there. These beams from Mew just not hitting the same, and now that goal zone is not even in the game. Beautiful work, and now about what, 130 ahead here for Stamina? They're showing that they've got the endurance. They can outlast and outplay.
That they can. They definitely have the power. But like any good anime, the good guys come back from behind. What do One Piece need to do here, Ribbon, to be able to do that at the Rayquaza fight?
Been really rough. I feel like we've all kind of gotten our little flowers when it comes to what we've said. We are seeing Metagross absolutely take over this game right now. We're seeing Yawn Snorlax completely counter this Leafeon, and One Piece needs to be looking for some, what I like to call some funny business. Definitely trying to catch this A9 off guard would be the best way to start, but you have to do the level 14 Blaziken when your team doesn't really have any sort of hard CC to really keep it locked down. So it's gonna have to find some sort of burst and pray.
Well, it is currently left alone in this basement lane while the Azumarill wants to try and score the 30. I mean, CC from A9 is really strong, but Azumarill is the mighty 1v1 god. But there comes the Metagross to assist with it, and that is going to be that Azumarill out until this Rayquaza fight, D'Lo. It does seem like Stamina Esports are getting nice and prepared for this. Look at where they are. Aggressive stance from the get-go.
This Metagross is just mean, bro. Denies our friend Azumarill the ISO play and says, nah, we're gonna win. And with this Ray coming up, there's a chance. But One Piece have got to find more aggressive positioning here. You see the traps being laid. Everyone just splayed out, finding opportunities. Blaziken able to evade the searchlights and the beams that are trying to find a bit of extra damage. In fact, Azumarill, the one who receives all the poke, and Snorlax, the one once again going in. Snow Globe gonna find 3, and already one body's down. 2, make it another, as now Lapras could be the ones sailing their way to their doom. They will find the A9, but they already got their entire kit off. Is it too late at this point? Ray's been forgotten. In fact, Lapras going to try to take the express lane onto that top goal zone. Unfortunately, they're going to find 2 members defending it, and they're going to find their end.
Yeah, that's a shame. They don't have any realistic damage here to rip down these defenders. They are back playing now. The Compute and Crush doesn't put the stadium up, but it does say goodbye to that Azumarill, and it just seems like Stamina Esports are doing exactly what needs to be done to win this game. There's the Plasma Gale, but it's going to do absolutely nothing to those strong Mons that it's going up against. Stamina Esports just need to keep this fight up in this jungle. We have 50 seconds left of this game. They don't need that Rayquaza. In fact, Blaziken is going to draw the attention away from those Mons, trying to get that 50 dunk in. They're not going to be able to take it down. Stamina Esports are definitely, if they continue with this, going to take this game 1.
I mean, look how little that beam did. It was peanuts. Dude just got a bit of extra vitamin D, said thank you. Hopefully he's got a high SPF sunscreen. Seems like they do, and unfortunately Azumarill steps a bit too close to the sun and gets burned. Once again, Lapras trying to get that Amazon Prime delivery shipping fast into that goal zone, and it seems like your package has been canceled. Snow Globe evaporates the Leafeon, and Heavy Slam finds 2 targets. This guy's throwing jabs. Call Snorlax Pacquiao, and with that, Stamina Esports, they've proven themselves again and again. They take game 1.
Really strong showing from them. I'm excited to see the damage numbers on this A9, but honestly, I feel like what needed to happen at that moment was One Piece needed to regroup and go for the team fight. I know you've not been winning it throughout the game, but those attempts at back caps, they weren't going to be enough. Stamina Esports are an experienced team. They were prepared for the back caps. That's why they had that Blaziken up in the top lane. They were prepared with people down in the bottom lane. It definitely wasn't the play for One Piece, but that's the difficulty of being so far behind, isn't it? When you're not winning those team fights, you kind of sit there and you think, what are we going to do? And they didn't quite have the answer there. Ribbon, give us your overview on how that game went.
Oh, I feel like that was just business at the office on a Tuesday for Stamina Esports. Definitely playing to their win cons, crossing their T's, dotting their I's. This Alolan Ninetales carried them throughout a lot of the early game, and once that Blaziken became online, it was just really difficult for One Piece to really try to lock down. Unfortunately, the only really reliable CC that OP had was that Lapras in that Bubble Beam, and Blaziken was just able to really dance around that move, and outside of an Azumarill Unite, there's not really much else that could stop that from happening, and I feel like Stamina were just able to kind of walk wherever they wanted to, and were able to do whatever they pleased.
Definitely, and I'm so happy that Ranma just proved my point with how strong Metagross is in this right now, especially against speedsters. 800k damage coming on in there, Dilo. 36% of the team damage is crazy.
Jeez, man, ban that guy. Side of who? That guy's crazy. It's what we said, though. The fact that you have that double dive composition here, One Piece, we're clearly relying on the fact that Stamina will just be a bit asleep at the wheel, but with that yawn Snorlax, no, you're the one who's sleeping. First for just a few seconds, and then permanently. Just fantastic work on all ends. I don't see a single player who is not pulling their weight here on Stamina Esports, and the difference here, we've seen games where the lead is very strong in the early game, but there's a comeback, and the difference is we had our friends on tempo keeping up with levels. If you look here, though, you see that Metagross always staying up ahead of their opposition. Blaziken frequently was right behind them and still ahead of their enemies too. If you can't keep up with the farm, even if you're not getting the points, it doesn't matter. You are outski. You need to find some way to make sure your levels are not falling behind.
And as we have a look at it, what we have witnessed tonight is that Leafeon has struggled in some of these early games. You pick that Mon because it is the Mon that can get going in the early game and can really begin to snowball, but it's definitely struggled here tonight, Ribbon, which is a bit unusual. What do we think may be the cause of that?
I feel like it's definitely going to be around these defenders, right? I feel like Snorlax is such a reliable pick right now, and One Piece just kind of needs to take it back to the drafting board. I feel like they need to just really kind of restructure their composition, because Stamina Esports clearly has the anti-dive answer, and I mean, Stamina's going to be kind of playing the dive answer possibly as well, too. We were talking about nightmares earlier. Reggie 195 Dodrio. That is what lives in my nightmares. So it's just going to be really rough for One Piece going forward, I think.
And I think that they were going to lock in that Dodrio, or at least they had sight of it, and maybe because of that they went, let's change it up a little bit and not go for that, because they banned the slow bro, right? So they definitely had some sort of plan around not wanting that slow beam coming in. Here, of course, it would have limited this Metagross, at least in these team fights, because that thing was absolutely destroying the side of One Piece. So let's see where this second game is going to go, Dilo, because I suspect we're going to see more of the same bans. It seems like Stamina Esports will continue to ban that slow row because they have so many mons that really get punished by that Unite move.
And also just the CC provides. Remichu mentioned it multiple times because it multiple times proved itself to be a big weakness in One Piece's comp is you don't got CC, you got no lockdown. How are you going to keep that A9 in one place if she can just move around freely and push you around instead? So that was just fantastic with the avalanches that were consistently proving to be such a big issue there for Azumarill. Any single time I saw them try to go in for some big whirlpool damage, they just forced him away. Literally just gave him a big fat shove and said, nope, you're not diving me. Instead, you're dead. So as far as what I'm looking for here, CC, coordination, synchronization. You need to make sure that you have more than just raw damage. That does not win the day.
And it does honestly feel like Stamina Esports had One Piece's number throughout the entirety of that game. They kept the pressure on. They did not let go. They were the ones that locked in the important objectives. I think all basement regs went to Stamina Esports. So is it going to be more of the same? Let's find out as we head into this second draft here. There we go. Ribbon banning the Metagross. I mean, you've got to answer some way, right?
100%. Just get it off of the field. I feel like One Piece is going to try to maybe structure more draft around that dive, but they definitely knocked some clear answers out of it. But I feel like they've left a lot of openings in that supporting cast that we saw in those bands earlier to Stamina, so they could secure the pick of the litter when it comes to anything outside of this Blissey.
It does mean that Umbreon can be selected by Stamina Esports here. They've also got the power of Miraidon and all those stronger picks. You've got Zacian that has going to be let loose. Blaziken, of course. So let's see what Stamina Esports go for here. Looks like they're just trying to rotate around what attacker they want to take. There's the Umbreon, of course. If you're going to get the opportunity to take it, Dilo, you're not going to give it to the other team.
Makes sense. It performed quite well there, even though the damage numbers aren't flashy. And I think that comparison to the Metagross, who was, of course, like very vocally and visually doing a lot, I think Umbreon's role is a bit more subtle there, just ensuring some subtle CC and making sure to peel away for your backliners to ensure that I9 could do as much damage as possible, which they certainly were able to. Now the Mew being locked on their side is definitely interesting, especially given that it didn't perform quite too well on the opposite side. So Stamina Esports saying, anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. Miraidon and Zeraora being picked up here by One Piece. So it's once again some good mobility, and we need some CC on top though.
Pokemon Unite musical coming to you shortly on Steel Agent Cal's channel. But Zeraora has still been locked in over on the side of One Piece, whilst that Zacian goes over to Esports. And hey, Ribbon, Pikachu coming onto the field. We can have that Mage build. We can have the Volt Tackle Electro Ball that does so much. What a great pickup by them.
Yes, honestly, a really good pickup of this Miraidon here as well. It could go with either moveset here, but the Pikachu is a really good counter in being able to not only lock down this Zeraora, but also match up to the range of this Miraidon. And it's also going to have an Azumarill running at it as well, so I feel like Pikachu is going to get maximum value out of those Unite moves, and Stamina Esports with a Gengar gutter pick as well. Ooh, they're going to be looking for Clean Up City on the side of One Piece.
I'm so excited for this. I cannot contain it, buddy. We called it earlier, didn't we? I was so excited for Gengar. Let's go, Reggie. I'm so hyped for this. Will we see that Hex? Will we see the Dream Eater? Let's find out. I mean, they do have good resets for that Dream Eater. Of course, Zeraora and Miraidon being the squishiest. I mean, it's also pretty good against the Bliss. I think, to be honest, the only thing it doesn't work that well against is the Slowbro. But let's find out because, you know, it is so strong in that set with the resets. I can't believe we've actually getting a Gengar here, Dilo. I'm so hyped.
Yeah, dude, it's everything you asked for and more. Early Christmas here for Tano. Congratulations and, you know, happy holidays, I guess, for everyone at home because our cup runneth over right now with fun picks. What I will say is what I'm really curious about. No Snorlax here, so keep that in mind. We don't have that very easy AoE CC setup anymore. We have to make sure we are doing without Heavy Slam. There's no one who's going to be just charging in and forcing all the attention. And now, on the other side, they have their CC setup. They have that Slowbro. Why did they ban it? Why are they so afraid of it? Stamina Esports are trying to conquer their fears here, but what I fear is that it still might end up running a really good amount of pressure for their team. If you see that Zacian go in, if you see Gengar try to lock someone down and eat up some dreams, Slowbro might take yours away.
That is very true, but here we go. We're heading into the second game of this round 2. If Stamina Esports can keep that pressure on like they did in the previous one, they will take this set. Let's see what happens here.
Well, I'm seeing already some okay pressure being provided here by Pikachu. Despite the poke they've taken, they're really just posturing quite aggressively. That Electro Web to try to secure that farm, and I believe it indeed was taken there by our friends of Stamina. So just trying to be as annoying as possible here, swiping away all the farm they can. They will get that bundle B as well. Just really frustrating to already deal with that, especially after that rousing Game 1 victory they had. Zacian might pay for it, but just not quite with their life.
The Zoom roll is here now. It all comes down to whether this... oh, it's going to be Dream Eater. Let's go, baby. That's going to be an easy lock-in on that Chansey. There's the reset. They do miss that second one, but they're going to have that cooldown ready to go as we hit these 850s. And Sasha has just hit level 5. It's all going to be if they can punish this Azumarill. That's going to be dangerous to go up against, but there's the Dream Eater lock-in. Goodbye, Azumarill. The rabbit has been defeated. Miraidon has come up to provide some assistance, but Stamina Esports has locked it all in. They need to get back to that goal. Zeraora trying to stop them.
The sleep!
They're not able to. Haunter's going to get on out on 1 HP in a dream while Zasha's in the back line right now. Dilo, they may be caught out, but they have the dash. Look at the advantage, Stamina.
Oh!
Oh, buddy. So good from Stamina Esports from this early game.
Disgusting Electro Balls coming out here. Disgusting Sacred Sword. This is rough. This is just no way to cut around it. Stamina Esports are just owning this map. That top lane was just a massacre. The grass is growing solely off the blood right now being shed by One Piece, and that Haunter already proven why Gengar is actually a pretty good sleeper pick, and I'm not just talking about the Dream Eaters.
I'm so hyped for it. I feel like we could, if they continue with this pressure, have that Gengar online before the 7-minute mark. That is really risky though. Pikachu does get felled. They do have that Dream Eater up. They fell that Azumarill, but with that eject button, they're not able to lock the second Dream Eater onto the Slowbro. But still, advantage Stamina Esports right now. Level 8 is about to happen on that Gengar, 30 seconds away from this 7-minute mark.
Okay, let's take a breath here. Stamina Esports, they got off to a sprint, but we got to keep in mind it's a bit of a marathon here. Still 7 minutes left in this game. Zeraora trying to ensure that these 720 birds go their way, and you see a 4-man rotation to really try to ensure all that farm is put in their pockets. They will grab the majority, but you saw Zacian try to get a bit off the top. Unfortunately, Pikachu takes a bit more than off the top. Might not have been the haircut they wanted, as this rotation is providing a lot of pressure to try to get a bit of equilibrium from what we saw prior. But that being said, Blissey does go down. Now Mew and Haunter, sorry, Gengar now, he's a big boy. They're going to try to find their rotations and ensure that pressure goes back to the side of Orange. Meanwhile, bot lane, what's been going on there? They've just been a ghost town.
Well, Umbreon was doing a great defense down there, but they've now come up to this top side, and we do have Gengar. They're going to pop that Unite move. They're trying to take down this Azumarill, and they are just weak, but there goes the Shadow Ball that fells that rabbit, and look at the defense from this Umbreon. They're trying to get the zoning in, but Slowbro has pulled Gengar back into the action. It's only the Blissey and the Slowbro here, while that action's going to rip that red Jalecki. It's all Stamina Esports. Gengar does fall, but they've got a huge amount of advantage out of that do Stamina Esports. Ashen may want to get on out of there. I don't think pushing this is the right decision. Sovereign Sword doesn't land on anybody. They do fell Azumarill again, but they're getting so weak right now. Oh, the Mystical Mirage is going to save the Mew. They're trying to put that defense onto their Mons, and Umbreon pushes on.
Nice beam!
Aura. Huge beam. The charge beam doing
oh!
as well for One Piece. Huge defense for that team.
Yeah, they got pieced up there. I'm not gonna lie. Stamina Esports, I was like, okay, surely they just win the fight now. Even though you made the correct call. You said, I don't know why we're staying around here for this. It was a bit overzealous. Stamina Esports are feeling themselves a little bit too much, and sometimes pride cometh before the fall. Unfortunately, that Regieleki means it's not gonna go in. They still stand with a lead here. But the pressure's still all on this top lane. Now it's One Piece who might be getting a bit too big for their britches. There's the Thunderstorm, and there are the KOs to follow. Umbreon's the first one to go down, but Blissey shortly afterwards, and they've got the home field advantage. Pikachu goes in for the full tackle, but shortly is found in a mousetrap right afterwards. Okay, I take it back. Esports on the run.
It's crazy how close this game has become. Oh my god, Gengar demolishing 2 KO there with that Unite move. They do a triple even. They do put that Dream Eater over to the side of that Azumarill, but they just want to go defend this and score more points. This Gengar, buddy, what a pickup this has been for Stamina Esports. Level 12, the highest level in this game as we hit the mid game.
What? What's going on? Why are we banning Psyduck? This guy's crazy. He's sending the levels up to Mars. Dude's an astronaut. He's got dreams to see the stratosphere. And so far, I will say, doing a pretty good job with it. But how's the rest of the team? They're kind of struggling in terms of their synergy. I feel like we're just a bit too confident in taking these fights. We've got to make sure that we understand that they also have heaters on this side of One Piece. They will try to turn down the temperature a few degrees by knocking down that rabbit and also knocking down that tier 1 in the bottom. When the game is so focused in top, it's quite literally very top heavy. What's the consequence of that? Who wins when you just lose your bottom lane? And who wins when you lose your Zero Aura?
Oh, the thunderstorm gets raining on down. There's a mystical mirage. There's a meteor storm from Miraidon. It's all coming on down, but I think One Piece are coming out on top. That was a lot of pressure. Stamina Esports tried to throw onto that T1 to break it, but instead they got defeated. A nice beam coming out from the Mew here, but they're not going to be able to survive against that Azumarill. Although the Surf, really good to break some ankles, but they break that pad with a tiny overcap Delo. That might be the decision, the game changer as we head to this 3-minute mark. And it's still going on. That basement Reggie hasn't been touched for the entirety of this game.
They just don't know what's in the basement door, so they're going to ignore it. It's dusty down there. And instead, we're going to look for these nice and clean kills on the top as the KO falls back on top of the Blissey, sent back to her workplace. The PEC. Slowbro falls as well, and the points drop slowly, but trickle still steadily into that top tier 1 zone. Yeah, do we know that this is not a one-lane game? I don't know if we're quite aware of how MOBAs work, but so far, Stamina Esports treating it like this is just one single street as they try to find the easy road to victory, getting that Reggie Alecki. The question is, can they push it in?
Looks like they're going to try and attempt just that. They can push them off this goal. That Blissey is going to fall with that Dream Eater, and the Zacian is just too much for that Slowbro to answer as well. So that's going to be a good overcap that they can throw on in. Actually huge. But, Ribbon, this has been an intense battle. We've had about 4 minutes going on up in that top lane. This Registeel's finally going to go. How do we think this Rayquaza is going to sort of unveil as we go on into this battle?
Well, as we've clearly seen throughout this entire 10-minute battle in the top side, LATAM is very familiar with the NA Ram. Stamina clearly looks like this is their game to lose. This Gengar is going quite infinite on this entire One Piece roster, and the only things that it can't immediately one-shot have been the only things that have been able to KO it. So, One Piece needs to find an answer for this Gengar fast and make sure that they are not leaving themselves open to this speedster onslaught that Stamina is keeping on them.
This is the issue with that Slowbro though as well, right? Because you obviously want to get that slow beam onto the Gengar if you can, but you also need to get it onto that Zacian because that's another threat that's going to have so much pressure that they can put onto One Piece. And look at them getting prepared for this. The Dream Eater goes onto the Slowbro. That's probably not the one they wanted to hop it onto, but it just seems like this charge beam's going to try and drop this poke damage onto Stamina Esports. There's the engage from the Umbreon. The Electro Ball comes in. They do miss that beam thanks to the power of that play rough, but there's the Moonlight Prance from the Umbreon. The Thunderstorm!
Thunderstorm!
Here we go, the Phantom Ambush, and it seems like One Piece are getting deleted right now. Umbreon has been felled, but here's the pressure. They're keeping it on up. It's Miraidon left. Zacian has that. It's an EX-Mon battle. They've got their number. They dive on in with the Metal Claw. They're in that foot zone right now while Stamina Esports rips this Rayquaza. They're going to take game 2 if they can get these Hundo Burgers in, Delo. What a Rayquaza battle that was.
Their game to win, and they certainly will at this point. You got all 4 members that are still up with that Ray. You got plenty of points in pocket to drop so lovingly into these zones. They might not even need to. They don't really want to risk diving into those treacherous waters, but you can see them slowly trying to force their way through. A great eject button over the wall there, and the first of what very well may just be many hundred burgers drops in. Pikachu nimbly evading these shots from Rhydon, gonna put theirs down too. Gengar has dreams to see the stars, and these point counts are soaring to astronomical levels. It's fantastic working from Stamina Esports, and just a few extra KOs on top. Why not? Lightning Storm, as well as that Dream Eater gonna find a Azumarill and Slowbro. Pikachu valiantly sacrifices their life, but at this point, that's only a consolation prize. One Piece are going home.
Oh, Wow, what a fight, what a set by Stamina Esports. It seems like every comp they threw into this was the answer to what One Piece had for them. Fantastic play from both teams, but Stamina Esports are definitely going to come out on top. Look at the level 15s they have over there as we finish this game. But Reggie, just a huge thank you from me as a massive Gengar fan to witness that play. That was extremely exciting. Ribbon, what did you think about that game?
Oh, well, it was just a Gengar 101 masterclass, honestly. I feel like One Piece tried to run it back, blocking a lot of those anti-dive characters, but Stamina still had plenty of picks to their fruition, and getting that Zacian consistently as well, I feel like Stamina was just able to completely play with 3 winning lanes. And One Piece, even though they did find opportunities to find some comeback experience, I feel like it was just purely based off of Stamina getting very, very greedy and trying to farm damage. But sometimes, you gotta look good, and sometimes, you trip and you fall when you look good. So Stamina, very, very just clean 2-0 from them. I feel like every member got like an individual time to shine during that entire set, and you love that. So great clean game from them.
What I did like, and you mentioned it, Dilo, is that in that early game we did see flashes of Stamina Esports feeling really confident and maybe staying around a little bit too long in certain situations, but they kind of acknowledged that themselves and came back and kind of changed the way that they played with that. They weren't overstaying, they were definitely sticking as a team, so it was really good acknowledgement from them to realize, hey, we've been caught out a couple of times in this early game, let's try and adjust here.
Yeah, the Tail of Icarus is one that we all know for a good reason. You fly too close to the sun, and you fall ever so closer to the ground. I think they did a good job recognizing that maybe the wanton aggression is going to be our end, so let's try to ease up on the gas just a little bit. I want to go back to what Ribbon said, though. 3 winning lanes? There was 1 lane, and they were winning it for sure, but it was top lane, all right? Don't you get it mistaken. All these highlights, I'm not about to see any other part of the map, okay? Ridiculous how we just dedicated all of our attentions to it, and I think that's also part of the reason why we don't see our friends on One Piece taking the dub, is because we saw them losing a lot of fights up here. Yes, they had a couple of get-backs, but if you recognize that we are losing the majority, then we should go where they aren't. Find farm that doesn't have to be contested. I just don't see why we're throwing ourselves against the wall that way.
I agree with you, and I mean, just look at the bottom with the what mons have been captured. 1 basement Reggie was taken in that, and that was after Stamina Esports managed to finally break through in that top lane. So that was crazy. It was pretty much 4 minutes of non-stop action. Look at all these replays. It's still going on up here. They've been here for 1.5 minutes, still pushing onto this T1, and it was definitely a pendulum. It did feel like Stamina Esports were definitely winning at one point. They were going to break that pad, and then all of a sudden, here comes the Azuma roll, here comes the pressure from One Piece. It's going the other way, and it was just like that for the entirety of that 4 minutes they were up here. And that is tough because it means, as you've already mentioned, Dilo, they're not getting that uncontested experience. Look at all those yellow dots on that basement lane. They need to go Pac-Man mode down there. They need to catch up on this experience.
It was tragic. It was greatly fought. One Piece had some good teamfight moments, but once you dropped, I think, that first engagement where Hunters came through, cleaned house, the absolute poltergeist that you expect in any good horror movie, you got to try to dedicate attention elsewhere. You can't always win things from belief alone. This is not a Disney movie. This is a children's, game franchise, but does not make it a children's fairy tale. You've got to sometimes recognize that some obstacles cannot just be overcome through sheer belief and willpower alone. They gave it a good shot. Unfortunately, they got smacked for it.
Buddy, this top lane action started at like the 8:30 mark. We're here at 5 minutes.
Yeah, bro.
It's still going on. Oh my god! And there we saw a fantastic Phantom ambush from that Gengar to lock in the triple KO. And this is it, right, Ribbon? Gengar got cooking early. They hit that Gengar level before 7 minutes, or at the 7-minute mark, and that is so tough to take on when you are One Piece, right? Because it is diving in the backline. It's taking your squishes down. That Dream Eater resets are just non-stop. How do you come back from that?
Right.
It's exactly like it's exactly how we said, right? We just have to go to other places. Like, I'm seeing yellow dots everywhere right now for One Piece, and even though even though that Stamina was consistently getting these Regielekis throughout that entire top lane game, as we could say, I feel like Stamina didn't even really have the points in their pockets to even break that top pad. So One Piece could have really just let Stamina kind of get in there and just drop whatever they could, and they'd still have a tier 1 pad to be there anyways. So yeah, I feel like I just gotta echo what you two are saying here, in that One Piece just really needed to adventure somewhere else.
Yeah, I think they did a little bit too ambitious of venturing up in that top lane against the oppression. Look at this, the slow-mo production. I love you so much. Look at this, buddy. All these Unite moves came out at once. There's the Thunderstorm, the Moonlight Prance has happened. It's just non-stop action, and it did feel like One Piece were gonna get an advantage here, but look at that coming into the back lane. Oh boy, it's the EX-Mon that has a massive sword to wipe out this team. Gengar diving on in as well with those easy KOs, and it just Stamina Esports taking every advantage that they could. Dealer, what a set that was.
If I saw a Rottweiler charging me with a katana in their mouth, I wouldn't stick around at all. That sounds like a horrible idea. I think we've beaten the point to death, but it's because it's true. There's a lot of lessons to learn here from the 2 sets we've seen. One being, if you're not experiencing luck in one part of the map, go somewhere else. And the second being, if you've won the early game, that does not by any means ensure your victory come the late. But what we have coming for you later is a couple more sets here, hopefully of just as much excitement as we've seen prior. So don't you dare go anywhere. More Underdunk action for you after the break.
Yeah, that there is. And I'm just going to say, it is going to be my last cast of the day today. It's been an absolute joy to cast alongside you, Dilo. It is currently about to hit 2 a.m. here, and unfortunately I've got work tomorrow, so I need to go get that EP. But thank you so much, Steel Agent Cal, for having me here, and the whole Underdunk team. Production is amazing. This has been one of my favorite tournaments to try and catch up on just when I'm working at work. It's an absolute joy to be a part of it. So thanks for being here, guys. I'm Spartan Tano. You can follow me on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitch at all the usual places, Spartan or Spartan_Tano over there. But it's been a joy to be here. We're going to head to a quick break. I believe Husky is going to be joining us after this, so one of my favorite casters in the region. We'll catch you there. Thanks, guys.
frontline due to its long range and unstoppable nature of the Unite move. However, the further away the trainer sets Dodrio's destination, the more aware trainers will have to be about how Dodrio will path to the location, as well as how long it will take. Using this Unite move from long range carelessly can force you to join the fight at an awkward angle or an inopportune time. The Unite move can also be used in a pinch to run away or maybe even turn fights around, but as always, your mileage will vary. When the game starts, Doduo can be effective in lane, making use of her sprint-boosted basic attacks or peck to secure wild Pokemon KOs. Her unique scoring mechanic also makes it easier for her to score goals compared to most other Pokemon, as oftentimes you can simply keep scoring at least half your points until your score speed becomes too quick to stop. Doduo is extremely agile, as both Quick Attack and her sprint-boosted basic attacks can serve as a dash to create distance between her and her opponents. However, Doduo can also be played in the central area to gain a fast track to evolution and gain access to her primary damage abilities. Tri-Attack gives Dodrio some range and poke to deal damage from distance, while Drill Peck encourages trainers to utilize her burst damage and hindrances to engage and disrupt fights. Dodrio thrives when she's ahead of the competition, utilizing a hit-and-run style of gameplay to get in, deal damage, and get some knockouts on lower-leveled opponents before they have a chance to catch up. Once she learns either agility or jump kick at level 7, Dodrio gains even more tools to leave enemies in the dust. Agility allows Dodrio to quickly regain her sprint gauge with a speed boost to reposition, while sometimes ignoring enemy hindrances, while Jump Kick gives her the ability to dash up and over enemies or obstacles to reposition and create combos. By consistently dipping in and out of fights, enemies are forced to switch their attention back and forth between Dodrio and her allies, which can cause discord and a lack of focus amongst the enemy team. Once major objectives begin to spawn, it's time to gather with your teammates. The early game went well, and Dodrio's level 9, trainers have a huge advantage going into the objective fight. Dodrio can help deal damage to objectives to take it down quickly, but can also serve as a lookout with her high speed and mobility. Alternatively, trainers can set Dodrio up in the tall grass to ambush unsuspecting enemy Pokemon, but remember to keep her sprint gauge full by spinning in circles. Use your abilities in Unite move to quickly deal with your opponents and secure the objective for your team. Once one objective has been claimed, Dodrio can make a quick detour to the opposite lane to lend a hand, or feet, I guess I should say, to the fight. This is also an opportune time to head into the enemy central area and take some of that delicious farm. Trainers should be able to look for opportunities to score in between major fights to rack up points for their team. Dodrio's speed and mobility, along with her unique scoring mechanic, makes it relatively easy to score points even if you aren't scoring everything. When trainers are scoring with teammates, remember to use the 3 heads you have to do some quick math and figure out the best way to score to ensure the maximum amount of points possible when the goal zone breaks. When it comes to the last lap of the match, Dodrio should be wandering the sidelines looking for a good angle to engage opponents or lone Pokemon to try and pick off. Find enemies that are grouped up and triple trample right through them, following up with your other abilities to decimate health bars, or make a beeline for the enemy's backline to make quick work of their fragile damage dealers. Dodrio's speed also makes it possible to try and backcap or score while opponents are otherwise occupied to exert extra score pressure. Just be careful not to do this, when your team really needs you. Trainers should only do so when they are sure that their team won't be disadvantaged by Dodrio leaving, but if there's any doubt, stick with the team. You don't want to be black flagged on the final stretch. Strategize, outplay, and outrun your opponents with Dodrio's 3 heads and 2 feet to secure that number 1 for the team.
Time's up!
If you're done stretching your legs and are ready to head to the races, head on over to the Aos Island Unite Battle Committee to check out your Unite license for Dodrio, the triple bird Pokemon. And a big thank you to our guest star, official Pokemon Unite caster, and the content cowboy himself, Spraggles, for providing his voice, insight, and personality to this character spotlight.
Thanks for having me. Love you. Bye, everybody. We did it.
these matches, but we brought a new guest over to this side. Again, I'm getting it right.
Eventually.
I'm kind
Is
of
that
on
this
fire.
way? No, that's the other way. Okay, that
Husky.
that
Husky. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to show. I have to have him up here with me. Yep. Go ahead. What was your question?
Oh, Husky brought a friend too.
I
It
did.
seems.
Her +1.
Yeah.
Oh, well, welcome back, trainers. We have a wonderful set that's going to be coming right up. It is going to be T3 alongside Ignorance in the winners quarterfinals. Before we get to that, I did want to just drop in. I do have a couple of things going on this month. I am raising money for NAMI. It is a National Allegiance for Mental Illness, raising health for mental illness awareness, helping for support and everything like that. Do have some dono goals in there, so if you have the extra funds, you care about that type of charity, would love to have your donation. I do have some goals, some milestones to hit. If you ! Donate and an ! Dono goal, that'll bring you to kind of what those are. There's a lot of fun things on there. We've already raised, where are we at now? We are at 135 currently, so any little bit helps. So if that's something you're interested in, always willing. Every $50 I'm opening a Pokemon pack. There's some individual goals on there. There's some big milestones as well, including a 12-hour stream. Potential hot tub stream.
What? Hot
We'll
tub
see. We'll
stream?
see if we get there, but it is on the table. Let's see what happens. But before we get into these next matches, D'Lo is going to be casting with us for one more set. So D'Lo, I'm going to talk with you real quick.
What you got?
How has it been, the return to Pokemon Unite? How are you feeling about the meta so far?
I'm sad a little bit, admittedly, that we don't get to see Psyduck just because, like Tana said, the calls are so fun. And that being said, what I've been noticing as far as the composition that I've been drafting so far, it's not been as CC heavy, and it's been a lot of poke without really much else to follow. A lot of fluff and filler, and a lot of fight, honestly, too. I mean, we just saw that last game was literally 10 minutes just spent in that top lane, then we remembered, oh, there's a Ray. I guess we should, like, amble our way down to that, too. So there's just not as much poise, and that's fine. I like fight. I'm all for just like an absolute slugfest, but that comes with some caveats and comes with some weaknesses too. We need to make sure there's a bit more finesse and tech to our strategy. I don't just want to see everyone just kind of swinging fists flying, because at the end of the day, one team's going to come out on top, and if you don't learn your lesson, you're just going to come back for, you know, one more sucker punch. So I'm enjoying it. Obviously, Pokemon Unite's always a good time, but I want to see a bit more technical finesse here when it comes to the P's and B's, and when it comes to our execution on the field.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on. There's been a lot of changes. There's been some patch notes. There's been a new character added in the last 24 hours. It's banned tonight, so I guess it's a moratorium. So if teams do agree, they can go ahead and have a handshake of agreeing it, but they have to agree to that in the Start GG chat. So we'll see if that actually happens. But no Psyduck at all tonight, which has been kind of not surprising with the state of that is. Husky, you're new here. This is the first time that you're on the channel.
Yeah,
how are you feeling?
I've never been here.
Yeah,
A little nervous.
This is the
I'm a
first
little
time.
nervous. I'm up in the big leagues.
Something like that.
I feel. What are we talking about? Psyduck? Or we're just talking about the
Just the meta in general.
I think that Psyduck is kind of. I played it in standees for the first time today. I think it's kind of stupid. So yeah, there's that. I think Tinkaton's really, really good, but unfortunately, I would love to see some teams like bring it out just for fun. But obviously, it's the day of the release, so I don't know. But I mean, in terms of meta, a lot of teams are just focusing on a lot of frontline with some dive. You know, that double speedster. So let's get into it. Ignorance versus T3.
Yeah, we already have a ban, maybe even two that are getting lined up by these two squads. I mean, Blissey. We've seen a lot of Blissey bans. We've seen a lot of Psyduck bans, and we might get to see a little bit more. Ribbon, how are you feeling about these two just staying in that permanent ban slot?
I feel like it's perfectly fine. Even though the Duck is really fun to play, it's really not fun to play against. So It's definitely going to be staying in that permaban slot, along possibly with Blissey. There's definitely a lot of X tiers in the meta right now that will stay up there on that ban list. But this is T3 versus Ignorance, definitely some of the top talent in NA in front of us, and Sobi insta-grabbing this Miraidon. I love that first pick, just get a very strong attacker right out of the gate.
She didn't want to play it any longer, yet she is forced into it with it staying out of that ban slot. I mean, okay, D'Lo, you saw how much hype D'Lo had for this pick in the last set. Again, we're getting the Snorlax. How are you feeling?
I'm scared. Again, I'm instantly entering into chills. I am about to go into shock. If you don't hear me on the mic, it's probably had a panic attack and keeled on over. That being said, I do like this. First time we've seen this defender enter the field, Trevenant is a good answer. If I can just find a good wood hammer, it occupies so much time, right? Of course, the initial hit and then the stun right afterwards. It does a good job of maybe trying to stop the soup chef from getting whipping in the kitchen. That being said, they have another good defender right alongside them in form of that Umbreon. Zacian locked in there for T3. Some really big threats on both sides.
Umbreon and Mew, Husky. This is something that we've been seeing a lot in the meta. It's been a pretty oppressive lane.
If only the Mew was wearing the EXP share and the Umbreon was going with the carry build, then I'd be all for it. For right now, the damage Mew, fine, I guess. That's some normie behavior, but whatever. I like the pairing of the Snorlax and Umbreon. It's a very strong front line, and you have the option of healing for the Wish, but on the opposite side, we've got a Zoroark Comfey.
This seems absolutely terrifying. If you can get a non on this Zoroark, if it's able to scale really early on, that's going to be really tough for Ignorance to deal with. But Ribbon, before I hand it off to the casters and everybody else, we have a last pick Absol. How are you feeling about this one?
It's a little bit of a weird kind of spot, but I get the vision, right? You want something that will be able to 1v1 the Zoroark and also possibly fight alongside this Garchomp as well. But I feel like Ignorance really lacks a consistent way to really cut down this Trevenant. So expecting some pure 1v9ing out of this draft because Trevenant goes pretty hard here. And this Absol's really going to need to get in on this backline and find a lot of picks if things are going to be successful.
Alrighty, Husky and D'Lo are going to take you home. Good luck, folks.
Yeah, I'm excited about this one. I love watching T3, and I think that Ignorance is going to be bringing a lot to the table. Love the Absol last pick into this. I think that'll be great, but, you know, maybe Sobi plays Miraidon good enough where they ban it and she doesn't have to play it in the next game, and I think that's all we can hope for, D'Lo.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just looking out for Sobi's mental health, so please make sure to get those care reports on in and try to get those damage numbers up high enough that you force them out of it. You know, it's like the old saying goes, born to play Crustle, forced to play Miraidon here. As we get off Rip Roaring into the races, T3 versus Ignorance. Husky, how do we expect these first couple minutes of this game to play out?
Well, seeing as we're having a very classic kind of option here for T3, I imagine we'll try to see some kind of early start here in the top path for this Sashi, and that's the best thing you can do. But if you get knocked down by the Gibble Cheese brought to you by Goopiter, then that's going to be rough as well.
Yeah, we saw prior what happens when a little Gibble becomes a big scary land shark, becomes a whole verified Sharknado. You want to deal with the high speed winds coming at you. Deal with the damage that they're coming at you with right now. That Comfey does not do enough healing quite just yet to make up for those wounds you're bearing. So far, even Stevens in terms of the farm, trying to secure a bit more dominance over this middle bundle beat, forces the eject button, barely able to get outside as both members just go back to lick their wounds.
That was almost it there. That was almost a big KO on that Gibble. That would have been huge early for Zashi, and already a Pokemon that gets online super early. But look at this. Anand's up here with the Comfey collar at level 5, ready to hit some big feint attacks.
Absol waiting in the wings, and everyone is just trying to get some landscaping done. Here comes their entrance as they find the 5 whips too, and finds that first KO there on top of the Eevee. Absol goes down as well, and it's just an easy clean up there as you have one last coaching shot coming in from the Mew to just try to get some damage off, but damage has already been done here, Husky. Very decisive there by T3.
That was great playing there by Zealot as well. I don't know if it was caught by everybody, but as the Zacian, he walked up into the bush to avoid letting Musted attack target it right there, which was absolutely huge for making sure that they didn't go down, which you don't want to do as a Zacian, especially when you're level 6 and that Mew at the time currently only level 5.
I mean, look at this. Now Gibble just fighting for the scraps left at the table. They do manage to grab it, evolve into the big bad Gabite, so that's at least something, honestly. Some luck falling onto the wayside of here, our friends Ignorance, but look at that. All these mid-birds gobbled up by the greedy members of T3, and at this point, that early lead is only going to continue to stack, especially if you stack up the kill count on top of that Eevee. In trouble once again.
I am surprised to see a Sacred Sword Zacian, and I never thought I would say that, but I am surprised to see it. Metal Claw is usually prioritized, but I kind of love Sacred Sword here, especially if you're getting a Pursuit Absol diving in. You just, exactly what Zealot's doing right now, the Masterclass right here, just throw the Sacred Sword down so they get stunned immediately if they try to engage. I really like that pick here.
CC, it's what can win you the day, and I'm glad that they're responding to where other teams have maybe failed just a little bit. And where other teams have failed is a way to stop this gosh darn Snorlax. Just how do we cut through the Blubber Boy?
I don't think you do on Soup Chef, honestly. You just got to try to farm up. We saw Pure use a big wood hammer to take the farm out of the hands of that Snorlax, which was definitely big for them. Trying to get that Miraidon up to level 9 could be a game changer. No Unites just yet on T3, but none on Ignorance either. 6:50 on the clock, and Regieleki starting to get chipped.
Numbers on the side here of Ignorance as they decide to allocate all their pressure in turn of 4 members. Snorlax just caught sleeping there at the bottom and doing a good job as a distraction as that Regieleki ripped away there by Team Orange. Wow, great displacement there by the Dragon Rush. Can trying to get their way back. In fact, they will. Reversal brought there by the Woodhammer. That Comfey assisting with the damage. They will drop that Regieleki in and burst apart that Tier 1. And Trevenant might get cooked down in just a second. You do manage to secure Basement Reggie, but the Trevenant will shortly tumble right after.
Some great macro playing there for T3 to set that up, but unfortunately you only get the Garchomp out of it, and I don't know how valuable it is to let the Absol and Umbreon walk in some points. With that being said, we have Zacian and Miraidon scoring in the bottom path, but still, there is a significant point lead that Ignorance has been building up now.
Scary stuff to consider, especially when you look and see that they're trying to get through the jungle. Hold on, if you get all of the steals, that would be awfully nice. Unfortunately, not obliged, only grabbing that cooldown buff. And might be looking at your cooldown in the PC in just a second. There go the Flowery Fields, drop a bit more healing. Unfortunately, versus 3, you just don't have the damage. Maybe I have to change my mind. They are actually able to finish off the Gabite. Comfey with their last breaths avenges their friend.
The only reason that Zoroark ends up losing that fight, even on 1 HP, is because of that mean look. And I just want everyone to keep that in mind, that this is why you play mean look into speedsters, because it makes sure the Zoroark doesn't do what it was about to do in that fight. We do have Pure locked down, and the mean look just kind of standing there, waiting it out. But right now, even though T3 is down in score, they look pretty solid in terms of team fight.
Snorlax not looking solid there on those 2 feet, having to waddle their way back to safety before they're cut down to size. Nice work there by the Zacian, finding that one. Trevenant gets axed as well. 1-for-1 trade so far here in the bot. As you see, trying to use a Mystical Illusion to try to just dodge, duck, dive, and once again dodge away from that Miraidon. Managing to just kind of back off here as we see a little bit of a reset. Calm has been restored.
We have level 11s on all of the core carries here on T3, and we don't yet have that on Ignorance. I mean, the Absol's level 12, but that's kind of expected for a speedster at this stage. Honestly, the level 11 being it on the Zoroark is pretty surprising. So even though, again, we still have the score lead in favor of Ignorance, we've seen some really nice map awareness backcaps, but I think right now T3 might have the upper hand, especially now that they're about to rip down this Registeel. That is if Mew takes it, but no, it is the Zacian.
Close work there. You do grab that top Regieleki with the tier 2 available only. Are you going to be able to push that one through? Oh, hold on a second. Let him cook in a second. Flowery Fields and the Livid Outrage trying to find some extra damage on top, but they got the home field advantage, and they take them down. Zacian will sacrifice their life for the claim ever so valiantly. Zoroark goes down as well. Miraidon drops their Unite, moving quite a bit of damage to pull off the defense, and Umbreon, the final one to fall.
I don't know how worth it that push is there for Ignorance. I mean, I guess you pick up Zorak and Zacian in that fight, but you end up losing your Absol, which is such a high level. I don't know if that's super worth it there to go for that push, but they still have a bit of a score lead. But at this point, T3, I think, is definitely holding on to that upper hand. I don't know how much I love that push, but at this point, 3 minutes and 18 seconds are left on the clock, and teams are now going to have to start thinking about what their plan is for that Rayquaza. We see the Dragon combo grab that Zoroark, and now it's going to have to back out.
Able to actually hold
Never
on,
mind.
finds some good juke shoes there, gets the 22 burger off, and we know that this guy's not dying anytime soon, so they are just fine, slowly starting to close that lead. Ribbon Chew, when it comes to T3 mounting this comeback, what do you think is going to be their win con?
I think T3 just needs to find a way to get some experience on top of their carries and really find a segmented team fight, because I feel like T3's been playing without Pure for a very long time. Pure's been very diligently holding this tier 1 bot, and I feel like T3 has been paying for it, but it just seems like it's a fair trade. It seems like T3 is very intentional that they want to make sure that people use this tier 1 because they have that right on. So once T3, I feel, is like starts fighting as 5 together, like we see right now, they're gonna have this matchup definitely a little bit more in their favor.
Got the tier 1 of their favor at the very least. They do burn that Zero or Unite move. In the meantime, trying to secure the hat trick on these Regielekis. Does seem like Garchomp will be at least allowed that luxury. The question is, though, Husky, what do we do after? Do we push it or we just go right to Ray?
I don't know about using that Zoroark Unite move right there. That can definitely be a valuable one, especially if you're trying to just get that Unstoppable out, but that's going to be rough for them moving into this fight. Ignorance now starting to position around the pit. Zoroark just poking a little bit, trying to get some of those move cooldowns out. Garchomp with a little dragon combo, but nobody has yet committed. Charge Beam is getting that. Garchomp very low. That's a big pick, D'Lo.
They just walked right in the front line, just thought they could front line better than their front line, and they were sorely mistaken. Miraidon Unite going to be used as well. The Heavy Slam used to escape rather than for damage. Take a little bit of a walk through the bushes, but this dog is here to mow the lawn with their big sword. Zoroark in trouble, but Snorlax more so. They go down 2 off the mark here. You're going to pay for your ignorance, and Team Ignorance is certainly doing so. Now they're looking to start ripping away this Ray.
They still do need the Rayquaza. Minute and 6 seconds left, and they're still down. But here comes the Absol looking for a secure. The Mew's going for it, but it is T3. They take it. It was the Miraidon. Of course it was. Maybe they'll ban it and make Sobi's dreams come true in the next game. And they are going to run in some points here, D'Lo.
I mean, Umbreon might have the wish in pocket on her kit, but Miraidon wishing upon a star, as Sobi says, please get me off this character, please get me out of this game. A surrender will grant you that luxury. Overall, T3, lose lane, win game, but they, at the same time, Husky, always felt like they kind of knew. They saw into their crystal ball. They had a reason to not be worried because their experience farming was just top-notch.
I definitely didn't catch what Ribbon had been saying earlier about the not playing with Pure for a while. I wasn't even paying attention to that, but I think Ribbon was absolutely right that as soon as Pure came into that final team fight and he was there with the rest of the team, it was kind of immediately in the favor of T3, even though the Absol was holding their own, 6 KOs. They didn't, as soon as Pure was in the mix, there was literally nothing Ignorance could do.
Rough. Ribbon, almighty eye in the sky, you saw what went down. Why do we get another case here where a team seems to be coming ahead with the points the entire time, and then all of a sudden, it just takes a nosedive?
I feel like it's just very good fundamentals coming out of said usurpers. T3, I feel like, played that Ray fight very picturesque. Now, we've seen recently, especially in that last set, where there was only one primary source of consistent CC that the defending team that was in that lead had, and once like that Blaziken got online, for example, they were not able to be really locked down. But now T3, in this instance, has 2 sources of consistent CC, not only in that Trevenant, but also in that Zacian with that Sacred Sword.
Yes.
So the second Goopiter walked up and just barely overstepped. Sobi instantly just put them right into the wood chipper with that charge beam. So only taking 3k damage. What a game from Sobi.
Yeah, at the end of the day, man, we had reason, very valid ones, to fear Soup Chef on the Snorlax and to fear Goopiter on the Garchomp. They have CC, but they just weren't able to apply the same. And I look at that Ray fight and I say, that Heavy Slam, off the mark, that Dragon combo, off the mark, and then they just kind of took a little bit of a leisurely stroll into the Ray Pit. Like, there's not 5 enemies waiting to just mow you down as soon as you get inside of vision. They were a bit too nonchalant. You're not a chill guy. You're a competitive player. You gotta act like it.
I love that. That's crazy. You're not a chill guy. And you know what? Maybe Ignorance are just trying to be some chill guys in the Ray Pit. You know, why bother? You don't need to... The Garchomp doesn't need to walk up and go for a big Unite move. They're just a chill guy walking up that we can talk about this kind of thing. Why do we need to fight? Let's just talk it out. And that's what we're about to see here with this replay. The way that Garchomp kind of just... walked into the charge beam. Look at them just hanging out in the thunder, walking into the charge beam. They get horn leeched in by Pure, and then that was it for them.
Why are you guys hitting me? I'm just a chill guy. Snorlax, so chill. In fact, he took a nap right on the scene and just didn't get enough damage off the back of it. It was a reactionary Unite move. It was not one that was meant to take control of the pace of the game. It just seemed like the last thing they had left in their tool bag, and they pulled it out and then they said, all right, what next? We die, unfortunately, was the answer. Ignorance, of course, did still take the lead in the early game. They have a way to get back into this set. I want to see my first 3-game set here, Husky. What does Ignorance got to do to make it happen?
I mean, watching this again, look at the Secure. The Mew Solar Beam was very close. I thought that they may have had it, but it was the Miraidon instead. Just that tick of the charge beam there is what ended up grabbing it. And I could have been close, but I don't know. I still feel like T3 was in control of that fight the entire time, and Ignorance was not. Even if they got that Secure, I feel like it definitely would have been more lucky at that point. I think Ignorance needs to focus a little harder on their team fight potential. Maybe I liked the Absol into a Zoroark because, like, Speedster versus Speedster is like, you know, Dragon versus Dragon. It's like super effective for both of them. But there was a Comfey on one of them, and there was not a Comfey on the other one. And I think that kind of hurts. So maybe just building your team comp around what's good with the team fighting instead of trying to get instead of trying to go for immediate counters for what T3 is trying to do. But look at them. Look at Ignorance right now, banning out the Comfey Miraidon. So just
Sophie saying yes.
Just what Sophie wanted. So exciting for T3. We're going to get those names in the bottom switch in a second. T3 is now on your orange side, and we're looking for some interesting bans here. We end up locking in that Umbreon ban to finalize it.
Mimikyu is being left on the table, the first game where it's just not instantly been smacked with the big fat ban hammer. And of course, what's the answer? We're locking that sucker in.
Yeah, there it is. That's unsurprising. The Mimikyu gets let in, you give it to Protein Shake, basically kind of playing the same type of speedster thing, except this time you're going for a dive-heavy, tanky thing that does everything basically ever, and that's what you get with Mimikyu. On the opposite side, T3 locks in that Zacian again. That was great for them previously, and their support this time is going to be Tie-Dye on that Blissey.
Interesting. We're seeing a bit of a Freaky Friday action here on the side of Ignorance as they take away their defender. And it might just be the exact same thing, Pure grabbing that Snorlax. If we just look at T3's composition here, Ribbonchew, what do we got to do to put down this Mimikyu here? Because that is a scary threat on their side.
Personally, it's really difficult because, speaking of fun interactions, and actually T3 in coincidence, I saw their scrims last night, and they were playing up against the Mimikyu, and I watched a Mimikyu and a Slowbro frame one unite each other, and the Mimikyu ended up winning because the Mimikyu connects faster than the Slowbro can get their unite move out.
Yuck.
And it makes, like, it actually cancels the unite move. That was crazy. So I feel like it's really rough to truly lock down a Mimikyu. You just really have to not be the one that takes that initial engage and really try to catch it out when it goes in and just drop a ton of damage on that spot to make sure that the trading is minimal.
Maybe the solution is to play a character that you actually want to play as well. Sometimes happiness is all that really matters to find success in life and in your Pokemon Unite games as well. So be on Armarouge. Congratulations. How we feel about that, Husky?
I want to distract from that for 1 second to point out the Rocky helmet over on that Mewtwo X. We've got a defender, supporter, Mewtwo X over there, so the triple all-rounder comp for Ignorance, and I can't help but absolutely love what they're cooking up in the kitchen. Led by Soup Chef is cooking up with the entire rest of the team here on Ignorance to put together that build. I think that every piece of brain power in existence went into crafting that Mewtwo X build, and I am so excited to see it. But your question was about the Armarouge. I think there's a focus ban on it, so I think she'll be playing the Fire Spin build. I guess she could be going with the Armor Cannon build, but I think Fire Spin's pretty good here, and then you can use Psyshock to kind of stun out the Mimikyu, do your best not to get dove on, but the Armarouge is really still going to be depending on that heavy front line.
That could be a good solution to throw Mimikyu off kilter, maybe to ensure that they can spend a bit less time free casting into your backline or wherever they so decide to dive. But we're off to the races here. T3 off the back of quite a nice victory. Now Ignorance have got to find out how to wisen up here. Is there any lane strategy as far as what are we playing through here? What are we going to see here in these first opening minutes as these junglers start to get to their buffs?
Getting that Zacian to level 5 as fast as possible, getting the Armarouge to level 5 as fast as possible, and trying to make sure this Espeon doesn't start running away with the laning phase, because out of all the secures here in this bottom path, you've got that Espeon, even early, has really good secure.
Oh, can't get to level 5 if you get knocked out instantly. All the poke applied, and nothing really returned by them on their side. At the very least, you guarantee your own bundle Bs. And you grant yourself the luxury of that mid one. Good damage there, honestly. Pretty solid. Not much of a response this time around. I'm curious to see how we utilize these different defender tools. The fact that we're switching up the pace here with this Phantump on one and Snorlax now on the other could provide to be some interesting tech. You know, not every Snorlax play is the same.
Yeah, it's very true. We've got this Combuskin, unfortunately, here in this top path waiting for the 850 birds to spawn, and 4 members of Ignorance are up there.
Ooh, good pushback, just instantly guaranteeing all the farm you could ask for, and all you can eat buffet. We're going to CC's tonight, as T3 managed to guarantee themselves those levels you oh so begged for. Now, hitting 5 on that Zacian, fantastic. 5 on the Combuskin as well. And meanwhile, here in the top, we're slowly trying to starve out our friends on the purple side. Espeon has not been able to find that early pressure she might so desire, and getting out-rotated, in fact, by Combuskin. That's just fantastic work here by T3.
We have Armor Cannon as well on this Armarouge, so really going for that backline damage. You're kind of looking to outrange the Espeon here, which I believe you do with Armor Cannon. So in terms of backline mages, Armarouge definitely wins that fight, and it's just going to be up to that Zacian Blaziken combo to try to get in on that Espeon in the backline before the Mimikyu can do a lot of damage to their own backline.
A scary prospect, especially when you consider that if that Dragon combo hits you, or even a Wood Hammer, as soon as you start diving, all of a sudden the fun's over. Fun's over here for Snorlax in a bit. Oh, never mind. I lied. Nope, I lied again. Espeon finds that KO. Nice work. First goal finally here, put in by the Armarouge, but Mimikyu goes down. Your disguise was not good enough. I see right through it. Zacian going to be followed up there thanks to the Gabite, getting some good XP on their side. Espeon having to retreat because they are very, very low. And with that one, it seems that both teams satisfied the damage they've wrought, and T3 going to go back to securing some mid-farm.
A little bit of a sloppy fight there, I think, for both teams. I don't know if either of them wanted to engage as much as they did, but just some random backline pickups. We saw the Snorlax go down, which I think maybe that's the call. You get the Snorlax by making him nap on the floor, and then Espeon Psyshock is there, and I mean, when it's a stationary target, it's a little harder to miss.
Always nice when your enemy just keeps still for you, that's what I always say. Now, you see here another stationary enemy, that being the Reggie Ice. See the members of T3 gather around and begin it in earnest. Meanwhile, on the top, Gabite and Zacian staring at each other. Espeon only looking at one thing in mind. That's secure, baby. They grab it with a nice Psyshock, and now this fight's been cracked wide open. Hornleech and the Woodhammer bit off the mark, allows Sobi to get out safely, allows him to justify staying on this pick and on a Miraidon. Unfortunately, Blissey will go down. The question is, though, can Ignorance force some points on the back end? Play with me forever and ever as Blaziken will finally fall. Now Snorlax, the die has been cast, and the pressure might just be cracking over the top of T3 as Ignorance once again try to establish that early game supremacy.
This is just making me realized why Mimikyu is banned. I mean, look at this thing, just jumping in, play rough on top of the Blissey. Blissey only just got back down here, and now it's going for another vacation back at the Pokemon Center. And now Sobi on the Armor is getting chased down, looking for an armor cannon, but doesn't matter. That Rocky Helmet Mewtwo with the EXP share is going to pick up that KO.
That just shows why that tech's working out here. They're all following the lead of Head Chef Soup. And now this Garchomp, unfortunately, might be next up on the menu for T3, trying to respond with aggression here in the top. Clearly, Ignorance have been playing through the bottom, but the question is, what's going to be the consequence of that?
Here comes the Mimikyu once again, and now Blaziken is forced to disengage here. And I mean, you've got a safeguard, but you can't safeguard every amount of stun that's coming from Ignorance, and they're figuring that out right now as Regieleki starting to get chipped by the Sacred Sword Zashi.
For T3 trying to grab this one away, but Espeon, the queen of secure, you had to put her in her place, and now you're being put back in the PC instead. Mimikyu takes down the chicken, 2 KOs, and Regieleki, a foregone conclusion. This tier 1 is toast.
Again, but this time it wasn't the Psy Shock, it was the other secure move Espeon also has, the Psy Beam picking up that secure, and now Ignorance is going to push their advantage into the central area of T3. Just going to kind of walk on through there, take a little stroll in the woods, just to kind of check out the environment. You know, they don't get over there much, just a little bit of travel for them.
Don't be too chill of a guy, though. We've seen that happen with bad things to be the result before. But that being said, some good farm secured by Ignorance, grabbing those mid-birds without too big of an issue. Let's see if the bottom Reggie goes any better here for T3. If that Espeon's around, I say I don't know about that one.
You can't. I don't know. I know you have overheat on the Blaziken, but the Psy Shock seems to get better secure. Wow! What a huge pick up by that Garchomp. Looking for everybody there. They picked up 4 with that combo, letting Ignorance take over that Regice in the bottom path. Garchomp's going to keep on going.
Energizer Bunny on here. I'm not talking about Noah Zoomerl. That girl is gone. Look at the damage they did. That Woodhammer combination. Put down your controllers. You're not playing the game. These CC strings they are piecing together is what's going to win Ignorance today. Now 244 to 21. That's an early game lead that's going to be very hard to surmount. Ray or no?
At this point, T3 needs to just play for that Rayquaza. They need to farm, get some levels. They need that Blaziken at a higher level. Getting that Snorlax is definitely not helpful for them either. But they only have 2 level 11s. Meanwhile, Garchomp and Mimikyu are seeking that level 12 right now as Garchomp's going to run in once again. Espeon picking up that Blaziken, but they still get them immediately right back.
You asked, Husky, but they could not deliver. This Espeon has been running this game, and now running the Zacian down to the ground. Does manage to take one down, but will sadly fall on their own sword. Zacian and Garchomp go down, and Snorlax, once again, buddy, I know you got the chef coat on, but maybe you're burning the kitchen a bit more down than you're actually cooking.
Yeah, I mean, getting that pick on the Garchomp was definitely good for the Zacian just to get some extra levels. You do want to get those higher level KOs. But Ribbon, let's bring you back in here. Let's talk about what T3 is going to have to do to come back in this match.
Okay, I am absolutely loving this draft from Ignorance.
Yeah.
I feel like...
That's okay. Regieleki is, though.
All right, there she is. There she is. I hear her.
She's back.
No, I'm here. No, I'm here. I was muted on Discord. Chat heard me, though. I was going to say this is a very lovely draft that Ignorance has cooked up here. We are abusing a bit with Mimikyu, but it's fine, it's fine. I'm going to ignore it for the rest of this draft around this head that is this Mewtwo X pick here. I'm really liking it into these all-rounders, especially with Sobi going for the Fire Spin moveset. It's getting a lot of opportunities to really get high value once it goes into that Mega Gauge, so T3 really needs to play around that gauge and make sure that Ignorance can continue to take advantage of it. And also, this Espeon is going 1v9.
Yeah,
oh, Mimikyu going down already. Livid Outrage comes here, but the Bliss Assist there to counter. Having to use that eject button to get back out because you're in danger at this point. Great block, forcing out the Mewtwo. You can't be helpful to your team if you can't get in the fight. They're looking to rip roar away, but Zacian's looking to be in trouble. Caught in the midst of the pit, has to dip dive, duck dodge her way back out. There's the Psycho Boom. Is it enough? No, not quite. This time Mewtwo, the other purple player, will find the pick on the objective, and with that, Ignorance are gonna take it.
The overheat was just being charged too early on the Blaziken, and that was really what they were depending on for that secure, but unfortunately, there was just not enough damage done. Set up the perfect opportunity for the Mewtwo X to secure it with that last hit of the Side Strike, I believe, and I think that this is proof enough that Rocky Helmet is OP.
Yeah, ban that item. Can you do that? No, not quite. That's A-okay. Sure, I don't know. We'll just make it happen somehow, because at this point, Ignorance are running away with it 560 to 21. That is a demoralizing scoreboard to look at. At the very least, they're spared from it at the moment, but in 58 more seconds, Husky, they're going to have to confront the numbers, come face-to-face with reality, and that says that Ignorance just played this one picture perfect.
Which means we will be getting to go to a game number 3 here. Pierre now standing like a chill guy, but even with that chef suit on, was not able to cook as hard as that Rocky Helmet. I didn't know that that was a tool that you needed for cooking in the kitchen, but Ignorance figured it out before I did, and maybe I guess the new chefs of today are wearing that helmet.
Yeah, make sure to check out their YouTube shorts. They're right with Nick Giovanni as they make sure to just get working here. As you see, T3, they've closed down the restaurant. They say, we'll come back to you next week in a bit. Blissey exchanging some slaps there. Come on! You don't got to unite move, and that's just rude as we wait for the rest of this game to tick on down.
Yeah, I look at Soup Chef and Tie-Dye just kind of arguing with each other at the base, trying to get
off my lawn!
Trying to get into that kitchen with T3, but unfortunately not able to. Blissey just heading back in with the Bliss assistance onto the rest of the team. But yeah,
Broken.
Great game from Ignorance. They were cooking the entire time. I wasn't sure how much I trusted that team composition, but they definitely proved me wrong. I loved the use of this Mewtwo X in your kind of supporter, harasser, defender slot, and 994 to 21. That is not something that you want to see, Ribbon.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And also, Neon just had a picture-perfect Espeon game. I feel like Goopiter and Shoot bought them so much space and so much damage, honestly, for either Protein to pick up a Mimikyu reset spree or for Neon to land some very critical side beams that just got huge bounces off of multiple instances of CC that Ignorance has built into their roster. So Espeon just fits in perfectly with their side beam here, and Neon doesn't even go down and doesn't even take a lick of damage. So T3 definitely licking their wounds, but just a wonderful draft here from Ignorance. I feel like definitely secured them this game.
Yeah, we have 99k damage there on Goopiter as well, just stalling out for this Espeon to hit some of those big secure moves, some big Psy Shocks, and on the opposite side, T3 really didn't do anything. The only one that really had any KOs was Zealot with a couple, but that was really it. I mean, Anon couldn't really do much, only 19,000 damage, just couldn't really get in, and I feel like maybe T3 needs to go back on that decision to allow the Mimikyu into the game. I know that Umbreon's also oppressive, but I think that you ban Mimikyu over Umbreon here.
And with that, you gotta imagine T3 are going into the dungeon where they keep Sobi and saying, "All right, kid, back to work. Maridon ain't gonna play itself." As gotta imagine Sobi's dreadfully fearing that Ignorance will actually leave that pick alone. I don't know what we banned here on the side of T3. Probably Mimikyu. That thing is ridiculous, but Espeon was also executing incredibly well. Do we think that the Espeon pick itself is a threat, or are there supporting pillars that if we take away might make that comp have a bit less of sharp fangs?
I honestly thought that the Espeon pick was a choice to take away one of Sobi's comfort picks, as she's really comfortable in the Espeon. You ban the Miraidon, you take away another comfort pick of the Espeon, and now she's forced into something that she's not as comfortable with, and we did kind of see that here with. And then Neon just also happened to have such an insane game, especially in the Securus department, just standing back there doing a ton of damage. So I did love that choice from them. Here we see the big Garchomp capture of 4.
Oh, and then the Woodhammer to follow. It's art. It's a picture book. I hate reading, but I love watching that play go down. The Livid Outrage to follow. There's nothing, and I mean nothing, you could do about it. Just fantastic response there, showing that by no means does that game 1 put Ignorance into a bad headspace. In fact, now all the momentum rushes to their side because that victory was far more decisive than anything we saw in game 1.
Yeah, it makes me think that Ignorance really has the upper hand here, Ribbon.
Yeah, well, this point right here was pretty much the only positive trait I feel like T3 got throughout that entire game until this Rayquaza moment where Jupiter just oversteps just a slight bit and gets knocked out. And now T3 finally doesn't have that Mimikyu to worry about, but this is where the rest of Ignorance's draft just comes into succinct conclusions, so based around Neon and landing all of these Psy Beams and Psy Shocks that are dropping a lot of damage on a lot of high HP targets that are on T3, and the Psy Shocks especially stunning a lot of those mid-range brawlers that T3 really has that control over. So unfortunately, when T3 does come in here for the rip, it's just not succinct enough, and I feel like Neon was just able to clean up there. Damage may be a little bit too early, but still, T3 had really no way to react to Ignorance walking up, even without the Mimikyu beside them.
They just didn't have enough health, honestly, in that final engagement. Like, they have a Blaziken and a Zacian that can definitely do a lot of damage to the Rayquaza in the pit, but they just didn't have enough health to last when there was an entire full health Ignorance also in the pit looking for a secure.
That was just destructive, man. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Yeah, like, what do you do? I guess you just, like, need to think about that when you're making your draft, but you had secure options, just nothing that really held a candle to that Espeon. I don't know that they had the Psycho Boom. I thought for a moment that was going to take it. We were sorely proven to be mistaken. Now comes the question of what bans do you take off the back of such an impactful game. It does seem that Blissey going to rejoin that list, as well as another frequent support, that being the Psyduck. Sorry, Mimikyu can get some time in the sun, but never you, my friend, as the Waterfowl goes back into the trash bin.
What do they pick here? Pick one. I mean, there's definitely something they're setting up to grab. Do they grab that Mimikyu? Do they take the Miraidon immediately? It's going to be a question, and it is the Miraidon. Sobi's going to grab that. Back to Miraidon jail with you.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Sobi. I'm so sorry. That's so rough, but it's also so necessary. Sobi played that pick really, really well and got all the secures that Espeon got in game 2. So you're the reason, Sobi. No, not quite at all. Sobi gave it their all, but now you got to give it your Miraidon to make the enemy team fall. Mimikyu allowed once again to return back to Protein Shake, but with Sobi on this Miraidon, maybe that's their Uno reverse card.
The Mimikyu Trevenant core that Ignorance had in the last match is being picked up again here, which is going to be huge. But that does give Umbreon over to the opposite side. I am surprised that Ignorance went with the Trevenant since the Umbreon was available, but they just played so well with that Trevenant in the previous match that I'm definitely not surprised to see them picking that up once again. And we also see the Mewtwo X coming back into the match.
This is the run back. This is Ignorance saying, hey, listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What are you guys going to do about it? T3 say, well, give me a moment. And then they're going to try to figure it out right now. They do have an Umbreon, which is some great lockdown there, but it's not like they're necessarily really thriving off the diving. Ignorance just kind of let the fight fall in their flow, and that CC didn't necessarily come from heavy dive. It was just them assaulting the front line and also managing to scoop up some stray hits on the back line along the way with those dragon combos. And speaking of, it's going to make it a return. Is this the exact same composition?
It is the exact same composition. I want to hear from Ribbon as the final preparations are on the table. Did T3 pull out a better draft this time?
I do agree. I feel like T3 at least has a little bit more safety in this Miraidon, so we can provide a lot of long-range support, whereas on the Fire Spin Armarouge from last game, T3 really just had nowhere to go outside of that mid to close range. So Ignorance was just able to really just space them out and even brawl them in their face with how much of a lead that Ignorance had on them. So I feel like T3's kind of sticking to what they want to play here, but my eyes personally will be on Pure on this Umbreon. Hopefully a lot of CC is going to be coming out of them.
Yeah, definitely. I like that Umbreon made it into this match. It was banned last match. It's kind of one of those Pokemon that's either picked or banned. You hardly ever see it not addressed in any of these matches. It's not something that absolutely ruins your game, but it really can turn the tides of the match. So I wonder if we will see Pure go with the Mean Look build or if he will focus on the foul play. I think Mean Look could be good into Mimikyu, but I could also see him going with that foul play build as well.
Personally, I mean, you talked about it before. It works against speedsters. It works against anyone trying to dive your backline. Mean Look is a threat and can instantly, at least, even if you're not going to necessarily lock them down to KO them right after, it just buys you a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card. And that's sometimes what you need here, because Mimikyu's trying to send you right back to the slammer. Now, T3 Ignorance back off to the races here for our first best of 3 set that's actually being taken over to 3 here in these quarterfinals. I don't know who's going to take it, Husky, but I'm excited.
This is a full damage top path for Ignorance here, and they want to get it done. They almost take down that little Gossifleur, and they have to use their eject button, and stealing away one of those farm. That Gibble is going to be walking, trotting back away into their own goal zone, and look at Soup Chef just stealing some berries, walking into the enemy central area.
This is just mean. They're just actually stealing their lunch money, and the bunny's on top of it. Hold on, that was a really solid sneak there by the Zacian, able to try to at least manage to grab some of that neutral farm. But now, you see, waiting in the wings is that Mimikyu, clearly trying to put down that Zacian before they can start to get rolling. And like you said, getting level 5 is quite pivotal, so making sure you deny them these mid-birds is a good strat.
I like the decision of Anon to go down into the bottom path. They're going to use that Blaze Kick, push all that farm away, and it's only the little Phantom down here to prevent it. I like this strategy. We do see the Mean Look on the Umbreon. It is going to give Combuskin a little bit of a stack here. Meanwhile, Ignorance is just running over that top path.
Yeah, and actually Phantom, thanks to some really good juke shoes and an eject button, is actually able to remain upright. And that's really good work because it allows all that farm to fall here for our friends at the top. Gabite now secured. Espeon online. I'm scared. I am scared. They're playing through their greatest threats, and now they're ready to rotate back to the bot and just repeat the process.
Seems like Ignorance is absolutely out-rotating T3 right now. They're just all over the map and really not giving them any way to get in. We do have the 8-minute birds spawning here, and we have 3 members of T3 in there. But meanwhile, 3 members of Ignorance are just deciding to put some more points on the board. They get another 11, but here comes the charge beam. Neon's very low, but unfortunately for Sobi, they will get out.
Yeah, they were able to actually disengage very wisely. If Ignorance stayed a bit too long, they could have been in trouble. Gabite certainly is. That Dragon combo won't save you, but Mimikyu might try to avenge you at the very least. No health being lost means no berries for you. They will grab both as a snack and the dessert right afterwards. Here comes Revenant, finds a good Wood Hammer, but a fantastic push there by Zacian to try to find some kills on the back end. Mimikyu, the first one to go down. Zacian falls on their sword once again. The Wood Hammer does not find the mark, but these pollen buffs are keeping Mewtwo in the game, or no, they're keeping him dead. I forgot, wrong side. Unfortunately, not going to be healing you instead. It's going to bring some big damage. Now Gooper in trouble. Going to be stuck in the goop of that mid-engagement. They will go down, allowing T3 some free farm.
I think Anon just figured out how to play Blaziken. Not the best game last time, but now with a 3 KO, absolutely cooking here in this top path, forcing the Rocky Helmet Mewtwo back to their own Pokemon Center. Only level 6 for them right now, and T3 is going to look to take down this Regieleki.
Yeah, level 9, Blaziken is the biggest, baddest chicken on the field. And now Regieleki going to be a big decider. Umbreon finds the secure, grants everyone some big XP.
Man.
There's the Espeon, of course, securing that Regice. No one is surprised, but the question is, do they let it push through? Espeon goes down. That's pivotal. That's what they were never able to do before, Husky, and now they might be looking for a bit more. Throwing a bit of a tantrum here, but the Garchomp goes down right after.
2-on-1 there in that bottom path, and the Espeon still secures it. Mewtwo X made it down there and was able to take down the Miraidon while the Mimikyu is trying to cook up here in this top path. But there are a lot of split fights happening on the map right now, forcing Mimikyu back home. And wow, look at these Wood Hammers just rocking T3.
Ignorance, you mentioned it, and I agree, they were out rotating, but they seem to have kind of abandoned their game plan and gone for divide and conquer. I really like the death ball they were rocking prior, and now it's starting to not work out for them. Is that just an aspect of the composition? Do T3 benefit when the fights are more split up?
I don't know if they do, because the score lead doesn't really showcase it just yet, and the level lead doesn't quite either. I mean, we do have a level 11 on that Blaziken, but we still do have these 3 level 10s on Ignorance. Mewtwo X did just take into their Unite move as well, so it's pretty even. And now we have 2 members searching for this potential goal in the top path, but here comes the Zacian.
Great combination there from the Dragon. Resident threat ever since Cynthia brought him on their team, and Resident Sleeper as they get put down for a bit of a nap. Now Blaziken, look at that damage as the kick drives this Trevenant back into a corner. Unfortunately, no one else is here to help keep them inside. The overheat means they're going to be out just fine. A little bit of a Horn Leech and a Woodhammer just to remind them who's boss. Trevenant stays standing 74 to 87 so far, halfway through this game. It is anyone's battle.
It was a focus band pop on that Trevenant, so T3 is going to know that the Trevenant's going to be a little squishier than expected. Here comes the Infinite Cyburn from the Mewtwo X. The Garchomp's ready to take their revenge. They get the Zacian, and they're going in for more. Use the eject button as well on top of the Blaziken. Not quite able to get them down, but oh, look at Tie-Dye stuck there, looking for some heals with the Pollen Puffs. They will get them, but it doesn't matter. It's just stalling for time here as that Tier 1 goal zone is now gone.
That's just great work by Ignorance to take the fight when T3 presented. Just hung around a bit too long, and those AoE Unite moves is proving to be a bit too much for them to handle. Haunted Forest, Rex, Regieleki gets wrecked. Ignorance takes that one away. Will they try to push it through, or will they try to go for the bot? It does seem that at least some members are, but the Psychic Solaire only going to find their brother, the Embryon, and will they go down forward is the question. Great charge beam! Finally finds Mewtwo, but here around the back is the Trevenant, unfortunately not able to actually find much damage or any KOs to follow. Woodhammer secures their escape, but doesn't quite secure too much off the back. Great fight there by T3 in the bot.
Seems like T3 is starting to find their team fight stride right now, able to pick up that secure finally. I thought the Espeon was going to figure out a way to get it for sure, but here comes Garchomp Unite move, looking for that Livid Outrage, tries to find the Miraidon also in the middle of their Bright Future Meteor Storm. They're hindrance resistant. You're not going to knock them up, Garchomp, and Blaziken is the one to get credit for that KO.
This Garchomp's going with a bit too much reckless abandon. Very lore accurate, but maybe not what we want to see if you want to come up with the W. Now look at this push. T3 stack up 4-man strong as they find the damage. Look at that. The Moonlight Sonata directing the choir to a T. Great Horn Leech, though. Actually manages to knock them all off the goal zone. Great work by the Trevenant, but will they stay standing? No, they're chopped down by the Blaziken, and the damage still follows. Garchomp resurrected only to be sent right back to the PC so quickly, and that Tier 1 in the bot is destroyed soon after. T3 have not only tied it up, Husky, they've taken the lead.
Fantastic play by T3, and we really saw the charge beam getting the most value in that moment. Three of them just kind of lined up right in the middle of all that electricity and just got chunked down. I thought for sure that T3 was overextending a little bit there, but Ribbon, quite a different match that we're seeing heading into our Rayquaza fight.
I 100% agree, Husky. I feel like Ignorance got a little bit matched right there. I feel like T3 did burn that Zacian Unite. They're going to have to really farm that back, and Ignorance is going to have to try to get some advantage in this Rayquaza pit because Ignorance knows they're down in points, so as long as they play around this Rayquaza pit really well, maybe try to find an opening pick before the Zacian gets their ult back online, and
they found it!
Could be in trouble.
Where's Waldo game? Yeah, they got it. They found it out. They found Waldo, and now they're trying to find more on top. Ray comes up. The meteors drop down. Blaziken, the first casualty of war, but this low health bars and Ignorance, and they're just trying to rip away the Ray first, but Garchomp might go down to the objective. Espeon certainly will, and the Zacian sweeps up the Mimikyu in a flash. At this point, the Trevenant might just be providing a bit of extra firewood that's launched onto T3's blazing embers of revolt as they find a way to get the ace and the Ray right after.
It just shows you what having levels can do in that final fight. The level 14 Blaziken, the level 15 Zacian. Even after the Blaziken went down, you still have a Miraidon in the backline just shredding everybody's health. Ignorance had a moment there where they got a couple big picks, but it was not enough to convert quickly onto the Ray. I mean, they put Jupiter on there. He was really trying to chip it down, but it just wasn't enough before T3 could figure it out and get some more KOs.
Mimikyu is fallible. You hear that, folks? This pick is not an insta-win. I'm sure it's a big sigh of relief here for everyone in the stands, and also a big sigh of relief for T3 because they were against the ropes for a little bit. Ribichu, what do you think? Does Sobi ever get out of Miraidon jail after this?
No, never, unfortunately.
No.
But
Life sentence.
There's let's be honest here. There is other options. Really, honestly, I'm just looking at this Comfey ban from Ignorance because I don't know exactly why we're targeting a support when it's very, very clear that Sobi is proficient on this Miraidon. I feel like a T3 just gets it instantly, and it really changes things around in the compositions. And then Sobi's looking at something a little bit more safer but less damage heavy, like maybe something like an Inteleon or different other range picks. So T3 definitely made the switch that they needed to, and it was definitely successful. Mimikyu may have been a terror in that last game, but Miraidon was definitely the answer.
It was a very good pick. Yeah, life sentence, unfortunately. Wait, I see. She said in chat that in the second game she misclicked Armor Cannon. I thought so, because that seemed like a fire spin build. But we were gonna let the cooking happen. But at least the Miraidon came back to finish the cooking in that next game, and T3 taking this one 2-1. They will be moving on to our winners semifinals, where they will be meeting up with Kiss Kiss with a bunch more S's than you would expect, as opposed to the other Kiss Kiss that is currently down in the losers bracket.
Which is opposed to the other Kiss, which is a rock band that my parents really liked when they were our age. But that being said, really great job there to our friends on T3, answering back after all the momentum they were talking about. I mean, for good reason. Ignorance took that second game so decisively, but sometimes, and I'm not saying this is the full case, but picks maketh the player, and in this case, that might be where they just got their number. They got overconfident and said, hey, Sobi's no threat on this Miraidon. Bah, we'll laugh it off, brush it off. No. So there's a reason Sobi is shackled to this character for life without parole. You've got to make sure you're keeping it in mind. So hopefully going to be seeing some adjustments for anyone that steps up against T3. I think you might let the Psyduck go. If you got to choose between the two, let it go and just take away that Miraidon.
I think you just really want to see the Psyduck. I think you're coping right now because you want to see the duck coming into the match. And honestly, I don't think they should let it in. I want to see it so bad, but Psyduck is just completely oppressive. We're seeing, again, this big momentum switch from T3 here, but the big defensive stand from Ignorance that still ended in disaster. Soup Chef on the Trevenant cooked as hard as he could here with this move. Look at this, the big Horn Leech into the immediate Wood Hammer there, but look, Sobi in the back line just standing there with a fully charged up beam, taking everybody out, and this is kind of where I felt like it was over.
Yeah, at that moment, there's a point of no return. Ribbonshoe, if you were to give a piece of advice here to Ignorance here, let's say we go back in time, before this game ever happened, when everything was just, the future was bright and the possibilities were endless, what do you think you would advise to them to change to ensure we get a bit of a different outcome?
I really do feel like that was a really perfect opening from Ignorance right there, honestly, as we saw, like, just in those little seconds of that starting fight. Unfortunately, the Garchomp got hooked on that little piece of terrain right there on the Rayquaza pit, so they initially couldn't swing in as hard as they wanted to on top of that Mewtwo Unite. That's really unfortunate there, but I feel like T3 just really knows how to play around Sobi. They know how to play around this Miraidon, and allow it to just continually sit in a very extremely safe pocket. And like the Blaziken is completely okay with going down and catching everything Ignorance throws at them. The Umbreon is completely okay with going down. As long as this Miraidon stays online, they will 1v9.
Yeah, you were seeing a lot of just great sacrifices being made where it counted there for T3. T3, T1000, they were unstoppable, but that is going to be all we have for this set. But don't you worry, we got more sets coming at you in the future, just quarterfinals after all, so we still got lots of action ahead. That's going to be my last set for the night, so thank you all very much for having me on the show. Kyle's not here, but he's somewhere watching us, always omnipotent. So thank you, Steel Agent Kyle, as well for having me. You guys can follow my Twitter on _the_Delo. All the other socials are the exact same. I'll catch you all later. Good games and good night from me, but stick around after the break. More Underdunk action.
They've one feathery body, 2 long legs, and 3 unique heads, each with their own personalities. They can use all 3 of their brains to devise complex tactics and strategies, and now they've joined the races at the Eos Island Battle Arenas to be the very best and leave the competition in the dust. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Character Spotlight featuring Dodrio, the triple bird Pokemon.
Hello everybody, Jake your resident content cowboy here, yeehaw, as I'm going to talk about my favorite Pokemon inside Pokemon Unite, the one and only Dodrio. Dodrio is a hit-and-run speedster who specializes in diving in and out of fights while dealing massive damage. Her unmatched speed makes her nigh uncatchable as she roams all across Theosky Ruins to fight and run down her enemies. Dodrio requires expert trainers with a need for speed who can deftly utilize her unique scoring and targeting mechanics while keeping her on the move to make the most out of her passive. It's a lot to keep track of, so let's begin at the starting line.
Ready, go!
Doduo in Dodrio's passive Runaway has two parts. When near enemy Pokemon, this Pokemon gains a small boost to their movement speed. Additionally, this Pokemon becomes increasingly faster the longer they're in motion, up to a cap indicated by the sprint gauge below the health bar. Slowing down or stopping entirely depletes the sprint gauge rapidly, so be sure to watch your speed and keep it high. When scoring, Doduo divides up the AO's points evenly between their two heads if possible, and takes turns scoring one after the other. After all, 2 goals are better than 1. Similarly, Dodrio will divide up the points 3 ways before taking turns to score. After all, 3 goals are better than 2. However, for the purposes of scoring items like attack weight or Aeos Cookie, Doduo and Dodrio must score all their points for the items to grant their stat boosts. Doduo's basic attack becomes boosted every 3rd attack, dealing additional damage. This Pokemon gains a stronger boosted basic attack when they reach and maintain their max speed. Performing a basing attack in this state will have Doduo charge forward in the direction they are facing, dealing damage to enemies in the way, and reduce ability cooldowns if this attack hits an enemy. Sprint boosted basic attacks can also traverse over small walls and other obstacles. Note that unlike normal basic attacks, Doduo and Dodrio's sprint boosted basic attacks will not automatically turn to attack enemies. Doduo's first basic ability is Peck. Doduo stops and jabs her beaks forward, dealing damage to enemies hit. If the sprint gauge is full, Doduo dashes forward in the direction she is facing, dealing bonus damage and consuming the gauge. Note that a sprint boosted Peck can traverse small walls and other obstacles. Doduo's second basic ability is Quick Attack. Doduo dashes forward and gains increased movement speed for a short duration and deals damage to those in the way. If Quick Attack hits an enemy Pokemon, the move's cooldown is slightly reduced. Like Peck, this ability can traverse small walls and other obstacles. Once Doduo levels up to 5, they evolve into Dodrio for getting Peck to learn either Tri-Attack or Drill Peck. If Dodrio puts her heads together to learn Tri-Attack, she swings her 3 heads together in a cone, damaging enemies and randomly applying one of 3 effects: Burn, Freeze, or Paralysis. If Dodrio's sprint gauge is full, Tri-Attack instead shoots out 3 ranged projectiles in a designated direction, with only the first projectile that hits a target applying a stronger Burn, Freeze, or Paralysis depending on its type and color. Burn decreases an opponent's attack stat and deals damage over time, and Freeze decreases an opponent's movement speed, while Paralysis decreases an opponent's attack speed and movement speed, albeit to a lesser degree than Freeze. After this move is used, Dodrio's next basic attack is Empowered, dealing additional damage and healing Dodrio for a portion of her max health. Dodrio can hold 2 charges of Tri-Attack to use one after the other. When the move upgrades at level 11, the basic attack following this move heals even more health than before. Additionally, sprint boosted basic attacks will reduce Tri-Attack's cooldown if it hits an opponent.
You'll almost always want to use the sprint boosted version of Tri-Attack for the additional damage and range, unless you need a quick burst of damage to finish off a low HP opponent. Why attack once when you can do it 3 times? Tri-Attack is the only move in her arsenal, not including her Unite move, that allows her to aim independent of her movement. This gives Dodrio some flexibility in her positioning and allows her to keep some distance while dealing damage. Though the debuff effects are random, you have a pretty good chance of slowing your opponents with this move, making it a decent option for chasing and escaping. Tri-Attack is often used to soften enemies up for you and your allies from the outskirts of battle before charging in with your sprint, boosted basic attack, or other abilities to finish them off.
If you're feeling peckish, Dodrio can instead learn Drill Peck. Dodrio drives her sharp beaks forward, dealing damage with each of her 3 heads. If the move is used while going full speed, Drill Peck shoves enemies forward, consuming the gauge, and rapidly deals damage to enemies based on the percentage of their max health while moderately reducing incoming damage during the dash. When the move upgrades at level 11, Drill Peck's cooldown is significantly reduced and additionally heals Dodrio for a portion of the damage dealt to opponents.
Once again, Drill Peck on its own may give you enough damage for a quick KO on a low HP opponent, but you'll almost always want to be running at top speed for the extra damage and the massive push that you get. Compared to Tri-Attack, Drill Peck requires Dodrio to be in the thick of the fight. Its shove, along with its high damage, makes it ideal for initiating fights or following up on allies. Or it can be used defensively to push opponents away from your allies or important objectives. In order to get the perfect angle of engagement, you may want to circle around the battle space to try and hit as many opponents as you can at once. However, be wary of abilities that slow or hinder you, as it will drop your sprint gauge, effectively nullifying your engage potential. A well-placed Drill Peck can sometimes single-handedly turn a fight or skirmish into a runaway success. And that's what Dodrio does. It runs away. Successfully.
Once Dodrio reaches level 7, she forgets Quick Attack to learn one of 2 sprint gauge recovery moves, Agility or Jump Kick. If Dodrio learns Agility, she puts some nitro in her steps, gaining a decent increase to her movement speed and gauge fill rate for a moderate duration. When the move is activated, Dodrio briefly becomes immune to hindrances while jumpstarting her sprint gauge by a fixed amount. However, when the move upgrades at level 13, Agility instantly brings Dodrio to full sprint.
Agility is one of the 2 ways Dodrio can quickly get from 0 to 100 and make use of her full sprint gauge again. Skilled trainers can preemptively use Agility to try and cancel out hindrances thrown at Dodrio, but it's generally best used after depleting your sprint gauge. The added speed lets Dodrio stay extremely mobile and allows her to dodge.
And welcome back on in Pokemon Unite trainers. We are back. $750 on the line. It is Underdunk, the Marteen Cup edition. We're celebrating Marteen, the original founder of Underdunk Tournament Series. Some of the other things that I want to talk about here is it is the 2-year anniversary. Underdunk has been around for 2 whole years, so we're celebrating that. So that's why we got this big old prize pool for these bunch of gamers today. I'm really excited to be bringing this here on my channel. So big shout outs to everybody that continuously makes this happen. Shout outs to Unite Mikes, who's kind of held the torch for so long, Draku-san, Pandacorn Gaming, everybody along the way that has been involved here. And then obviously, big shout out to all the players. But we have another set that's coming up. Husky, we're going to see Kiss Kiss, extra emphasis on the S's, along with T3. How are you feeling about these 2 teams?
I had to look up who was on Kiss Kiss because the names, I just can't keep them straight. And yeah, this is Klaus and Gatlu, Sixies. So this is a jam-packed team right here. Unsurprising that they have made it this far, and it's also unsurprising to see that T3 has made it this far. But given that they struggled a bit in that last set that they really should have had control over, they struggled a little bit in the set before against AMG. I think that Kiss Kiss is in a really good position if they can continue with the momentum that they have, and I think that T3 is going to be playing a little bit more on the defensive to start.
We'll see how it plays out. We'll have to. Another shout out here. If you're interested, Husky and I have a little fun game. I haven't talked about it because this is going to be the first set that we're casting together tonight. Exclamation point bingo in chat. You'll find a bingo board, and if you're able to catch on to what we're putting down, might have a little surprise. So excited to do that as well. Just a little fun thing. Ribbon, before we get into the game, how are you feeling about these 2 teams? So we kind of have some EU squad, a little bit of an EU squad, along with a North America squad that's performed very well, made a decent run in the AOS Cup, and there's some players on the opposite side that also did the same.
Yeah, T3 is definitely going to be warmed and ready for this EU roster. I really... unfortunately, EU's my one infamiliarity, but of course we obviously see names like Sixies, Kloss, even Gatlu is on their roster as well. So goes late enough, maybe we see Gatlu on the sticks. We get to see one of the greatest green players to ever do it. So it's going to be a super interesting matchup, but I feel like Kiss Kiss is big chillin' because they just got to watch it entire full set of T3's gameplay to study. So it's time to see what they've got to cook up against them.
Alrighty, Kiss. Gonna be on your left side. T3 on your orange side. We're gonna get some of these bans already. Zealot. Gonna go ahead, immediately ban this Blissey. It's something that we've kind of seen in this ban area all night. And now you have that Umbreon Husky.
Umbreon being banned. Unsurprisingly, see that Mimikyu being banned, making T3 ban out the Psyduck. You kind of force the Psyduck ban there, knowing that you don't have first pick, and that Kiss would be, or T3 would be taking that right away. Just gonna get those switched. I got thrown off there from the switching, but we end up having that Miraidon first pick locked in. That's definitely what you'd want to see out of T3. We were talking about it previously. They are really solid with that Miraidon. Definitely comfortable for them.
Miraidon, once again, when that's not in that top little section with all the bans, we're gonna see Sobi on it time and time again. And another thing that we're seeing, Gotlu on the Zacian. I don't know if you've been watching any of Gotlu's streams here recently, Ribbon, but Gotlu is on a Zacian arc, so I'm excited to see how this practice has paid off.
Yeah, I feel like it's been inspired by multiple people, honestly, picking up the Sword Doggo. I feel like people still have kind of maybe discounted the nerfs that Zacian received all too long ago to its Sacred Sword, and Metal Claw still perfectly fine, but this Mon can pretty much be triple flexed anywhere into any sort of good matchup, so it's really hard to predict where it's going to go, because we saw Curios try to force it a lot bot side. Didn't exactly work for LG, but we won't get too deep into that.
Didn't quite work for them. Yeah, Orange Juicers took them down not only in the AOS Cup qualifiers a couple of weekends ago, but they're also able to knock down LG in the Icebound tournament, one of the bigger kind of multi-region tournaments this past weekend. So Orange Juicers, and from the look at the bracket, if you exclamation point bracket in the chat, you'll see where we're at. And it does look like Orange Juicers has advanced. So the winner of this set will face Orange Juicers in your winners finals. But to round things off, we have this Garchomp Eldegoss from T3, and then Wrecker is going to pick that Dragonite Husky.
I like the Dragonite here. Looks like it's going to be a Hyper Beam just to get that big secure. I don't really think that T3 has a lot of options in terms of secure, so I like this from Kiss to kind of round it out in case things do come to a rip and secure moment. You have a Hyper Beam available. The thing that interests me is this Chandelure pick from Sixies. I mean, they are very good on the Chandelure, but I don't know how much I love that pick against a Miraidon when the Miraidon's your range damage dealer opponent on that side. Maybe it's me, I just haven't seen it play super well competitively as of late, but, you know, maybe Sixies can prove me wrong.
True. And we'll see. We'll talk with Ribbon towards the end of the match, like closer to the Rayquaza. But I'm also looking at this Hoopa.
Look at us,
Hoopa
we're swapped.
I am Husky Star.
Look at us. Oh, come on, man. They swapped.
I don't know about this Hoopa pick.
All right, stop. That's enough. You're back to being Steel Agent Kyle. Go back to backwards hat and cookie
I have
jar
to do it
and
backwards.
whatever else.
Backwards hat. This Hoopa is going to have to be tricked because Hoopa is bad. The hyperspace hole is bad for the day. But we are going to go ahead and see a T3 going to be taking this Miraidon to the bot lane. Eldegoss Gibble going to the top.
So I know that the hyperspace hole was banned. It's not a cooler on this. I mean, Trick does provide some shield, and I do love Trick as a moveset. But what is wrong with Hyperspace Hole exactly?
There's a bug with it. It's I can't exactly explain it in full detail, but it prevents Hoopa from getting stunned out of the hole, essentially. Not exactly sure how it works, but yeah, it's kind of a broken mechanic right now. Hopefully they do get it patched.
Love when there's so many bugs in this game. Unsurprising, but unfortunate that it isn't surprising. We do have that Zacian looking for a secure there. I believe the Gibble was able to pick that one up, though.
Great play from the Gibble. The early Gibble cheese paying dividends. Anon is looking for an angle, looking to figure out where they want to line up for this gank, the looking bot side.
We have the candle, level 4, Slowbro not quite level 4, and not able to get it there due to the stored experience. We have the Absol looking to gank in the bottom path, whereas we have a Dragonite gank into this top path, so 3-on-2 in both paths.
Oh, look at that. Gibble able to take that Altaria away, also pull them in the Dragonair towards the goal. However, Dragonair able to get back to the safety. There's the tall grass. Metal Claw going in. Gotlu looking for an angle, but they're only getting found by the Gibble. The Gabite now looking pretty strong here in the early on.
2 really solid Dragon Rushes there to push the enemy over. Unfortunately, just not enough damage to get any KOs, but definitely great for this harassment on top of Kiss Kiss, because now they effectively distracted 3 members of the enemy team instead of 2, while T3 was kind of trying to cook up here in this bottom path, but now it's going to be Gotlu who's cooking, taking down that Gossifleur.
That's a big pick. Yeah, you really want to get Gossifleur online. Not having that level 4 there might have enabled that KO, but either way, Gotlu looking pretty good in the early game. Looked like they were going to get stalled out by that Gabite, but they've kind of crept back up, level 6.
That Gossifleur needs to get that Eldegoss evolution soon. I believe they will get it here, have access to that Pollen Puff. We now have 3-on-3 in this top path, and 2-on-2 in the bottom path. Gotlu going in.
Double all-rounder engage. Great Dragon Rush combo, but the return from the Metal Claw Zacian is looking fantastic. They do get chipped down by the Eldegoss basic attack, so Gotlu's going to have to retreat back to at least maybe some safer farm. They're looking for an angle. Here comes another engage. 720s get pushed over by that Gabite, but man, this Gotlu is unrelenting on this Pokemon.
This trick actually looks fantastic right now. Another Metal Claw looking for a non. Luckily, the Cotton Guard is there on the Eldegoss that they still are able to get out here. In fact, the Dragonite able to pick up a KO to get its final evolution on that Gabite there. And now they are a full-fledged Dragonite looking to rip down this Alecki.
And they should be able to, too. It looks like they are going to be going that Hyper Beam build, so heavy rip, heavy secure on that. Absol waiting in the tall grass, looking for an angle, maybe looking for a steal here. It does look like it's been sussed out, but here comes the Hyper Beam, and it's Hoopa, of all things, that gets the secure.
The supporter basic attack. Who would have thought that it's the supporter basic attack that ends up getting the secure? T3 really doesn't have much they can do here besides just let that go in, try to maybe make it down into this bottom path, but I don't know. The Zacian really ripping it down here. It's going to be up to a charge beam. It's not enough, and it will be the Zacian getting that secure.
Here comes a push from T3 looking to take down this T1 goal zone, but there goes the Sovereign Sword, ruling the Thea Sky Ruins down here. Gets the KO on the Trevenant. Here comes the Charge Beam, going to try to soak up a lot of this damage. Is the front line of Kiss Kiss, but here comes the Garchomp with the Livid Outrage, putting Hoopa to bed.
I love the way that Livid Outrage is being utilized by these competitive players. I mean, Garchomp, it's gotten touched a bit over time, but it's never been broken, and just suddenly it started to look really good. And of course, as I say that, they immediately get demolished there by that Zacian, because as a matter of fact, Zacian has been very broken for quite a long time, and players are definitely realizing that and utilizing it to its full potential.
These Hyper Beams are just perfectly timed right now, and 6C's on the Chandelure hasn't really had to enter a ton of fights, just really focusing on getting their levels up. They're already level 10, and look at this scoreline, Husky, 117-0 at the halfway mark.
Yeah, T3 not able to pick up a single point just yet. They would probably like to. You could imagine that there might be some stacking going on. Maybe now we see another KO there on that Garchomp. Absol luckily is able to jump in on 6Cs into that back line, looking for the Dragonite, but look how tanky they are, able to build up those big Hyper Beams, looking for Eldegoss there. Luckily, the Eldegoss does not go down.
Eldegoss staying tall, standing strong, gonna clean up. All this Altaria family should be T3. That's gonna be a nice bit of XP into their pockets. They're gonna look to maybe push this bottom path, but they are getting sussed out. Chandelure and Hoopa here, but 4 members looking to push, make it 5. Here we go, Absol engaged, looking to take down the Chandelure. Able to do so is the Trevenant. Meanwhile, Kiss Kiss able to take the Lecky up top.
Fantastic eject button Horn Leash to pick up 6Cs there. Unfortunately, that is all they were able to get, and here comes the Rings Unbound just as expected, bringing everybody down, except actually it looks like all 3 still want to continue to push to this top path. Slowbro actually utilizes their Unite move right there, and it is actually Sobi getting the secure. I feel like there's so much happening. The Hyper Beam was not in time, thought they could handle it, but it was Sobi getting that secure.
Great job by Sobi and a great play by T3. See, looking at these levels, they're starting to creep up just a little bit. Here comes another engage. Midnight Slash from Absol. Doesn't quite get everything that they're looking for. Zacian now looking to hunt them down. Here comes a Metal Claw right onto the Trevenant. Here comes another one onto the Absol. This time it connects. They're looking to go forward. They're looking to take down Sobi, but instead it's Gotlu that's being sent to the back of the Pokemon Center.
The back of the Pokemon Center mentioned. I think that we're seeing T3 start to find their position in this match. They still don't have a single point just yet, but they definitely have some really strong levels, and they've been able to pick up some substantial KOs so far in this match. As long as they keep up this momentum and play for the Rayquaza fight, I think that they definitely have a shot here.
Rayquaza fight in a little bit more than a minute to go. Hoopa is looking pretty strong here. We're going to bring in our desk analyst, Ribbon. I want to get your opinion on how Kiss Kiss is utilizing this Hoopa.
I feel like they've been really doing great work around this Hoopa, especially pairing it with this Dragonite and with this Zacian, two auto attackers that really benefit from that trick and the autos that it brings with along with Hoopa. I feel like T3 was just unfortunately struggling throughout a lot of that game off of giving a kill to the Chandelure early from the Absol that really just allowed it to be online and be oppressive. But now that T3 has this opening in the game's a little bit more even, this score lead, very, very deceptive because T3 is definitely looking a lot stronger than Kiss Kiss at the moment.
Excellent. Thank you, Ribbon. We'll catch you at the end of the match. And Husky, both teams kind of getting set up. That Regieleki is kind of pushing towards that T2.
Imagine they just let that walk in. We can have the Dragonite go for it. I mean, this is the strength of Hoopa, right? You can have anybody kind of walk in there, get a quick 100 in, and just bring them right back with the rings unbound. But looks like, actually, T3 is converting on a rip. It's going to be a close secure. Here it is, the Eldegoss! The Eldegoss grabs it! Of course it was the Eldegoss, Kyle!
Oh, Eldegoss, Eldegod, oh my god. Triple KO from this Miraidon. Sobi also getting in the mix. 4 KOs to boot. They're going to get an 84-point dunk. Another 100 coming in from the Trevenant. Here comes another 100 from the Garchomp. And right now, they're going to have a little bit of a lead. There's still plenty of time on the clock, though. Only about a 150-point lead.
Who needs a score, even a single point in that early part of the match when you can simply rip Rayquaza and score a bunch of points on top of that. Garchomp is getting converged on right here with another big dragon combo. They almost grabbed that Slowbro right there. That would have been huge, just taking one more member of Kiss Kiss off the map. But now that Garchomp has a very long timer, and all things considered, Kiss Kiss is not down by much.
A little bit of a jig, a little bit of a dance for that Trevenant as no member of Kiss Kiss walked into that bush. Gonna get another 84 points. That's gonna make this task a little bit more tall for Kiss Kiss as they try to push this T1 goal. Here comes a big Hyper Knee. It's a little bit short onto this Absol. There goes a KO. There goes 2. This Absol's chaining. There's 3. There's 4. Kiss Kiss going down in game number 1.
Wow, that's a huge pickup for T3 right there. I guess the rip was the call. I mean, that would terrify me knowing that there's a Hyper Beam online, but I mean, I guess you don't have to worry when you have basic attack supporter secures on your side.
Basic attack supporter secure. That's on the bingo board. Someone mark it down if you have it. It is Huskyle bingo time, and it's only game 1.
Your bingo link doesn't work, by the way.
What? That's crazy.
The hashtag ruins it.
Oh, the hashtag? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, they can...
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
well,
sorry.
you could copy that link and then paste it in.
Yeah.
I think
we'll tell you.
Yeah,
we'll tell you everything that's on there.
Yeah, you might just have to copy and paste. Unfortunately, Twitch hates hashtag.
Twitch hates when we are trying to do anything.
I know. Ruining my fun. Either way, 468, 237 is going to be your final. T3 winning game number 1 on an immaculate flip. We're going to go ahead and bring in Ribbon. Okay, we talked about the Hoopa when you came in last time. Talk to me about this Eldegoss secure.
I don't know, man. T3 should change their their letter to F3 so I can be like flip, 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 flip. You know, so it'd be like F3 to be funny. But no, T3 really just made a perfect rip call. Honestly, really took heavy advantage of the fact that they chunked out a lot of members of Kiss Kiss, and no one could really execute on a retake of the Rayquaza pit. So once T3's threatening and Kiss Kiss is scrambling, it's just Kiss Kiss in the floor, I guess. Because T3 just really, once again, perfect play around this Miraidon pick, and Sobe's not getting out of jail anytime soon, and frankly, neither am I on Saturday. So
sorry, Sobe, you're just stuck on Miraidon duty for the foreseeable future, especially when you're making plays like that all game. Let's take a look at some of the replays, some of the highlights of this game number 1, where T3 came victorious. This Zacian onslaught of damage looked really good early on, Husky.
Yeah, you know, you really thought that Zacian was starting to run away with the game a little bit. This was a big stand here by T3, though, able to make sure that they weren't able to get too much done, even though Kiss Kiss definitely had a bit of an early lead. And again, we're seeing this Garchomp start to look really solid in a lot of these matches.
Looking very good. Absol did kind of pick up a little bit late, which is surprising for an Absol. Just something that scales like a little bit earlier. You want to get off to that really early start. But even Zealot on this Garchomp looked fantastic, Riven.
100%. It's just really unfortunate that Kiss Kiss needed the objective rip, because that's all their composition really has. Outside of the Chandelure, there's not really any sort of range damage that can counter this Miraidon. Husky brought it up instantly in draft, and once this Garchomp got so far ahead, unfortunately, once the Absol finally caught up over that Chandelure, T3 was just able to kind of do what they wanted and go where they pleased. And T3 just can we nerf support secures, like, seriously?
Honestly.
It was cool the first time, it was cool the 5th time, it was cool like the 29th time, but like Eldegoss just times it good and hits it nice.
Perfect timing. There were a couple really good secures there from Sobe in that basement path. I think it was a little bit contested. Got it with that enhanced charge beam. That was pretty nice. But I think a lot of that is due to some of the CC that they provided, like really good frontlining from Pure, really good timely basic boosted attacks from Eldegoss. So just a really good team win. And then that's, you know, the ultimate secure at the end. Came down to the flip. It came down to the Eldegoss and just raining from the skies. They were able to get some of their points in, but Kiss Kiss almost broke enough shields.
Yeah, they did break an on-shield right there, but they weren't able to get all of them. T3 ended up taking that game. It's an interesting call to rip immediately in front of everyone like that, especially a Dragonite, but T3 trusted that rip. They trusted the LD secure, and they definitely got it, as we do see now T3 being forced into that Psyduck ban, and Kiss Kiss banning out the Umbreon Mimikyu.
I think there's also something to that. You just called out
double
the
Psyduck ban.
Oh yeah, double Psyduck. The Dragonite not being there. I think maybe the call at that very end was that Dragonite was back capping. If they just full out rip, Dragonite wouldn't have enough time to get back either through Hoopa or their Unite. And maybe it was just like, if they get their Dragonite stacks on it, I think we have the advantage, and it kind of went for it. But we'll see how that plays out here in this draft here. Either way, Gotlu once again going to be playing that Zacian, and T3 lining up that Slowbro Garchomp pick here.
I like the choice to go with the Slowbro. You take it away from Kiss Kiss because they did play it very well. They're very comfortable with the Slowbro. So taking that away, I think, is definitely a good call. The interesting thing here is the ban of the Miraidon. I think it's definitely to bait out that Zacian first pick. And if they didn't ban Miraidon, then you could take the Zacian, but you definitely want the Miraidon instead. So it's going to give the opportunity for T3 to expand a little bit more on their picks. And they grab the Comfey Zoroark again. That we're gonna see that. It's cooked earlier, so maybe it can cook again.
We'll see how Kiss Kiss lines this up. I think maybe a couple of tanky picks, maybe a lot of CC. And I think that's what they're looking at right now. They're maybe thinking about the Wiggly. I saw an A9 there as well. We'll see how they really like to do it. I love the A9 in this situation. I think you could just have your pick of the litter of defenders, but having that mid-range mage here is going to be paying a lot of dividends. What are your thoughts on that one, Ribbon?
100%. I feel like yep, this is just gonna be naturally just Sobi either flexing his armors, but oh wait, this Espeon pick could be cooking a little bit. This does give them a lot of mid-range control and matchups into this Alolan Ninetales, and it's gonna be kind of difficult for either the Zacian or this Absol to get exactly on top of T3 now. So I feel like this Gutter Espeon pick here is actually huge for their composition, and it's gonna be really hard to aggress on T3, and this Absol is going to have a really rough time.
Absol, yeah. I mean, you have the Unite move available from Espeon. If they have it at the 8, obviously, it's going to be a hard time for Wrecker to get in, but if anyone can play and get on top of like that backline damage, it's going to be Wrecker on that Absol. A player that time and time again shows proficiency on that character, loves playing it. I think a few times here in Underdunk, we've seen teams slot a ban for Absol, which doesn't often receive bans itself. That just tells you how proficient that specific player is on that Pokemon. So we'll see if Kiss Kiss can really take advantage. They're going to need to, otherwise they're going down to the losers bracket, Husky.
Yeah, I would like to say Wrecker, I hardly know her, but we might be about to because of their Absol in this game number 2. It's going to be up to them. I mean, I would wonder seeing anybody else go with an Absol pick that early in the draft, but for them, it's definitely a solid choice. Very, very proficient player on that Pokemon, and when you're good enough at something, it really doesn't matter how hard it's countered by the opposite side, but it is countered, that's for sure.
Semifinals, game number 2. We're going to see this Snorlax Alolan Ninetales go to the bottom lane for Kiss Kiss. Mwah. Top lane, though, Comfey with the Gibble here, Husky.
Yeah, not surprising to see the Comfey Gibble. Comfey's got a lot of targets that it can kind of go on here. If all fails with the Zoroark, it can always flex over to that Garchomp when it gets online. It can even hang out on that Slowbro. Has a lot of options for the Comfey. I think that, you pick a Comfey because you have a speedster that can play with it really well, but it's also always good to have some flex.
Ooh, nice little secure there from Sobi. Now going to try to hunt down this Alolan Ninetales. It's still a Vulpix, so they could do a little bit of bullying here, but here comes Wrecker to do some bullying of their own in the top lane. Gibble likely going to be going back to the Pokemon Center, and that Comfey Collar going to be short to follow.
Yeah, but they did take down the Absol, so you grabbed the central area Pokemon, so I would count that as some Gibble cheese. I honestly would. I think that that's some really solid Gibble cheese for the early game. You take down that level 5 on the Absol, and that Gibble is going to get real close to evolving.
Oh, the Zoroark tried to go in on Gotlu. Gotlu just barely survives that one. So does the Zoroark, so a little bit of trading of damage. But look at down here, Husky. We still have a Vulpix. T3 putting in work.
Yeah, they're definitely pushing their advantage here. That's the benefit of getting your level 4 Evo before the other team gets their level 4 Evo, especially if you're Espeon, where you get your really big, powerful Psyshock move at level 4.
It's going to be really tough here, and it's going to be really tough here for Zealot. If the Comfey doesn't attach, it just does in the nick of time. Garchomp, the Gabite right now, gets back to pad, grabs a berry, and they're just going to be forced to maybe peel back and get towards these 8-minute birds. But it looks like Kiss Kiss is lined up. Garchomp also going to try to line up. Wrecker not quite able to go in, but here comes the enforcement.
How much damage is even legal on that Metal Claw? But most of the mid-birds do go over to T3. They're going to have to back up because those Metal Claws are coming in. The hearts surrounding them, but doesn't seem to be like they really love to be here just yet. They finally do pick up the Zoroark. Definitely big for them. Now Sobi going to have to try to run away with this Comfey attached, but she's going to be running into 3 members of Kiss Kiss.
That's just a wall of damage. Kiss Kiss with a great response there. Takes out the Espeon, takes out the Comfey. Now you have Wrecker kind of hiding in this tall grass in the top lane. Bottom lane, though, we have a little bit of a push here from Anon. Looking to try to take these 720s, but a great heavy slam is able to zone that out.
Yeah, the Zoroark has not gotten the really strong start that a Zoroark usually expects to get in this early game, and a lot of that has just been because of this Zacian dealing a ton of damage, the preventing of these Feint Attack combos from this Blissey, and here comes the Aurora Veil on the Alolan Ninetales, looking for a big secure here, but it is Sobi. She said, I saw the Espeon secure previously, and I'm going to be able to do it as well, and now T3 is up 1 Reggie to 0 Reggies for Kiss Kiss.
Gonna look to push this T1 goal zone as well. Instead, they're gonna maybe monitor the top lane. Here comes some Unite moves. Midnight Slash from Absol. They're gonna retreat back to the safety of their pad, but they try to go back in and they get KO'd. They're going back to the Pokemon Center, and now we have a great little defensive stand here from Snorlax looking to try to heavy slam, but they see the writing on the wall. These goals are going in. It's 148-20.
The early game for the Zoroark, I was just talking about it, came a little bit later than they expected. They're going to jump in on the Zacian now, looking for a Feint Attack combo. They do get stunned out of it, so not able to complete it. They did want it more. Look at Sobi walking into the central area, picks up that KO, and T3 is doing a great job of keeping this Zacian at bay.
That was massive, right? I mean, level 10 now, and they're able to maybe trade a little bit. They get some points in, but that Regieleki likely walking in, it does. We'll see if Kiss Kiss can maybe migrate over there, but instead, only place that Absol is migrating is back to the Pokemon Center. Snorlax might look for a one,
to the
but
back of it,
I don't know if that's going to be enough.
To the back of the Pokemon Center?
I already said it one time. I mean, they should be paying attention, and if they are,
if you were paying attention, you would have got it.
Right.
Anyway, there is a Pokemon Unite game still happening right here. We have the Livid Outrage now coming out. Some big KOs there for T3. Big defensive stand. We did see the Slowbro get picked up, but here comes the Absol. Big Midnight Slash. Look at the Garchomp living on 1, still taking them down, and that is what a 2-level advantage can do for you, Kyle.
Look at these levels. Yeah, 2-level advantage now, as we say that the Absol does tick into 10, but either way, I mean, you see the levels on the side of T3, 11s across the board, except for the supports who are in level 9. But we have another objective. Regirock down in the basement path. Garchomp's gonna make quick work of this as T3 gonna put this Regirock into their handbag.
They are indeed putting it into their handbag, but we do see a broken top pad here with the Nakey Ninetales dumping in that 38 points. The score lead is still in favor of T3, much different than last time where they had a whopping 0 points at this point in the match, but Kiss Kiss still not very far behind.
160-110, so just a little bit on the scoreboard, but right now I'm looking more at these levels as, holy cow, Kiss Kiss comes from the grave, gets 3 members. It's Alolan Ninetales leading the charge. There's 3 in a row, but Slow Beam goes onto the Snorlax.
Yeah, I think he probably meant to chop it onto that Alolan Ninetales with great positioning from that Snorlax to get that a little bit messed up there for Pure. Kind of a wasted Slow Beam in that moment, unfortunately, but that was a big fight for Kiss Kiss. Now only a 10-point differential between the two teams.
Looking pretty good. Regieleki gonna be made... I don't even know what I was gonna say. Done and dusted in that top path.
Regieleki is going to be made.
I don't know. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to say there, and
he was gonna get there in the end. It just didn't
I was gonna
happen.
get there.
It's a little late.
Yeah, it's over. Pushing the T2. Here comes a Blissful Assistance right onto the Zacian, looking to push forward. Another Livid Outrage coming out from this Garchomp. It's just this Garchomp and Sobi trying to defend this along with that Comfey Pocket, and they do a pretty good job. Only a few points go in, but here comes this Absol once again. Another Midnight Slash, another Dragon combo, but that's cleansed by that Blissey's Helping Hand Safeguard.
They do lose the Espeon there, but ultimately a pretty good defense. They are able to pick up Absol in that top path, and here comes that Zoroark, still holding strong even at the 3-minute mark, picking up that Zacian. And luckily for T3, the Zacian has not run away with the game the way they did last time.
Alrighty, well, we are gonna bring Ribbon in for Ribbon Ray pre-recap?
Ribbon Ray pre-recap.
Yeah, Ribbon Ray replay something. Ribbon, how are you feeling about these levels now? We got the level 13 Zoroark and the Garchomp along with Sobi on that Espeon. How are you feeling about their chances here at Rayquaza?
Okay, maybe I'm starting to see why we got a Comfey ban out of T3 in that last game from Ignorance, because it just completely enabled the Zoroark. I feel like I'm looking at year 2 LG right now, coming from T3. Kiss Kiss has definitely gotten some advantages, though. This game is definitely a lot more even than the last game. And I feel like if Kiss Kiss can find another opening and opportunity, like getting that Zacian on top of that Espeon, like what happened earlier on that Regieleki push, knocking out the Queen of T3 is definitely going to be Kiss Kiss's main goal for success.
She hits a big side shock there, though, with the Zoroark looking for a bit of a feint attack on top of the Snorlax. Doesn't quite get it. A couple resets being forced to happen, but look at Ray already getting chipped, Kyle.
Yeah, here we go. Snorlax gonna take a little bit of a power nap right in the middle of the Rayquaza pit. Livid Outrage's out, looking to hunt down this Alolan Ninetales, but that Aurora Veil keeping them upright. Here comes the Psychic Solaire from Sobi, looking to taste down, but there we go. Slow Beam directly into Zacian's face, and this might be the opening that T3 needs, but here comes the reinforcements. The Alolan Ninetales looking to try to hold the fort.
Yeah, we have the Absol too. They have not used the Midnight Slash just yet. Ray is getting a little bit less than half, and here comes the Absol. They want to go for it here. They're going to hit it, and it is this heavy slam. The Absol set it up perfectly. The heavy slam from the Snorlax is able to secure the Rayquaza, and I don't know if T3 is going to be able to defend this, Kyle.
It doesn't look like it. 100 points going in here from Absol. Feint attack is a little bit too little too late, as T3 is going to just watch all these points start to fall in. 341, 160, add another 100, make it 441. And this is going to be likely your end result here in game number 2. There's the GG. We will be going to a game 3.
I think T3 just needed to decide whether they were committing to the rip or not, and they just didn't commit quick enough or hard enough. I know that the Zoroark was leaving to look for the Absol because they knew the Absol was around, but at the end of the day, it was the Ray Secure, and T3 was just not prepared enough for it.
Yeah, 441, 160 is your final. Yeah, I think you're totally right here. We're going to go ahead and bring Ribbon back in. We talked about the Comfey, but immediately just kind of Kiss Kiss flips the script right there.
Yeah, it's a complete... I wasn't even expecting that, to be honest. I feel like the second that Sobi was
Ribbon, you are muted in Discord.
I assume that the second that Sobi was able to find that pick onto the Zacian, it was really rough for Kiss Kiss to look in, but unfortunately just an uncharacteristic lack of synergy right there from T3 on that secure. Things just untimed, allowed Kiss Kiss just an easy opportunity to out secure them.
Very strong plays by Kiss Kiss. A little bit of a different storyline in game number 2 than game number 1, but either way, it's looking like this is going to be a heck of a game number 3. Both games kind of coming down to those Rayquaza flips. Let's take a look at some of the replays from early on. Huge play there to take down that Absol in this early part of the game, and a lot of scuffles, and T3 got off to a pretty good start, though.
Yeah, I felt that T3 definitely had the advantage. We're seeing here the Zoroark struggling a little bit early. Kiss Kiss definitely had the advantage, but T3 kind of brought it back here in this mid-game, especially with this fight, the Espeon secure, big Psychic Solaire, and this is kind of where we really saw the Zoroark start to cook.
Zoroark was indeed cooking. Gets a couple of KOs there. They kind of go hunting down in the back line. This is kind of where you saw Sobi really start to take over, just nailing those Psyshocks time and time again. But this, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this was a really strong play here to take down this Zacian, which was a really pivotal moment for T3.
Yeah, just the way that they were able to target that Zacian throughout the entirety of the match was really strong for them. I don't think that the Zacian was able to get as much value in the early and mid game as they would have liked to. We saw here the Slowbro kind of locking them down once again. They couldn't do much to defend and get in on this points, and then we saw T3 with a big defensive stand here with this Garchomp.
Gonna see another defensive stand. Yeah, Snorlax just gets a couple points in. Might have been a little bit overzealous there, but they get the points in. Maybe they were stacking. I can't remember, Husky. Do you remember if that Snorlax was stacking or not?
I don't know, actually. I wouldn't be able to say. But yeah, I don't know actually. Potentially they could have, but looking at, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Did I see an Ao's cookie on there? If they were stacking something, it was a cookie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was a big triple KO from that Alolan Ninetales there, and then this is the Rayquaza fight. It went so quickly right at the beginning. T3 ends up coming up on top, at least in this first portion. You know, they get a big pick off here. Snorlax, though, hits a huge power nap.
Yeah, that was definitely a big power nap, but we're seeing up at the top corner, the Garchomp was able to live through a lot of that, and they did pick up the Zacian, and that's kind of where I thought that T3 was definitely having the advantage. They had 2 members down, and Blissey did not even get to use their Unite move.
I think another part of it might have been Garchomp was a little bit low, so they weren't able to like get the rip in time, and that kind of enabled Kiss Kiss to just go ahead and try to go for the flip. They knew that they probably just needed to make it happen, and they did, and they didn't miss their secures. Unfortunately, T3 might have been a little bit late, but here we go. I think we are getting into. Or wait, is this?
No, these are the same.
No, this is the same game. I think we have a little bit of a. Oh, no stack. Production is in my ear. There was no stacking on Snorlax. I repeat, there was no stacking on the Snorlax. So.
Wait, is this game 3? There's the exact same comps. Are we sure?
Yeah, that was nice.
okay.
Yeah, we got the little rewind to check. So no stacking, but we are waiting for game number 3 here from these 2 squads. Ooh, you got some. Do you have some No. Is that apple juice or?
It's Appy juice, yeah.
Okay, so you're not an orange juicer.
Not right now, because there is no orange juice in my house, but there is plenty of apple juice. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Notable orange juice anti-fan Husky Star.
We've had a rough blood sugar afternoon, so we're catching the low right now. We can see that massive drop off right there. So just, trying to catch that now instead of mid-game where I have to panic and tell Kyle to speak and stall for me while I run around and try to fix myself.
It's
we're
never
good.
happened before. We can't prove that.
Yeah, try to prove it. You can't.
Game number 3 on deck between these 2 squads. Kiss Kiss going to be on your orange side. T3 taking the purple side, meaning that they will have option to take that first pick. Kiss Kiss will have that second and third, but before that, we get to the bans, and just like we talked about, Husky, here comes the Absol target ban on Wrecker.
I don't know how much I love that ban. I don't know. I didn't think the Absol was super impressive, but I guess you don't want to give them the chance to be. So they're just going to ban that out. Zacian also ban on the opposite side. And the ban is going... I don't think T3 knew what to ban. I think that was an accident. I don't think they meant to ban Inteleon. I think they were trying to find something else. But alas, the Inteleon is banned.
The Inteleon might have been more of a, I don't know. It's not necessarily super strong right now. I believe when we look at Unite API, it's at least in the latter portion of this game, not competitive play, but Inteleon had the lowest win rate last week, so kind of on the struggle bus. So very interesting to see that up in the ban section. Might have been a misclick, might have been intentional. Who knows? We'll have to ask maybe after. But Ribbon, how are you feeling about this current setup that T3 has had, once again taking the Slowbro?
I really like them taking the Slowbro away along with the Garchomp, because that's
all right. We'll get to Ribbon after this. We'll take a look to see. We got Kiss Kiss lining up 3 Eevees. We have Espeon, Leafeon, and the Umbreon.
And Blissey as well.
And Blissey
for Eevees. And T3 ends up being able to pick up this Mimikyu as well. I was surprised they didn't grab it a little bit earlier, but the Mimikyu, definitely a really strong pick. Tie-Dye looking for this Hoopa, which again will have to be a trick Hoopa, and they will be locking it in. So we will see another trick Hoopa, and Wrecker gonna go with the Dragonite.
Trick Hoopa worked pretty decently for Kiss Kiss. although it didn't yield them the win in game 1, but it looked pretty strong throughout. I mean, it really enabled kind of those A presses from their all-rounder. We'll see how this pairs up with the Garchomp. I actually like this pairing a lot. It reminds me of kind of like early Trick Hoopa days, when Garchomp was also kind of re in the meta. So might work out pretty well for T3.
Yeah, I like this. I like Trick a lot. I think it's very good. I think most of the tricks are going to be targeted onto that Garchomp, like you said. And Kiss, I mean, they didn't look fantastic with the Dragonite before, but if they can really get online, don't let that Mimikyu dive them too hard and get ahead, then that's going to be very devastating because, again, not much secure over on T3's composition.
And they struggled with the secure in the last match, obviously. Kiss was able to secure that in game number 2. They did a great job in game number 1, obviously getting that contested Ray, but when you have a Dragonite, when you have a Blaziken, when you have a support basic attack, those best secures in the game, you really need something, or you're going to need to fully win a team fight, and Husky is gone.
Sorry, I dropped my shitty Torchic, and I needed him. He's keeping me sane right now, so I needed to get him.
The lil guy. Semifinals, game number 3 on deck. We have T3 going to take this Miraidon Slowbro to the bottom side. Gibble, Hoopa going to the top side. Kiss. Double Eevee lane in the bot.
I like the choice of having the Leafeon head to the central area and get that level 4. It is great to have the Dragonite be getting levels as fast as possible, but it's much more valuable to kind of get ahead in this early game if you can. So just waiting for Dragonite to get level 8 a little later and letting this Leafeon kind of grab that first rotation, let the Dragonite walk in later.
There is that first rotation coming down to the basement path a little bit early. Might be looking for a little bit of a stack here. Going to try to get that 6 points in. Able to do so. Going to dash on away. Maybe steal some farm. But here comes the Mimikyu. Looking to hunt them down. And they do! Big KO for Mimikyu.
A bit of an overstay there from Gatlu on that Leafeon. I think they thought they were going to be able to grab a couple more stacks, but I get it. I always in for my stacks in the early game as well. Pure now getting their level 4 as we prepare now for the 850 birds.
There we go. Leafeon once again returning to the basement path. A little bit of a surf here from Slowbro. Pure going to look to try to front line on in. Espeon going back to the Pokemon Center. T3 advancing, marching forward. Sobi throwing that enhanced charge beam to force that Leafeon back to the charge.
I mean, it's great for T3 not to let this Leafeon start to run away with the match. We do have a Dragonair evolved here in the top path. Zealot looking to take a little bit of farm, just harass as much as possible, but I wouldn't overstay too hard on T3 because this Leafeon's coming up.
You don't want to get your hands caught in the cookie jar, and there we go. Garchomp, the Gabite still being taken down at the hands of that Dragonair. Kiss moving forward, pushing into this T1 pad, getting some points in, leaving it at 13. Center Birds hitting the map, and T3, they want to just take advantage of that while Kiss is preoccupied up top.
I think that's just one of those macro mistakes that a lot of teams still make because you don't think about it that much. The second rotation of the jungler, you're trying to push into goal a little bit harder and you forget that you have a Leafeon that can easily get up into that central area. But T3 playing it off pretty well, able to pick up that Espeon in the bottom path and preparing now to get into this mid game.
80 to 93, and you see a goal zone down, meaning that was an even cap on that T1 goal zone from T3. So a little bit of an early break. Leafeon, Umbreon coming back down to the bottom path. Might be looking for those birds, but all they were left is scraps. T3 taking all of them and leaving this Mimikyu to maybe shred the basement objective.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. Everyone's going to likely be moving up into this top path. Pure now actually heading back toward the bottom because all 3 of the Eevees have moved down there. Mimikyu just left to fight by themselves. Meanwhile, you have a level 8 Dragonite, but the Garchomp wants to go up against them all on their own.
Pure might be looking for a secure here, but a perfectly placed Mean Look able to kind of zone him out. Reg Ice taken from Kiss. That's enabled this Hoopa to help this Dragonair, this Garchomp to try to bully this Blissey. Hyper V might have been a little bit early. They tried a Draco Impact, but no, Husky, it's once again the Blissey basic boosted gets the secure.
Please, bro. That's
Come
the funniest
on,
thing I've ever
man.
seen. Just a little slap. I don't even think it was the boosted. Just a little basic slap.
No.
Taking down that Regieleki. Kiss is still going to reap the benefits of that, even though the Dragonite went down. Now 4 members pushing this tier 1.
You just knew it was gonna happen too, right? It's just like poetry.
Just walk
at
up
this
and hit
point.
it. Yep.
Smack. What did 5 fingers say to the objective? Smack. Here we go. Another Emerald 2-step coming out from this Leafeon. They're level 11. Gotlu is pushing forward. So are the rest of Kiss. They're looking to try to siege this T1 pad. Umbreon trying to soak up the damage, but Mimikyu is able to shred them. And great defensive stand here from T3. They don't allow any points to go in.
But I really want to give props to the positioning of that Umbreon to make sure that the play with me couldn't land on that Leafeon, because you really don't want them to go down in that moment, especially when the Mimikyu is still a lower level than them. But T3 will be pushing back on this tier 1. Here comes the Livid Outrage looking for that Dragonite.
Yeah, turning defense into offense, but that's just going to be a short-lived burst as Slowbro's going down. I think they saw the writing on the walls. They saw the rest of the cavalry arriving for Kiss. Now Kiss on the offensive. They're able to break this with a nice little 40 cap, but a good response here from this Espeon. Great map awareness to head towards that basement path as soon as possible.
That was a fantastic response by Sixies there, making sure that Garchomp couldn't get anything out of that little back cap attempt. Dragonite, though, trying to do the same, so Sobi will act as that defender for a moment, making sure the Dragonite can't do anything. Here comes an Emerald 2-step, grabs the Mimikyu KO, grabs the Slowbro, and now the Hoopa, not even level 9 yet, has nowhere to run.
That was mean. Emerald 2-step. Gotlu now level 12. Gets a nice little dunk in for good measure. No additional points in, so just that 15-point cap. Basement objectives up. Regieleki is up. Dragonite looking to go ahead and shred this. They should be able to. T3 is kind of spread out across the map here, though.
Yeah, they are definitely at a disadvantage right now. We've got a Hyper Beam secure, finally. Feels like that has never happened since that Pokemon has been brought in, but that is what it's supposed to be for. Charge Beam trying to rip this down, but look at Blissey. They're going to be walking up looking for a slap. Not able to get in time, though. The Mimikyu will pick that one up. Regirock heading into the handbag. Here comes that Moonlight Prance, but it's not enough. Umbreon will go down. I mean, it seems like at least half of T3 is putting up some KOs.
There we go. Yeah, double KO up at the top. Hoopa sent the rest of the team up with their Unite move. They brought the rings unbound, but another, again, Kiss continually putting pressure on the map. They're just pacing so well despite playing against this Hoopa, and I think it's been on the back of this Leafeon.
That was just not a quick enough response from T3 into that bottom path, in my opinion. But what they are responding to right now is the opportunity for Mimikyu to get a triple KO, potentially looking to break this goal. We have a 50 dunk looking to be dunked in from the Mimikyu. And though they are still behind in the score, it's less than 100 points with 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and bring in our desk analyst here as we near the Rayquaza. Kiss has been putting on the tempo all match long. Ribbit, how are you feeling about this Leafeon pick that just doesn't seem to have a check right now?
I feel like it's definitely been on the Leafeon, finding a lot of very ample opportunities proactively around T3. So he's definitely been more Kiss playing very, very good macro and finding and then Leafeon playing that vision game very well. But with now T3 and both Kiss have something to look at together, it'll be interesting to see how the Leafeon continues to play and if they continue to find those fights.
Here we go. 2:20 left in the match. T3 has come back, and we'll check in with you, Ribbon, a little bit later. Husky, looks like Kiss is setting up super aggressively here.
Yeah, I like this play from them. Keep that pressure on. Get some, maybe you can get a pick here. If you get that Slowbro, that's big. They are very tanky. Have to use the eject button. I think that's going to be enough of a win for Kiss for now, knowing the Slowbro cannot eject in on one of their carries. But look at Garchomp already trying to chip down. Here comes the Emerald 2-step.
Emerald 2-step, no slow beam on top of it to respond. Here come the rings unbound. Here come all the damage. Leafeon's able to pick up 2. Garchomp's looking to try to get something going, but they're not quite able to. Sobi in the back line throwing these charge beams, trying to throw some hopes and prayers. Mimikyu also going down in the fray. Here comes a big old hyper beam. Here goes the Espeon. Kiss. Kiss of death for T3.
Where did the Garchomp? What? I have to say it. That was a bit of a throw. I don't know what that was. I don't know how you don't get the slow burn wall. Pure just got caught so hard there in that pit. It was great macro from Kiss Kiss, using the Emerald 2-step just to jump in immediately. And I think that one of T3's biggest shortcomings that I've seen from them, because they are a fantastic team fighting team, is they just respond a little slow. And in this case, Kiss Kiss was really able to capitalize on that. And if the next 53 seconds go as expected here, Kiss Kiss is going to take this set 2-1.
5:23, 179, still 45 seconds. You have 2 members down on the side of Kiss Kiss, but there is another Hundo Burger going in from this Leafeon, going to make this task much, much more difficult. Looking for maybe an 18 cap, but a great response from Kiss Kiss. They see that the entire squad is up top. They find a KO. They find another one, and this is going to be all but it. Kiss Kiss advancing to the winners finals, where they will be meeting the Orange Juicers.
Yeah, we're going to be moving. I mean, the Orange Juicers have been sitting there for quite a long time at this point, because we have not expected this many games to go to 3 games. But so many of the sets that we broadcasted here have gone into 3-game sets, and we've been seeing the most of Pokemon Unite tonight in the Marteen Cup. But this time it's going to be Kiss Kiss against the Juicers. T3 is going to have a bit of a road ahead of them. They're going to head down into that losers bracket to play against No Smites 2.0 to try to make it back, crawl their way back up to the grand finals.
I think, and then we'll bring in Ribbon for this as well, but I think in that moment, if Pure, I think T3 was fine, but a great play by Gotlu. I think if Pure was able to just pull the trigger finger on the Unite move, we might be talking about a different story, because man, if they just hit that, I think that it might have been a different outcome. Maybe Gotlu's, it goes down, not able to fully get into that Emerald 2-step. But Ribbon, what are your thoughts about that last fight?
I feel like, unfortunately, we called it like it was. Pure got caught out, and I feel like he got put into a really defensive position and had to really hold that slow beam to try to get a refight. And it was just Gotlu doing really great Leafeon play and enforcing that. And I feel like without that lack of that safety in disengage that Sobi's been bringing to the roster recently is just a pure moment of weakness, unfortunately. So Leafeon really just turning T3 into Shishimi, especially that Garchomp when they were trying to get that last second dive, it like literally 2-shot the Garchomp. So we are now been reminded why Leafeon normally always sees the ban list.
Exactly. Well, we are going to go to a quick little break. I was just informed by chat. Schmeedy says that they're being griefed by Hotel Wi-Fi. He was spamming Unite move. I believe that. I've played on Hotel Wi-Fi, and it's not fun, and that's why I lost. Hotel Wi-Fi is the worst. So yeah, I agree. But
no, I think we're gonna go with that was a throw. Actually, we're just gonna go with that.
No, I agree. It's bad.
Do you completely agree?
I completely agree.
He completely agrees.
Put it on the bingo board. Put it on the bingo board. Either way, chat, we are going to go to the replays, but we're going to take a quick break while those go ahead and play on, so we can get it to you all very shortly, because we got a banger of a set coming up in the winners finals. Don't go anywhere, folks.
reposition effectively. Make use of the boosted speed gain to string one sprint boosted basic attack after another to either escape from harm or rapidly reduce your cooldowns.
If trainers want to give Dodrio some hops, they can teach her jump kick instead of agility. Dodrio leaps feet first in the direction they are facing. On contact with an enemy Pokemon, Dodrio uses them as a footstool, dealing damage and stunning them briefly and leaps away or over them. Enemies in the landing zone take damage as well and are moderately slowed for a brief duration. Dodrio can also use walls and other obstacles to launch herself into the air and can choose which way she leaps. Dodrio gains a significant boost to her sprint gauge after vaulting over enemies or small obstacles. However, only footstooling enemies will reduce Jump Kick's cooldown on hit. At level 13, Jump Kick also stuns enemies in the landing zone for a brief moment.
Jump Kick can be used to jump over enemies and obstacles to gain better positioning, or make a daring escape. Like Agility, this ability's main purpose is to boost and keep your sprint gauge at full. Trainers who can land Jump Kick consistently are rewarded with the ability to combo Dodrio's abilities and sprint boosted basic attacks together for big stuns and big damage. Missing this ability grants no boost and can leave you in a less than ideal situation with little to no escape, but so can losing speed after you make your jump. But don't worry if you can't get it at first, it definitely takes some practicing and getting used to before you're good at it. Remember that this ability isn't aimed independently, but rather is aimed in the direction of movement. Make sure you're aware of where you'll be after using moves like Drill Peck or your sprint boosted basic attacks so you can move accordingly.
When Dodrio finishes lap 8 and gets to level 9, she learns her Unite move Triple Trample. Dodrio becomes unstoppable and runs at breakneck speed to a designated location. Dodrio will automatically find the most direct path in autopilot to her destination, navigating around terrain, as well as player-made obstacles. Enemies in the way are dealt damage and are briefly thrown into the air. Afterwards, Dodrio gains a boost to her attack stat for a few seconds while her sprint gauge charges faster than usual for an extended duration.
Dodrio's Triple Trample is a high-impact Unite move for starting and following up on engagements for your allies, particularly if the enemies are grouped up. Knocking up 2 or more enemies followed by your other abilities can quickly shred opponents of their health and put your team ahead of the others in seconds flat. Triple Trample can also be used to dive straight onto the enemy's backline while doing some collateral damage to their front line due to its long range and unstoppable nature of the Unite move. However, the further away the trainer sets Dodrio's destination, the more aware trainers will have to be about how Dodrio will path to the location as well as how long it will take. Using this Unite move from long range carelessly can force you to join the fight at an awkward angle or an inopportune time. The Unite move can also be used in a pinch to run away or maybe even turn fights around, but as always, your mileage will vary. When the game starts, Doduo can be effective in lane, making use of her sprint boosted basic attacks or peck to secure wild Pokemon KOs. Her unique scoring mechanic also makes it easier for her to score goals compared to most other Pokemon, as oftentimes you can simply keep scoring at least half your points until your score speed becomes too quick to stop. Doduo is extremely agile, as both Quick Attack and her Sprint boosted basic attacks can serve as a dash to create distance between her and her opponents. However, Doduo can also be played in the central area to gain a fast track to evolution and gain access to her primary damage abilities. Tri-Attack gives Dodrio some range and poke to deal damage from distance, while Drill Peck encourages trainers to utilize her burst damage and hindrances to engage and disrupt fights. Dodrio thrives when she's ahead of the competition, utilizing a hit-and-run style of gameplay to get in, deal damage, and get some knockouts on lower-level opponents before they have a chance to catch up. Once she learns either Agility or Jump Kick at level 7, Dodrio gains even more tools to leave enemies in the dust. Agility allows Dodrio to quickly regain her sprint gauge with a speed boost to reposition, while sometimes ignoring enemy hindrances, while Jump Kick gives her the ability to dash up and over enemies or obstacles to reposition and create combos. By consistently dipping in and out of fights, enemies are forced to switch their attention back and forth between Dodrio and her allies, which can cause discord and a lack of focus amongst the enemy team. Once major objectives begin to spawn, it's time to gather with your teammates. The early game went well, and Dodrio's level 9, trainers have a huge advantage going into the objective fight. Dodrio can help deal damage to objectives to take it down quickly, but can also serve as a lookout with her high speed and mobility. Alternatively, trainers can set Dodrio up in the tall grass to ambush unsuspecting enemy Pokemon, but remember to keep her sprint gauge full by spinning in circles. Use your abilities in Unite move to quickly deal with your opponents and secure the objective for your team. Once one objective has been claimed, Dodrio can make a quick detour to the opposite lane to lend a hand, or feet, I guess I should say, to the fight. This is also an opportune time to head into the enemy central area and take some of that delicious farm. Trainers should be able to look for opportunities to score in between major fights to rack up points for their team. Dodrio's speed and mobility, along with her unique scoring mechanic, makes it relatively easy to score points, even if you aren't scoring everything. When trainers are scoring with teammates, remember to use the 3 heads you have to do some quick math and figure out the best way to score to ensure the maximum amount of points possible when the goal zone breaks. When it comes to the last lap of the match, Dodrio should be wandering the sidelines looking for a good angle to engage opponents or lone Pokemon to try and pick off. Find enemies that are grouped up and triple trample right through them, following up with your other abilities to decimate health bars, or make a beeline for the enemy's backline to make quick work of their fragile damage dealers. Dodrio's speed also makes it possible to try and backcap or score while opponents are otherwise occupied to exert extra score pressure. Just be careful not to do this, when your team really needs you. Trainers should only do so when they are sure that their team won't be disadvantaged by Dodrio leaving, but if there's any doubt, stick with the team. You don't want to be black flagged on the final stretch. Strategize, outplay, and outrun your opponents with Dodrio's 3 heads and 2 feet to secure that number 1 for the team.
Time's up!
If you're done stretching your legs and are ready to head to the races, head on over to the Eos Island Unite Battle Committee to check out your Unite license for Dodrio, the triple bird Pokemon. And a big thank you to our guest star, official Pokemon Unite caster and the content cowboy himself, Spraggles, for providing his voice, insight, and personality to this character spotlight.
Thanks for having me. Love you. Bye, everybody. We did it.
Alrighty, welcome back in, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are so back, and we have an amazing set to bring you here for the winners finals. Orange Juicers going to be on your left side. Kiss going to be on your right side. We'll just get those graphics quickly changed at some point. Husky, this is going to be a quick, maybe not painless set. We'll see how these teams go, but Orange Juicers, they know what Wrecker is lining up, and they're going to go ahead and ban this Absol right away.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be painless for one team, but it's going to be painless for the other team. We see the Psyduck ban coming out. Why can't you just let the duck in? But we're going to give Flareons over the Miraidon, so that Miraidon first pick rating true even on Orange Juicers.
Umbreon picked over from Kiss since that was left on the board. And once again, we're going to see Gatlu on the Zacian. I don't think Gatlu has played many other things. They played the Leafeon a little bit, but this Zacian pick has looked fantastic for him all night. Ribbon, how are you feeling about the Snorlax as a response to it, though?
Just another safe, easy lock-in here for the Orange Juicers. Honestly, let's just call this what this is. This is NA versus EU right here. This is a like something you would only get at Underdunk, right? So like I feel like this is like really great talent from both sides of the seas. So this these drafts are looking very even and like very team fight focused. So Ray and pretty much every objective is going to be a very interesting experience.
We're We're gonna see the Hoopa. I don't think this gets switched over to Flareon's. I mean, we've all seen Flareon's jungle Hoopa, so I don't think it's gonna be that. We're gonna see likely Flareon stay on this Miraidon pick. But Husky, this is something you and I have talked about in the last few days. Is this Venusaur pick? I think it's very good. I want to get your opinion on record here. How are you feeling about the new and improved Venusaur?
I really love Pedal Dance, which seems like what Kratos is setting up for here. I think that it's a really strong, it definitely plays as more of an all-rounder pick, so I imagine they're going to kind of go this double all-rounder focus composition with the Garchomp and the Venusaur, and then they have... Oh, did they just do it? They just switched over to Flareon's on the Hoopa. Is that what I'm seeing right now?
I think we're seeing
They just switched over to Flareon's on the Triple Glasses Hoopa. Is
so
Orange
on.
Juicer's about to...
Oh my god.
Man. They just baited us. They baited us. Come on. I'm so upset right now. They knew that we were looking for it.
Mods.
They knew we wanted it. But we are going to see it's interesting to me that Hoopa is still getting a lot of play, even though it's the trick moveset. Vape Agent Kyle. Even though it's the trick moveset.
Literal pen.
Like, it seems... It's a real pen.
It
seems
pen.
like,
I
even
just need
though...
some to fidget.
Like, it just goes to show how beneficial the Hoopa Unbound is, because even Trick is better than other supporters when Hyperspace Hole is not able to be played. It just, like, the Hoopa is still just very strong.
It kind of enables that. I think that's going to play really well with that Venusaur, because it's going to really want to be that brawly Venusaur, right? Like, in your face. So I think you'll see it kind of paired up with that in those big team engages. But either way, here we go. Game number 1 of your winners finals. We're going to see Kiss Kiss take this double Eevee lane, maybe split this jungle with this Dragonite.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to do here. Give that over to Sixies on that Sylveon, which is definitely a fun pick. It's not one that I really called out too hard in the draft, but Sylveon definitely still pretty strong, and with that blue buff, just another piece of farm with that Umbreon following around them, they're going to be able to get that evolution and start harassing that lane.
Outlaw looking to harass the lane as well. Roland able to steal one of their berries away, maybe one less healing tool in the pocket of Gotlu, but great Gibble cheese here. They're holding on to a lot of points as that Gibble basement path, not necessarily going exactly as planned, but Flareon's looking really good, already level 5 on that Miraidon.
Yeah, so even though the Sylveon got their level 4 and they are fully evolved, the Miraidon is the same, and it also starts fully evolved. So being level 5 already, having access to that charge beat was going to be huge for them.
850 birds, both teams kind of looking at these top ones. Here goes Gotlu, but it's a great secure here. Orange Juicer's moving forward.
Yeah, they're going to get some good points in here. 44 points, and the Venusaur being level 6, getting close to level 7, that's going to be big. We see the Mystical Fire on the Sylveon, recently nerfed, actually. I've heard that Mystical Fire just doesn't feel that great right now, but Sixies seems to be pretty confident with this thing, moving up, chasing down this Hoopa.
Hoopa trying to get away, has access to Trick, so give it a little bit of additional movement speed once they do that. They're looking to try to now bail out this Gibble, able to do so exactly perfectly in combination with that Astonish to kind of stun out the Zacian from advancing forward. But now Zacian's looking to advance on the Snorlax. It's going to take a quick little nap, but able to get out somehow. It's only delaying the inevitable, though. They go back to the Pokemon side.
Yeah, but in order for them to actually pick up that Snorlax, they had to go down, and the Zacian did as well, so I don't know how worth it that is to get that defender KO. I think that was a moment of tunnel vision. You just don't want to let Zugrug get away. Look at Blissey trying to invade this Venusaur right now. They will actually get it, but Venusaur is going to try to chase them down. Little basic attack. They will take that blue buff right on back.
That's our blue buff, says Venusaur. Thank you very much.
Why is that not on the bingo card?
Right, you know what? You're right. Why isn't our blue buff on the bingo card? Mods?
That's crazy work.
Mods, change the bingo card. We need to add another option. Altaria family getting sliced down by this sword doggo, but they're getting picked up, maybe put right back down. Blissey gonna try to keep them healthy.
Almost level 9 on this Garchomp, which is going to be huge. They do tick into it here, only level 6, not even level 7 on that Zacian. So once again, we are seeing a Zacian that's getting held back a little bit too much. With that being said, Kiss Kiss has looked great on this thing, and I doubt that it'll be too effective.
Yeah, and another thing that's not very effective is this, any advancement against this block. Snorlax just putting up a huge wall. Here comes the Verdant Anger, here comes the Hyper Beam. It's gonna go ahead and get secure. Great play there from Wrecker on this Dragonite, but they're gonna pay the ultimate price there. They're gonna go down back to the Pokemon Center, and here come the points from the Juicers.
Love the attempt for the Verdant Anger there to go for that secure. You have to know that the Hyper Beam is going to be more likely to get it, but you still end up getting that KO, which is huge. We have a Livid Outrage in this top half. The Garchomp doesn't want to give up too early.
Try to push on in. Here comes all the basic attacks enabled by that Treeckopa, but that Hyper Beam shreds through both of them with one swift beam. Great response from Kiss Kiss. However, it is 160 to big old goose egg right now. Juicers on top.
Yeah, maybe a bit of an overextension there from the Juicers, but they are doing so well that maybe you can afford to jump in and go for a little bit of a push there a little bit. But look, this mean look catching out Kratos on the Venusaur. Not enough Giga Drains are available to keep them alive. And now we've got a full-on push from Kiss Kiss.
Oh, here comes the Bright Future Meteor Storm raining down these comets from Flareons. Here comes the Umbreon, steals some shields, stealing the show. Looking to push in on this T1. Snorlax gonna try to be this block path in the way. Here comes a Power Nap just right on top of the goal, sending out pulses, keeping this goal zone upright. Here comes some more Heavy Slams and another block. Great response here. Man, Zugrug looks so good on this Pokemon.
Yeah, and also great response from this Hoopa as well, being able to pick up a KO on that Dragonite, keeping them at bay as well. Haven't even gotten their first upgraded move just yet, and now we know, as said by the announcer, that we've got 167 to 10, which is in fact a huge lead for the Juicers.
Usually 167-10 indeed. 5-minute mark, so nearing this half, or a little bit more than halfway done through this match, and Juicers really putting the pressure on. Both sets of objectives coming up. Garchomp heading there, gonna likely be able to shred it by themselves if they elect. Good response from Kiss Kiss. We have a basement objective. It is a Regirock. You have Kiss Kiss looking to go. Here comes the rings. They are unbound. Looking to maybe get a secure with this Hyper Beam. Wrecker's a little bit short. Rolling it down is rolling down this Regirock.
Oh, it's a supporter secure. Who would have thought the Hyper Beam just a little bit too early, and now the Charge Beam is going to be the better beam here for that Miraidon, able to take down that Dragonite yet again. I mean, it seems like the only reason you'd pick a Dragonite is for that secure, but they're not getting them against that supporter.
Yeah, there's the Psybeam, I believe it was from the Hoopa in that unbound state that was able to pick it up. So just so many beams. I mean, you got Charge Beam, that Psybeam, you got Hyper Beam. I mean, we need, again, I think we talked about this last time again. We need an all beam comp. Give it to me. The baked beams.
Yeah, let's Psyduck in, and then we can have it a little bit more. Bring Lapras in with the new Battle Pass Hollow Air. I think that we could really put a beam team together. That Zugrug once again getting caught in a mean look here, but just the micro that Zugrug has on Snorlax is baffling. The way they time those blocks is absolutely insane, Kyle.
That's the sign of a player that's been playing that Pokemon for 3 years, but Miraidon hasn't been released that long, so Flareon's going back to the Pokemon Center. 4 members down here for Kiss Kiss, looking to push. Garchomp, though, responding in that top path, getting a nice 43-point dunk in for themselves. A lot of pushes coming on in. Very Frolic down. Venusaur goes back to the Pokemon Center. Snorlax looking to try to put up this defensive stand that gives enough time for this Garchomp to respond, and there's still 5 up right here for Kiss Kiss. They might be going down, though.
Yeah, the Charge Beam does do a lot of damage. We have Hoopa now chasing down this Dragonite, but they probably aren't going to be able to get them here. Big Heavy Slam isolates Gotlu, but it's not going to be enough to get even a single KO. Never mind, we found one. At least there ends up being 1 KO that comes out of this. The Umbreon goes down, and the Blissey finally as well.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, we have a Regice. We'll probably bring in Ribbon after the match, so we had so many fights here in this late game, but this Regice going into the pockets of Orange Juicers could be really big for them, Husky.
Yeah, we don't have a ton of Unites online. We don't have a Power Nap or the Bright Future Meteor Storm. We also don't have Sylveon or Umbreon with the Unite move. Already the fight looking to break out here. Dragonite has to use that Draco Meteor.
There we go. Rayquaza already at half. All the damage going flying sky high. And I think it was Flareon's with the Bright Future Meteor Storm that picks it up. Wipes Kiss from the Thea Sky Ruins. And holy cow, there's the GG. Orange Juicers taking game number 1.
That was a very convincing game number 1 there from the Juicers. They looked absolutely fantastic the entire time. And I mean, Kiss definitely playing at a very high level here, but the Juicers, again, we've been seeing them all season so far in every tournament they've been in. They're just playing a different game entirely.
210, 105. No points went in. The surrender, the white flag was waved a little bit early. Otherwise, I think Orange Juicers likely would have extended that lead, but either way, looking pretty good. We're going to go ahead and finally, Ribbon, welcome back on in. We didn't get to talk with you mid-game, but holy cow, what an packed fight there from that 3-minute onward, and Orange Juicers coming up on top.
Honestly, I feel like it was definitely more of Kiss outplaying the Juicers in that bottom side, because what an amount of resources that they expended on that pad defense that lasted that entire minute. Zugrug United at 3 minutes. Flareon's dropped 1 Meteor from their Meteor Storm, which would have dropped their Unite to, like, I believe 70%. So, like, because you saw it, like, Flareon's didn't get their Unite move back until, like, I believe, like, 1:30 in the fight. So, the Juicers still, though, somehow find the way to flip it. And Flareon's gets that perfect timing with that Bright Future Meteor Storms and secures it with that last blast and just deletes Kiss off the map. So, honestly, just really great Ray micro from the Juicers.
Let's take a look at some of these replays that we got to see throughout the match. Orange Juicers getting off to a really quick start. Snorlax going down, but that kind of puts Sylveon in a really bad position. And man, Kratos on this Venusaur was really impressive, just able to play so forward all match, Husky.
Yeah, they did a great job being able to make sure that the Venusaur was in those fights. We saw here a really good attempt at a secure, but they still end up picking up that KO of the Dragonite. They were just not high enough level, and the Dragonite honestly never got to a high enough level.
And I also like this little cap there, left the goal at 5. I think they didn't get quite the overcap later on that they were looking for, but I don't think it really mattered. They were just out-leveling, out-pacing, out-macroing Kiss from most of the match on. I mean, you saw how big this score lead was.
Yeah, and the Juicers here, we're seeing this push from Kiss. It just wasn't able to do as much as they would have liked. Definitely a great stand there from them to go for that push, but we see the Power Nap plopping down on top of the Tier 1 goal zone, just not letting them do anything.
You saw that time and time again. Zug just plays that character so perfectly, and here's that big Hoopa secure with that Psybeam, able to push on forward. Again, you see Kratos just chasing down Kiss time and time again. We'll see not able to get that safeguard onto the Dragonite, just bails on out to save themselves, because I think that was the only play there.
Yeah, we saw that Kiss had a little bit of an advantage here. They were able to catch out the Miraidon. One of the great things about their comp was just the ability to use that mean look and make sure that they were able to get a lot done with that. But still, the Juicers, I feel like Zugrug, if I had to give the MVP, it would be to him. And look at this play, especially for this play. On 1 HP, blocking everybody off the goal zone to stall for the rest of your carries to show up. Just insane work.
Yeah, I mean, they lose like a couple in there, but I mean, you see how much damage is being flown into the faces of Kiss. They're essentially just like forced to the back of their heels to go get back to the base. And this is where you see just like a really great peel there from the Hoopa. And then just like Ribbon said, huge timing on the secures, big Bright Future Meteor Storm. I think this Hyper Beam was a little bit late from the Dragonite, and you just see the big meteor crashing down. And then that was just about it. I think paired with that Livid Outrage from that Garchomp.
Yeah, that's such a. I don't mean this in like a not great way, but it's such a lucky secure because you can't time Bright Future Meteor Storm. It just worked out that the Juicers were able to put enough damage for that last meteor to hit so perfectly. It was great play and a great fight for them. And this time we see the respect ban on the Snorlax from Kiss Kiss.
That is probably the first time I don't even know. This might be the first time I've actually seen Snorlax get banned in a competitive match. That is the testament to how Zugrug has played this character. Kiss Kiss, just throwing down the respect, like you said. But we're going to find another defender to pick. Roland, though, playing that Umbreon, potentially pivot it into that support role, though.
Yeah, they're really showing Zugrug the respect that he deserves on that Pokemon for sure. Taking that out, it's going to be interesting to see what Zug ends up choosing for the defender slot because Roland has locked in Umbreon as the supporter. And we've got the Blissey Trevenant on Kiss Kiss side. So I love the Bliss Assistance. I feel like the Blissey Trevenant combo as your defender support core works really, really well. And I think so far, the Kiss Kiss comp looking pretty good.
We have Garchomp once again. We have OG taking that one. And then look at this Crustle. It got some nerfs here in this last patch. I'm interested to see how Zugrug is going to play this. I think a lot of teams in the East really prioritize Crustle, and I think Crustle is still incredibly strong. How are you feeling about Crustle here?
I like the Crustle. I think that it did get a little bit of a nerf, but I think in competitive play, Crustle is such a detriment to the other team because you're not really going to see so much of those Crustle wall griefs because they're communicating with each other. They know how to deal with it. I love the Crustle pick. Again, Zugrug is a fantastic Crustle player, but I also do want to talk about this Dodrio Cinderace pick on the opposite side. I'm interested to see how that plays out.
Yeah, let's bring Ribbon in on this one. Ribbon, how are you feeling about these two comps here? Who do you think has the upper hand?
I feel like Kiss Kiss is staying focused on what they want to do around Rayquaza, which is try to counter flips, especially focused around this Zacian. But it might be Rekir piloting it from the jungle with Gatlu possibly taking this Dodie up. Gonna be super interesting to see how Flareon ends up playing this when it comes to positioning, because he did get caught out a few times in that last game, but I don't really see anything keeping this Cinderace safe outside of like a single tree, and it's gonna be really hard for that one tree to check two all-rounders.
That is a tall task. There's gonna be a lot of damage that's gonna be flying from the orange juicers. I mean, Kiss Kiss too. I mean, it's going to be a great match. Kiss Kiss obviously wants to stay up in the winner side of the bracket. You don't want to go down where it's best of one. It's always tough on the mental to try to win one game after one game. But luckily, the winner of this match will be going to the grand finals. Loser of this match will be heading down to the losers final. So it'll be a quick stint down in that lower side bracket. But either way, game number 2 coming up on deck. Orange Juicers up 1-0. We're having Gatlu take the central area for Kiss Kiss.
Gatlu's been looking really good on the Zacian, but this time pivoting over to the Dodrio, another Pokemon that he is very much known for. It's going to be interesting to see how the Zacian is played when Gatlu's been so comfortable on it tonight, but we've got them moving up into this top path, trying to defend against some early Roland stacks.
Roland trying to get some stacks. Gets a secure on that one. Gonna get another stack. Might be able to steal a berry as well. Pops the X speed. Smooth criminal at behavior on that one. Got it was a wrecker on the Zacian now, so that's a little bit different on the switch up here. But the Gibble Cheese, OG looking pretty good on that Pokemon. Steals that one.
Yeah, Gibble, 23 points. They're holding on. They were just able to get all that farm while the Umbreon walked around the other side, just harassing everybody. We do have level 5 there on that Dodrio, kind of frantically moving around the way that Dodrio tends to, looking for a potential engage here at either one of these paths. That's kind of the strength of your Dodrio, just kind of run around all over the place.
Zacian gonna charge up the passive, but they're only going to be met by a brick wall. That is the rest of the Orange Juicer squad. Blissey going to just grab a berry and watch as those goals fly in from OJ.
The way that Blissey, the little Shanty's just standing, reminds me of like the no talk me, I angy meme. Just kind of standing there, facing the other side, like they don't want to deal with this anymore. So far, the Juicer's off to a great start.
Great start already. Mean Look goes right onto this reboot. And we have Roland just going to stay around the central path, just making sure to just bother Kiss Kiss from getting their levels. But here comes Gotlu looking to drill Peck, gets the Crustle. Crustle able to get away there. I think they might have popped a focus ban. And there's the big follow-up from Flareon.
They still go down there, the Crustle does, to the Dodrio, but that was a great pickup for them. Ugrug just proving that you can't really ban him because he's still got some other tricks up his sleeve, and one of them is this Crustle.
Looking pretty good in the early game. Charge Beam's gonna hit a couple members of Kiss Kiss, but here comes Gotlu once again trying to dive on in with this Dodrio. Here comes more Charge Beams. They take out the Blissey and force an eject button from this reboot.
We've got the charge beams being charged, and look at the Phantom. Still a Phantom, and we still have a reboot as well. No level 7 on them, just Gotlu has reached the level 7. Finally, the Cinderace will get it, but look, there is the Gabite coming down for a big rotation. Didn't expect that at all. Now they're level 9, ready to keep pushing.
You never expect the Spanish Inquisition. You never expect the Livid Outrage. There's another KO. Takes out the Blissey. You may going for a little bit of a shopping spree. This might be our blue buff, but no. Kiss Kiss with a good response. Gotlu gonna stun them out. Nice little drill peck, but doesn't find the KO.
Yeah, that was a great play there to back off of that. You don't want to give up that level 9 KO because you've got only a level 7 Cinderace, and they'd probably jump up ridiculous amount of levels. You don't want to give that to them. And Kyle, we still have a Phantom.
That's rough, buddy. Yeah, you need to get that level 5 ASAP because you got a Registeel that's being taken in the bot path by Orange Juicers. You already lost the Regieleki in this top path. Not only that, but it's 167-0, and you have Flareon staring right at the Zacian. They're able to take him out. Here comes another enhanced charge beam, slicing through Kiss Kiss. This Regieleki marching forward. We're gonna see if we can get a KO. We do. Regieleki in. This goal zone is threatened.
43 points left on it, 224-0. Orange Juicers looking even more dominant in this match than they did in the first one, taking every single piece of farm off the map, and we have just ticked into the first available Unite move for Kiss Kiss that is immediately used by the Dodrio. They will take down Miraidon, but at the cost of their own life, and we've got another fight breaking out in the center.
Here we go, Zacian lining up this KO. Unfortunately, not quite able to get it just yet. Looking to try to get Zugrug. They pop their Rubble Rouser. Looking to try to get a nice 40-point dunk in. They're able to, thanks to that greatly placed Mean Look from that Umbreon, along with the just shred from this Mimikyu. Look at these levels, Husky. We have a ton of level 11s on the map.
Yeah, every time I see the Mean Look come out in a tournament, I feel like I'm like a little slapped in the face with it. Like, wow, this actually does take a lot of skill because it's seen as one of those moves that is like, you know, your point and click, cringe move. But I think it's very, very good, especially in competitive. And Roland, especially with the positioning of those Mean Looks, the way that he's able to catch these Pokemon out has been really interesting to see. But Roland might be getting a little caught here by that Dodrio.
264-0. A little bit of a push in this basement path here from Kiss Kiss as they try to advance forward. Cinderace gonna peel backwards. A nice little safeguard from the Blissey is gonna keep the team upright as they retreat back to their pads. And meanwhile, in the top path, Garchomp doing Garchomp things, just holding their A button.
Yeah, and they do secure that Regieleki, looking to get more points on the board. Trevenant goes down yet again. Cinderace pressing and holding their A button, not able to get anything done. And this is just one of those games where it's going to be really difficult for Kiss Kiss to come back in this, especially with how far the Juicers have moved.
Here comes a Unite move, play with me onto the Zacian. Gets a nice little Shadow Tag, Shadow Claw, right into the Zacian. Gonna force them back to the home pad. Great little play here from this Trevenant, though, holding the door of that T2 gold zone. Orange Juicers, they look for the push. They couldn't find the value in the top. There might be just taking some of the farm from Kiss Kiss.
First points there going in from Kiss Kiss. The Dodrio grabs 40 in that bottom tier 1 goal pad. They will go down, though, for that. And again, the Juicers just kind of, dare I say it, rolling over Kiss Kiss right now with their ability to macro and pick up all these KOs. And we are not able to see any substantial KOs or engages yet from Kiss Kiss. With 3:20 on the clock, we've got the Juicers heading into the central area.
Forcing this Livid Outrage out from the Dragon, or from the Garchomp, able to take down the Dodrio. That is a pretty nice pick. Also able to grab the Zacian and the Trevenant. Meanwhile, Zugrug doing Zugrug things. I think our good friend Ribbon calls that the Zugrug special. Speaking of Ribbon, let's bring our Duskull analyst in as we have 1 minute until Rayquaza. Orange Juicers really taking it to him. How does Kiss Kiss? What do they need to do to get back in this match?
I feel like we definitely need to find a shutdown with this Cinderace, find them some sort of XP, but unfortunately, the Cinderace really has no openings to play off of. Both Gotlu and the Zacian are all like boxed out by this overwhelming double defender composition that Orange Juicers has. They like either get Umbreon, Meanlift, Crustle, Walls. Just way too much is being put up, and Kiss Kiss can't find any opportunities.
More A button presses. Thank you, Ribbon. Regieleki gonna put some pressure on the T2 pad. Husky. Looks like Kiss Kiss is looking to engage really early. We're gonna have actually some of these Unite moves come out, but great response here. We have Zugwug. They were ready to hit their button.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great response immediately from the Juicers. I think Kiss Kiss made a good call here. And wow, what a great Unite move by the Mimikyu to make sure they shut that down before any potential secure could happen. Juicer's gonna take this one clean and easy. And I mean, Kiss Kiss made a good call. They wanted to grab a pick. They wanted to get anything they could, just throw everything. But the Juicers had the finger on the trigger and they were ready to commit.
They committed fully right there. Zugrug pressed their Unite move at the perfect time. Really helped respond with some shields, with some damage, and holy cow. I mean, this Orange Juicers squad is looking great right now, Husky. They won the AOS Cup play-ins. They won the Icebound tournament, and in another pretty large tournament with North America and LATAM, and even a few EU members representing, Orange Juicers is in the grand finals once again.
Yeah, they look absolutely fantastic. It just seems like one of those things that it's really difficult to figure out how to put a stop to them, and it comes down to, will they make a mistake, and can you capitalize on the mistake? And this is one of those matches where there were no mistakes made for the Juicers.
None at all. 737 to 40. Probably add a couple extra points here just for good measure. I don't know, Husky. This team looks unstoppable right now. I mean, I think the last time that they lost a map was, I think it was set 1 maybe of the Icebound tournament. I mean,
no, they did lose a map in their previous round, actually.
Oh, did they? Okay, yeah.
They dropped a map to Ego, who is currently playing down in the loser semifinals right now. We should be getting the results of that match soon. They have dropped a map, but I guess they just really locked in right here.
They certainly have locked in. They're locked in. They're loaded. They're going to the grand finals, and we're going to go down to the losers bracket after we get to see some replays and talk about the last little bits of this match. But front to back, start to finish, this game 3 was all Orange Juicers. 8:59:40 is going to be your final. Looking at all of the KOs, all of the numbers, 15 and 15 from Flareon's, adding another 69 points to boot. That was nice. Kratos 208, but the MVP of the match is this Garchomp, who got objective after objective. I don't know. They got the MVP in game, but I'm gonna ask Ribbon, who do you think is your MVP from OJ here in this game number 3?
In this game specifically, you know what? I'll say it. It was Flareon's. Flareon's played a picture-perfect game of Miraidon there. If we look at like their damage statistics, I don't even think they got knocked out. I may have heard what I was saying a little bit earlier. I'm sorry, Flareon's. Yeah, 20k.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's a little disgusting. Okay, I'm sorry, Flareons. Please don't cancel me on Twitter. But
Yeah, that is disgusting.
But yeah, no, I feel like this is, yeah, like OJ is in perfect form right now. This is the team that will be representing NA at EUIC. So, and for the AOS Cup. So, like, you ban Zugrugs, Snorlax, and what do you get? Flareon's Miraidon. Like, and, like, we haven't even talked about OG's Garchomp, which is looking, honestly, even better than his Lucario from, like, the days on Remote. Because this is, well, raw 1v9 right here on this character. Like, we literally saw, like, 2v5 Luminosity twice on the pick, so this is just something I feel like you have to respect. Like, even though the Zugrug Snorlax ban I agree with, but if you're really going to target something, get this Garchomp off the map.
Garchomp's been so strong, and we're just seeing teams pick it a ton. And OG might be one of the best ones out there. I mean, it's hard to argue at this point, but we're going to let these replays run. We're going to take it to a quick break while we get some of the matches set up. We are going to be bringing you the losers final, the lower bracket final match here in just a second. So grab a drink, grab a snack, don't go anywhere, and we will see you on the flip side, friends.
They've one feathery body, 2 long legs, and 3 unique heads, each with their own personalities. They can use all 3 of their brains. His iron stomach lets him eat just about anything and everything, and when he's not eating, he's usually found blocking someone's way. He loves to eat and sleep and eat. He may have a reputation for being lazy, but for now, he's up and at 'em, ready to fight in the Aos Island battle arenas for his next meal and a well-deserved nap. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Character Spotlight, featuring Snorlax, the sleeping Pokemon.
Snorlax is a tank defender, whose role is to be the first line of defense for their team. Snorlax provides the bulk and ability to keep your opponents away from your teammates, while also providing hindrances to set up your damage dealers for success. His strong early game and simple but effective kit is perfect for trainers of all levels, especially those interested in becoming more familiar with the defender role.
Ready, go!
Snorlax's passive is Gluttony. Snorlax becomes excited in anticipation of food, gaining increased movement speed while moving towards any berries. Additionally, Snorlax heals more health than usual when consuming citrus berries, as well as orange berries. Snorlax's basic attacks become boosted every 3rd attack, lunging forward and dealing increased damage with his whole body to nearby enemies and slowing them for a short time. Snorlax's first basic ability is Tackle. Snorlax charges belly first in a designated direction, dealing damage and bumping into the first target or targets he runs into a short distance. Tackle also causes Snorlax's next basic attack to become boosted. Note that though Tackle is a dash ability, it cannot traverse through obstacles. Snorlax's second basic ability is Rest. Snorlax takes a quick nap while healing for a small percentage of his max health for a few seconds, and he is quite the heavy sleeper. During this time, Snorlax prevents enemies from walking through him and cannot be woken up mid-nap, not even by his trainer. Once Snorlax reaches level 5, he forgets Tackle to learn either Heavy Slam or Flail. If Snorlax learns Heavy Slam, Snorlax throws his weight around, leaping to a designated location before slamming into the ground with great force. Enemies in the area of effect take damage and are thrown into the air for a brief moment. At level 11, the move upgrades, dealing even more damage than before.
Heavy Slam gives Snorlax the ability to initiate skirmishes or team battles from a distance, giving your allies an opening to deal damage. The ability's delay may make it difficult to land against some opponents, so trainers will want to try and predict their opponent's movements or use this ability from the tall grass to catch enemies off guard. The ability can also be used defensively to help protect your teammates by hindering opponents long enough for your allies to run away or finish them off. Be sure to aim Heavy Slam to try to get as many enemies in your area of effect as possible to maximize the move's effectiveness.
Snorlax can instead learn how to throw hands with Flail. Snorlax psychs himself up for an extended duration, giving him a large burst of decaying movement speed for a moderate duration and briefly slowing nearby enemies upon activation. During this time, Snorlax's basic attacks deal increased damage based on the percentage of his attack and max health, slowing enemies that are hit by them, and also hits in a cone behind his target. Additionally, Flail does increasingly more damage for every 20% of HP that Snorlax is missing. If he's gonna go down, he's gonna go down swinging. When the move upgrades at level 11, Flail does even more damage per hit and will additionally heal Snorlax for a portion of the damage dealt if his health is low.
Flail is a situational ability that turns Snorlax into a pseudo all-rounder by trading his crowd control and engagement potential for raw damage. However, because Flail requires Snorlax to be up close and personal to do damage, trainers may sometimes find it difficult to keep up with agile opponents or those with moves that hinder movement. As a result, Flail is best utilized when your allies already have hindrance abilities that allow you to catch and stick to targets. Your role shifts to becoming a frontline threat that follows up on your allies' damage, while demanding attention from the enemy team.
When Snorlax reaches level 7, he puts his restful days behind him to learn one of his 2 hindrance abilities. When Snorlax learns Block, he creates and holds a wall in a designated direction for an extended time, becoming unstoppable and gaining a large shield based on the percentage of his max health. While the ability is active, Snorlax cannot change the direction he's facing and moves at a reduced speed until Block expires or is cancelled early. Enemies that come in contact with the front side of the wall are knocked back and are stunned very briefly before they can move again, and this effect can happen multiple times per use up to a cap. Enemies will not be stunned if they come in contact with the back side of the wall, but will still be blocked from passing through. When the move upgrades at level 13, this ability can stun and knock back enemies more frequently than before to really keep your enemies between a block and a hard place. Additionally, Snorlax gains a moderate boost to his defense and special defense while blocking.
Block may not deal any damage, but makes up for it through its sheer utility. Block's primary purpose is to push back and keep opponents away from where they want to go. Use it to keep opponents away from your allies, objectives, or even their own goal zones. Block can be used with other terrain to keep opponents pinned in place for allies to capitalize on, or be used to push enemies towards your team to cut off their retreat. Just be careful not to push your enemies into your teammates if they aren't ready for it. Block is most effective when trainers understand where their opponents want to go and tell them, "You shall not pass."
Snorlax can instead learn... excuse me. Snorlax yawns, sending out a cloud of drowsiness in a designated direction. All enemies hit by this fall asleep for a moderate duration before waking up. Enemies can be woken up early by dealing damage to them after they've been asleep for a minimum duration. Snorlax upgrades his yawn at level 13, causing enemies to wake up groggy and slow for a moderate duration.
Yawn, like Block, does not do damage, but makes up for it with its utility by forcing opponents to fall asleep for an extended duration. However, be careful not to accidentally wake your opponents up prematurely with your own attacks, and doubly so if you have an ally with stronger burst abilities than your own. Remember, all enemies hit by Yawn are put to sleep, which means trainers and their allies can use this opening to set up big follow-up plays for them.
Welcome back on in Pokemon Unite traders. We're back. Lower bracket finals on deck, and we have a couple of really good teams. One team that we just saw in that winners final against OJ. Really strong team. Kiss, filled with some notable players that have been around here before. Wrecker, And then some notable EU players that elected to play on ping today because typically we are NA and LATAM North tournament. So EU players wanted to play, and they wanted to play on ping. So they felt like it was fine, and they're kind of proven to be right about that choice because they're sitting here in the losers bracket final. Husky, how are you feeling about their chances against No Smites?
I think that Kiss Kiss could do pretty well here. Both teams are looking to go back into the grand finals against Orange Juicers because Orange Juicers knocked both of them down into the lower brackets. So both of them want their salty run backs here. Both have had a great run in today's tournament. This is a best of one, right? Loser final. Best of one? Perfect.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is all or nothing. So both teams got to bring their all into this one game. You don't have the blanket little barrier of the best of three where you can drop a game and still come back. This is it. So both teams are going to be bringing it for this loser final.
It's going to be really exciting to see how this goes. It's No Smites 2.0 is what I'm seeing now. I don't know what 1.0 was, but 2.0 is back and better than ever. I don't know. We'll see. We've seen Gotlu play a few things today. We've seen them play the Leafeon. We've seen them play the Zacian. And then in this past match, we saw them on the Dodrio. Which of those three do you think kind of worked the best for Kiss Kiss? And do you think that Gotlu might need to go back to maybe something that worked a little bit better for them?
I'm not super sure. I honestly think that this ping has been getting the best of Gotlu and the entirety of the team, not to single out Gotlu or anything like that, but I think that the ping might be getting to them just a little bit. But I do think the Zacian has been working really well for them, able to output a ton of damage. But I think that at the end of the day, ping wins the war every single time. So if Kiss Kiss can figure out a way to kind of play around that a little more, I don't even know what you do there. But they've been playing some great matches of Pokemon Unite. I would love to see them play against the Orange Juicers on 0 ping, but we'll have to see how that goes.
Maybe we'll get to see that at AOS Cup, so that is going to be a battle that will be worth watching in a few short months when that happens. We'll see how Kiss Kiss wants to line up their first pick. We saw Gotlu kind of pre-picking the Zacian. They go ahead and just immediately lock it in. I think this has been probably the strongest Pokemon that they've played today.
Yeah, 100%. They really do like the Zacian. I think that putting it in as that first pick is definitely beneficial for them. No Smites is going to respond with the Garchomp Blissey pick, so really strong 2 first picks for them as well. We've loved seeing that Garchomp today, and of course the Blissey pretty much making it into every match.
The Blissey Garchomp combo has been fantastic. We've seen Blissey Garchomp, we've seen Blissey Hoopa as well. Both looking really strong. And we have the Snorlax once again. Kiss Kiss. They saw how well Zugrug piloted that Pokemon, and they want to maybe give that a test drive themselves here in the losers bracket. And then Wrecker, once again, on the Absol, just play this Pokemon time and time again. Enough to get a target ban in the last round.
Yeah, I feel like Wrecker's been, for lack of a better word, forced into other picks that weren't the Absol. It's just very clear that this player really likes this pick, so they're going to pick it early, and they're going to give No Smites the pleasure of having to try to pick something around that Absol. But look at this! We've got the support Mew locked in.
We love support Mew in this chat. Maybe not Pina. Pina doesn't love support Mew.
Pina mentioned?
Pina mentioned, mark that one, and XP share attackers off the bingo boards. We got 2 birds, 1 stone. No Smites though. Let's bring in Ribbon, talk about this overall comp of these 2 teams. How are you feeling about Kiss Kiss? They're picking that Inteleon, not something that has seen a ton of light.
I feel like Inteleon has been really just sleeping under the radar, not necessarily because of like that it's gotten like buffs or nerfs, or it's always kind of just been strong, but it's very one-dimensional in how it plays. It always wants to keep its range, it always wants to be that sniper, right? but it does allow for that A-press pressure as well. I don't exactly feel comfortable with this gutter pick, Blaziken pickup. Really just plays into this mid game that that Kiss has already completely out-dominated with the Mew and with this Inteleon as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if the 2.0 boys can get a 2 of a lead, but outside of that, I feel like this is Kiss all the way in when it comes to drafts.
They've been drafted really well, and thank you, Ribbon, for that. We will check in with you mid-game, kind of get a peek at what this lower bracket Rayquaza is going to look like. This is a best of one, so winner of this match will go on to face Orange Juicer. You gotta imagine Kiss wants a little bit of a rematch here, but they are taking this Snorlax to the basement path, Husky.
Bracket matches are always so fun because sometimes you just get a full Ray rip and sometimes you get like a really drawn out team fight. It just depends on how much these teams want to commit to this last game opportunity that they have. Somebody's going home here and somebody's going back to face the Juicers.
The Juicers are going to be squeezed if they get to face Kiss once again, just to prove that they're the best. 4 points already in on the side of No Smites as they try to get some stacks on it in early. Pushing forward early is Gotlu. Once again, I think it was the Mew E-Ball that was able to secure that.
Yeah, and once again, Mew E-Ball grabbing another one here. Wrecker making their way to the bottom path, looking for a pursuit. They'll find it on that Alolan Ninetales. Not enough for the reset there. They were able to turn around just in time. So already this Absol ready to put some pressure on this bottom path while the Combuskin made it up into the top path.
Wrecker's just making a beeline now towards this top path. They see that Combuskin was there. They're going to go ahead and push some of that damage, some of that farm over to their side. However, Pokemon are starting to fly back to the Pokemon Center. Garchomp going to be next on the chopping block as Kiss takes this first fight.
Great start there for Kiss with the double KO from the Absol, and this is kind of already seen as to why you don't let them have this Pokemon, and you give them that respect band that they deserve. Inteleon with the blue buff steal. That's their blue buff, not even ours. They're going to go ahead and take that through the enemy central area.
Wow, Gotlu picking a fight against this Garchomp 1v1, along with the coaching with the Mew, but either way, able to take it. Ooh, but Inteleon went for the red buff there. Unfortunate for them. They just go back to the Pokemon Center.
They overstay a little bit too hard there. We've got Nakey Mew now moving around into the central area looking for a secure with a Solar Beam. They do grab something, but No Smites does make it out of there alive. Absol also dancing around there. They will pick up another KO on the Garchomp.
Put some clothes on Mew. This is a family program. Put some Hollowware on. The Snorlax able to get a KO onto that Wartortle. 720 birds likely going to be spotted up here from Kiss. They're trying to get in position. Inteleon sees the Blaziken and decides differently to go in.
Yeah, I don't think that you want to engage with the Blaziken. They are level 8 and looking really strong. They will go for a snipe shot, though. A lot of secure moves coming out right there onto those birds. Now we've got almost 7 minutes here on the clock. 2 members of Kiss up in the top path. Now Absol starting to move down there into that bottom path. I think a lot of what is about to happen in this game is going to be determined by what happens at these fights.
Not a lot of pressure that can be put on from Kiss from a basic attack standpoint. That's going to enable this Blastoise to just go spin to win, but they're just going back to the Pokemon Center. Here comes all the secures. Snorlax goes in with a big heavy slam. Regirock captured for Kiss as they advance towards this T1 path.
Yeah, that was a big heavy slam there for them. Also with the Midnight Slash coming out, I thought that also had a chance of the secure triple KO for the Absol. And Kiss will secure that objective in the top path as well. Ping clearly does not matter to them.
They're looking pretty good in this game. Almost unstoppable right now, taking both sets of objectives. Zacian gonna steal some farm, but not before they do some damage in this top path. Looking to hunt down this Garchomp. Not even a Garchomp yet, still a Gabite. Blaziken coming up, throwing an overheat. Here comes Absol. Here comes another Midnight Slash out from them, and they're gonna try to get some of their points in.
They have 18 points, but the Gabite is still there. Absol not looking to jump away just yet. They're going to kind of hang out just a little bit. And I think the ability for this Absol to farm, look at the Psycho Cuts coming down, just clearing bees like it's nothing. I mean, they're not even bees, they're birds, but clearing everything like it's nothing, making sure that they can get their Unite moves back, able to make sure that they have them for all these fights. It's just real strength of a good Absol player to be able to balance clearing your farm. Look, they're already back into the central area, getting some last hits, getting their Midnight Slash charged back up, and 3 level 11s right now on Kiss Kiss, and Absol just ticked into level 12.
They're looking so good right now. It doesn't seem like No Smites has been able to put any pressure on the map. And there you go. Once again, Zacian is able to take out that Get Bite. We have Blastoise trying to spin to win. Mew's going to pop the Mystical Mirage, try to peel for them. They might be going back, but they're so slippery, able to get out of dodge. And Snorlax with an amazing peel as well, able to keep the entire team upright.
The Blastoise also missed an entire Hydro Typhoon Unite move there. Kiss Kiss is just dominating. We have a Blissicist coming out. That could be big. They end up picking up the Zacian KO. That's kind of exactly what No Smites needs in this moment. Just a little bit of a turnaround. Grabbing that level 12 KO is going to be big for them.
Here we go. Here's an overheat from this Blaziken, taking out the Reg Ice. That's going to be captured for the side of No Smites, their first objective of the game. Snorlax is going to try to block the path, try to keep these goals from going in, and able to do so as another Regieleki is going to be captured from Kiss Kiss. It's going to walk towards that T2, allowing this Absol to maybe make some moves across the map.
Absol is level 13 already, and they were still able to pick up that Regieleki, moving Garchomp there to have to deal with that by themselves. And here comes the pursuit, looking to jump in, another Midnight Slash, and that's just immediate one-shot there. On top of that, Garchomp, the Absol is not looking to be done just yet. 2 KO streak, make it 3, and the Rapid Spin Blastoise is in trouble. They do take down the Regieleki, and that's going to have to be enough.
Holy cow, folks. This Absol is getting out of hand. Level 14 already. 330 mark. I mean, we have a little bit of a lull here. No objectives going to be spawning. So let's go ahead. Let's bring in our desk analyst, Ribbon, to maybe talk about what No Smites needs to do to get the thing happening, get the ball rolling. Right now, Ribbon, they are so down. What does No Smites need to do?
Kyle, I think you know what's coming next. No Smites needs to engage in the aforementioned funny business, like a 3-minute tier 1 pad push. Try to find some sort of unites, try to get some sort of value. Blunt SC26 actually does matter, along with a few other things. The knockout would have been nice, but I feel like more funny business is definitely necessary from No Smites. They need to find some sort of avenue to get in, some sort of flank to catch them off guard, because this Intel and this Mew are absolutely owning this middle space, and this Absol just has the easiest cleanup afterwards.
Level 14 on the Absol, and thank you, Ribbon. We'll catch up with you after this match. Some objectives are going to be spawning, Husky. Kiss Kiss looking to target this basement path.
There might go for a rip here. The Inteleon has the ability to put some pressure onto this Regice before members of No Smites are down here. And this could be the funny business that Ribbon was talking about. The Blissey, of course it is, will grab that secure. But the Absol looking to rip down this Regieleki by themselves here. That's going to be putting on some great map pressure. And still, even after losing that basement objective, Kiss Kiss has the positional advantage as we enter into the Rayquaza fight.
No Smites looking to advance through this top path choke. Inteleon's just going to go full send. They pop their Azure Spy Vision. Rayquaza getting low. Here comes the Midnight Slash. No response. No Smites. Kiss Kiss gives the kiss of death. And they're going to advance on to the grand finals after they get their goals.
I like that one, the kiss of death. That was pretty good. No, I
Thank
liked
you.
it. But they are going to be getting their salty run back onto Orange Juicers. No Smite's going to just go ahead, give the GG, save us 1 minute and 36 seconds of our time to move back into this grand finals. Definitely a deserved win there for Kiss Kiss. They want their chance to face Orange Juicers once again.
Excellent play here. We're going to go into a quick break in very short time, but let's talk about the state of this game. Wrecker just kind of ran away with it, Ribbon. How are you feeling about this Absol? And if you're Orange Juicers, do you continue banning it when they get back to the grand finals?
I absolutely agree.
I see what you did there.
No pun intended. But I feel like No Smite's just had it like to their name, no smite and no focus on the objective. Kiss just rips Rayquaza right in front of them, and every piece of secure went like Kiss's way. It was just 1, 2, 3, and there was no response from No Smites. So unfortunately, nobody looked like they were able to get in. Honestly, a really good block from Patchy to really help facilitate that rip, but there's still a few things that could have gotten over the wall right there with No Smites, and I guess they just didn't respect the rip, and Kiss flipped.
Very strong plays here from Kiss. We are going to go into some replays while we go into the break, folks. Well, don't go anywhere. We will be back. Grand finals will be on deck. We are going to see Kiss versus Orange Juicers when we get back. Grab a drink, grab a snack. Don't go anywhere.
Stall for time. Yawn allows you and your teammates to make plays while your enemies are sleeping on the clock. Speaking of...
Well, would you look at the time? It's level 9 o'clock. Time for Snorlax's Night Move Power Nap. Snorlax goes the heck to sleep, flopping on the ground for a quick snooze and begins snoring. During this time, Snorlax is unstoppable and continuously recovers a substantial amount of health with the Unite's duration and cannot be passed through by opponents. Upon activation, enemies in a wide radius around Snorlax take damage and are knocked out for a short time and continue to take damage and are slowed by Snorlax's snoring. If you're a belly sleeper, Snorlax can reactivate the ability to flip over, dealing another instance of damage and knocking up enemies an additional time.
As any good Snorlax knows, the most important thing about a power nap is choosing the perfect spot to sleep. On the one hand, Snorlax can take a nap out in the heat of battle, right in the middle of the enemy team. where the knockups and slows can set your team up for devastating follow-ups. While on the other hand, Snorlax can nap with a buddy in the back, keeping your allies safe from harm with his large body and hindrances. If you're being bothered by problems and feeling low, sometimes a quick power nap can leave you feeling refreshed. And sometimes the problems will even go away by the time you wake up. Who knew sleeping was so useful? Snorlax is often played in lane with a partner where he can help allies quickly gather experience. The damage he can output with his boosted basic attacks and tackle is nigh unmatched in the early game, giving him the advantage for early brawls and secures. More seasoned and daring trainers can even attempt to invade the enemy's central area to steal away buffs, particularly if it's against a Pokemon with a weaker early game. Snorlax has a lot of bulk that allows him to take a lot of damage from opponents. But that's nothing a quick snack can't fix, thanks to Snorlax's passive Gluttony to keep him in tip-top shape. If it's not snack time yet, a quick rest might do you some good, and sometimes may even bait opponents into overextending. Clever trainers can use rest creatively to prevent opponents from running away. Once Snorlax gains access to his primary abilities, he can really start to control when and where fights happen. Heavy Slam can be used to quickly engage opponents from a distance, set them up to be damaged by your allies, while Flail can be used to put some extra oomph in your basic attacks and make your opponents think twice about challenging you and your allies. Once Snorlax learns his secondary abilities, his control over the battle arena dramatically increases. Block can be used defensively to keep opponents away from your allies and objectives, or used offensively by pushing enemies into your ranks. While Yawn can hinder multiple opponents at once, setting up your team for big damage. Once major objectives begin to spawn in the mid-game, it's time to group up with your allies. Generally speaking, you want...
Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers. We're back. Grand Finals, $750 on the line. Marteen Cup, Underdunk Edition. This is the 2-year anniversary. We've been doing Underdunk for 2 whole years at this point, so big shout outs to the community that continues to show up time and time again every other Thursday. That's last one was 44, so this is the 45th. Obviously, you know, holidays and stuff sprinkled in, but amazing show out for the team. We had 30 teams today, and everybody put on a really good show, and we're at the conclusion of it here. Grand Finals between Kiss, one extra S on each, and Orange Juicers. Husky, we saw them in the winners finals. What are you expecting from these two teams here?
I think that Kiss needs to lock in if they're gonna win this from the Juicers, because the Juicers looked fantastic against them, and we saw them in the winners finals. And now in the grand finals, I don't think the Juicers are ready to give it up just yet. Kiss, though, coming off of a big win, a lot of momentum shifted back their way. So, I mean, it is possible that they could take it here. But I mean, my money's on the Juicers. They look fantastic.
They've looked almost untouchable, at least from what we've seen on stream. You mentioned earlier. Untouchable. Sorry. It's so late. It's a late one, as is tradition here at Underdunk. But we have grand finals. We're on the last set. I'm really excited to see this Orange Juicers squad. They're the best in NA right now. They have the crown. They won AOS Cup play-ins.
The Drain Crown.
The Drain Crown. Will we see a Drain Crown? That's a question that I don't know if I want the answer to. Okay, how about that? What are your opinions on Drain Crown?
Oh, it sucks. It's bad.
Oh, okay.
I just thought it would be a funny pun. It wasn't.
I thought you were gonna go on a Drain Crown rant.
No, I'm not a Drain Crown believer. I don't know. I just can't see it. I'm not a crown believer. I'm a Charging Charm purist.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine. Either way, we got a draft going on. This is going to be a best of 3. Grand Finals format is best of 3. And then if this team that came out from that lower side bracket wins, we will have a best of 1. We try to end things here as fast as we can here at Underdog. So it is getting late, but we do have some bans already on the field. Absol, Zacian, Psyduck, not going to be allowed here in game 1.
I love seeing these bans as we get into the later parts of the tournament because a Zacian and Absol ban is not something you'd be expecting to see at the start. But the Psyduck Miraidon definitely is. So let's see what the Juicers are going to lock in for their first pick.
Umbreon pick for that first slot. No real surprises there. We've seen Roland pick that time and time again when they're on that left side and they have that available to them. Kiss Gotlu gonna line up that early pick, that early scalar speedster, Leafeon. We'll see how they decide to play that, if they're gonna maybe take that into the central area and go for a quick early gank. Wrecker on the Mimikyu.
I like the Mimikyu pick. Definitely grabbing that one's going to be valuable. You kind of you have like a poor man's double speedster with the Mimikyu Leafeon in a way, because the Mimikyu kind of behaves like a speedster. So a lot of dive, and the Juicers are going to respond to that with a lot of CC immediately out the gate. You got Flareons on the A9, Zugrug back on the Snorlax.
Zugrug on the Snorlax. You love to see it. We've seen him play this time and time again all night long, even earning himself a ban from this very Kiss team. They're letting it go this time. I didn't feel like that ban was all that worth it. So instead, they're going to lock in their normal, the Inteleon. We saw Sixies really pilot that well in that last lower bracket match.
Yeah, please play Meowscarada. They're not going to do it, are they? They're not going to do it. No, they're going to lock in the Greninja, which is another really interesting pick. And they give OG back the Garchomp, which we've been talking about a lot because this player just looks fantastic on that Garchomp pick. Be interesting to see how the Greninja works into something like Inteleon. You just have to try very hard to not get hit with a snipe shot.
You really don't want to get hit with a snipe shot. It's like my least favorite thing as a squishy attacker, so Flareons and Kratos, beware. That can pretty much chunk you halfway or more. Ribbon, we're going to bring it to you to talk about these two comps. How are you feeling? Who do you think got the better of this deal here in the Grand Finals Game 1?
A fan of these Umbreon first picks, to be honest. I feel like Mimikyu Leafeon is just way too much value in return. That's really hard to counter. Flareon's is going to be really crucial and probably the member I'm going to be watching the most in this patch. But I feel like Kiss is definitely going to be controlling a lot of the tempo, especially if they get ahead.
They have to. They have to. You gotta get ahead if you're playing some speedsters, and especially that Leafeon. It tends to fall off a little bit towards that late game. So if they're able to get, kind of a chokehold on that early game and kind of drown out some of that XP, I think it's going to play really well into their hand. Orange Juicers, though, they don't want that to happen.
No, because generally the goal of the game is to win the game.
What?
So you definitely don't want the other team to win the game. Which is
take.
Crazy. It's crazy.
Add it to
I know
your
it's a
hot
little bit of a
takes.
hot take, but yeah, I will add that one. I think that's going to be kind of what both teams are focusing on here. Not the slow bro skin, no more nakey slow bro. They're heading into this bottom path.
We need to make sure that there's Hollowware equipped on all of the pink blobs in Pokemon Unite. I think that might need to be a rule set requirement in the next Underdunk, as we see Mimikyu just starting to chunk down Roland. They're going to force that X speed out and maybe get some farm.
Here comes the beautifully dressed Leafeon up into this top path, level 4. They pop an X attack going in immediately. They will get that secure, but other than that, they're not going to push too hard. Instead, we've got an interesting jungle clear. We've got the Mimikyu being followed around, pocketed, if you will, by this Blissey, grabbing some of the rest of those buffs, making sure they get their level 5 fast.
They're able to get evolved as that Blissey. We do see Gotlu just kind of prancing around the Thea Skies, trying to figure out which lane to provide some value in. They are lining up this bottom lane as it's just leaving this Mimikyu alone to the top lane. We see Orange Juicers pushing on forward, looking to get some goals in. Going to be able to do it. Mimikyu just going to try to farm it while all of those points rain in.
Yeah, kind of a lane trade there, just getting some more points in the bottom path for Kiss Kiss and then some points in the top path for the Juicers. Leafeon getting another stack there, and look at Kiss Kiss. They're just going to go roll into the Orange Juicer central area. That Greninja has not gotten their level 7 yet, and they can't fight them.
It's very unfortunate. Gonna pop the eject here from the Alolan Ninetales. Doesn't matter. They're still going back to the Pokemon Center. We have Zugrug gonna try to gobble up all this money so this Leafeon cannot stack any further. That's gonna force Kiss Kiss to retreat back towards their pad. Not before this Slowbro is able to get another 7 in.
Yeah, 79 to 72. Both teams playing at their very best right now. Finally, we've got that level 7 Greninja to clear up some of these mid-birds here. So Orange Juicers coming out on top in terms of the farm right now. But Kiss Kiss is really putting on this map pressure.
There we go. Leafeon once again targeting this Alolan Ninetales, able to accomplish this mission. Inteleon also getting evolved, but being found in the tall grass is Leafeon once again. Snorlax wasn't able to finish the job. Gotlu getting out on 1 HP in a dream.
That was great. That was all Razor Leaf shield right there. When you cast Razor Leaf, it gives the little bit of a shield to Leafeon. Otherwise, the Snorlax would have surely been able to take them down there, and that would have been a huge KO, but not today. And Gotlu, level 8 now, have access to the Emerald 2-step, and nobody is prepared for it. Yep, I was right.
Husky was right. Let's all give Husky praise for predicting what Gotlu was just about to do to Orange Juicer. Regirock getting pretty low. There we go. We got the Water Burst Shuriken, but it might be a little bit too late as Mimikyu is able to put Regirock in their handbag. And a little bit of a trade here. Garchomp able to take Regieleki.
Again, we see the Juicers prioritizing this top path, looking for opportunities to open up the map a little bit. They're not even going to try to push this into the top path. Probably a smart play here. Instead, they're going to look for positioning in the bottom side of the path. You've got 3 members of Kiss Kiss in the top path, so if they want to push, now's the time.
Here's the push. Here it comes. Big heavy slam takes out the Mimikyu with pairings from this Garchomp. Snipe shot is going to find the Umbreon. That's not necessarily the target that they wanted. Points are flying in. They leave it at 19. Another 34 goes in. 40 points again. Orange Juicers extends their lead, but here comes a nice 40 cap in return from this Leafeon.
And here's what we were talking about with the Alolan Ninetales, to watch Flareon's and his ability to try to stun out a lot of these advancements from Kiss Kiss, and that's exactly what he was able to do here. But here we got the Leafeon Emerald 2-step coming down, grabbing Garchomp immediately into the Bliss Assistance, double KO for them, and Kiss Kiss is looking for more.
They're looking to push this T1 pad. Here comes another Unite move from this Greninja. Here comes the Unite move from the Inteleon. Shadow Sneak goes directly on top of the Greninja. Play with me, says the Mimikyu, because they get the KO. More points flying in from Kiss Kiss. Here comes the response from the Garchomp. Livid Outrageous pop. They're looking to hunt down the rest of Kiss Kiss, but they're standing in front of this Snorlax. And this 60s on the Inteleon might try to get out, but that's a really tough ask as they go back to the Pokemon Center.
I don't think I've ever seen as tanky of an Inteleon as 60s looked in that moment. I don't know how they lived that for that long, but it felt like the damage output compared to the damage taken was absolutely insane. Able to take down Flareons, who's stuck now at level 10 at the under 5-minute mark.
Not a great place where you want your mage attacker. We're going to see if we're going to get a secure here. It is Flareon's able to take the Ice on Ice Crime, as Kiss Kiss is looking to find value elsewhere, and they've kind of been able to do that all match. They've been able to find these really nice plays.
Yeah, they've done a great job at making sure that they're positioned well. It seems like Kiss Kiss definitely has the upper hand in terms of the control over this game, but the Juicers definitely aren't done yet. I mean, we saw them absolutely dominate against this team before. And again, we see the Alolan Ninetales get taken down. I think this is all, because you let the Leafeon in, honestly.
Gotlu's making this Pokemon look really strong in this match, and it's exactly what the doctor ordered. Regieleki gonna get leashed here. Here comes Inteleon once again with an Azure Spy Vision, able to take out OG. And nice little return in the bot lane that we saw off camp that we didn't see exactly was that Alolan Ninetales taking out Gotlu. That's a big pickup for them as this fight rages on for this Regieleki.
Greninja popping the Water Burst Shuriken again, looking for the Inteleon. Blissey, though, doing a great job of following them around. Finally, Greninja able to take them down. Blissey now going down as well. This could be the turnaround that the Juicers need. They're going to start looking to rip this Rayquaza. Not Rayquaza. Regieleki.
Regieleki. I was going to say, we're a little early.
We got there in the end.
We got there early. Speaking of Rayquaza, we have a little bit of a lull here while we see Orange Juicers farms their side of the map. Let's go ahead, bring in Ribbon for our desk analysis here before Rayquaza. Galu's got off to this level 13 start pretty early, but Orange Juicers, they're starting to creep up. They've taken this lead back. How are you seeing this Ray fight play out?
Honestly, that knockout in that bot side for Flareons was really, honestly, massive. Every single knockout that that Gatlu has gotten on that onto Flareons there just immediately translated into way more value that Flareons got right there back as well. So really just great combo from the Orange Juicers right there to make sure to get that value back while holding on the top side. So now games are pretty even, and yeah.
Alrighty. Thank you, Ribbon. We'll catch you on the flip side. Maybe it will be a Rayquaza flip, but both teams kind of getting set up here as we had a little bit of technical difficulty.
Yes, we don't know exactly what happened in that basement fight right there, but we do see that there is no Emerald 2-step and the Leafeon went down, so this is going to be the Juicers' chance to go. This Slowbro now getting pushed away, and this is the chance to capitalize, Kyle.
Oh, all the Unite moves flying out from both sides. Alolan Ninetales go down, Slowbro and Mimikyu also go down. We have the Greninja that's looking for maybe a flight here. Blissful Assistance goes onto the Leafeon. Emerald. We have Azure Spy Vision out from Inteleon, and they are pressing their A button. They're taking numbers. They're taking names. 3 members of OJ go sent back into the Pokemon Center. We start to see Rayquaza getting ripped, though. I'm not sure if Zugrug can stall this out.
Unfortunately, the Greninja going down there was the chance for Orange Juicers to rip in the backside. Zugrug looking to get through this block, but it's the Leafeon who shreds through it instead. It's going to be up to Flareons, but it's not in time. It is going to be the Slowbro. Kiss, going to take this Rayquaza.
Yeah, here comes another Emerald 2-step, able to take out more Pokemon on the side of Orange Juicers. 78 points going in for Kiss. They still have plenty of shields, plenty of time to get some of those dunks in. Slowbro likely going to be falling here, a victim of that Alolan Ninetales. 90 points once again go flying in from Kiss, and this lead is looking insurmountable in Game 1.
Yeah, you can't let this Leafeon in again. You can't let them have Leafeon and Mimikyu. It's just not. You can't let that happen again. But as we say, we like to talk about how the Juicers like to lose their first game. So it is very possible here that we could potentially see the Juicers come back. They looked great, and losing to Kiss here after such a dominant performance, I feel like the only explanation is the fact that you let this Leafeon hurt.
Leafeon might be on the ban list here. Or maybe a different comp on your own side. It seemed to work out for them in the previous set because they kind of ran a similar squad out there. I think the difference of what Orange Juicers had to go against in that previous set was they didn't have to deal with that Inteleon on top of that. I think that's the big change that Kiss made in that composition. 60s on the Inteleon was really strong. But I'm actually really curious to hear from Ribbon on that. How are you feeling about this Inteleon pick, and do you think that was really what OJ struggled with this match?
I definitely feel like it was a little bit more of the Leafeon and the Mimikyu than the Intel, but honestly, in that Ray fight, yes. The Intel was able to find multiple skirmishes at 1v1, and especially if Intel can keep the range on something like a Greninja, and the Greninja just doesn't unfortunately find the Water Shurikens, Intel normally wins that 1v1 every time. So it was just really unfortunate that Kiss really just broke apart the fight and unfortunately, like, nobody from Orange Juicers was able to react to the mean look that Gatlu did take from Roland. Zagreb followed up immediately as well, but just no damage was nearby. It wasn't enough, and the Bliss assistance, honestly, it was what I feel like really won them that Ray fight.
Bliss assist looking really strong. Every single time it seemed like it was going right on top of Gatlu and provided so much value. But yeah, I mean, Husky, look at this Inteleon just shredding through Orange Juicers time and time again.
Yeah, that just seemed to be very much in control of that match the entire time. I mean, Juicers had some momentum. We saw them push back a little bit here. They got some big pickups on that Leafeon, but that final fight just went right back over to Kiss Kiss, and they looked really, really great in this game number 1 of the grand finals. And it's going to be up to Orange Juicers to kind of figure their way back into this, because regardless, I think we're going to be seeing another 2 games.
Yeah, I would really expect it, and did get word from production that the grand finals, it's just going to be a best of 3. There's not going to be any sort of reset. If Orange Juicers loses this next match, they'll just be done for the night, and Kiss Kiss will take home the prize. It is a split pool, though, split across the top 3 teams, so neither team going empty-handed regardless, but this 60s on the Inteleon. I think we had mentioned in the previous set we weren't sure why Inteleon was banned, and I think in this match we learned why. 111k damage from them, and I think they went down maybe one time. That one time we had mentioned, like at that Regieleki push, but they looked fantastic.
Yeah, and I think that was big too, the Inteleon with that triple KO. They picked up the Greninja just slightly. It felt like the Juicers were just a little bit confused in the pit. They just weren't sure where they wanted to go, if they wanted to rip or not, and the Greninja was just kind of caught out by themselves by that Inteleon. Not much Greninja is going to be able to do against an Inteleon with a Unite move up, and Flareon's here just a little bit too late to get into the pit. Really solid by Kiss Kiss. We'll have to see what the plan is for both of these teams in this game number 2.
Game number 2 is going to be pivotal. It's that turning point. It's either I'm going to go home, I'm going to go to bed. It is, I don't know about you. I'm on the East Coast, and it's 12:34 for me. I know that there's some EU players where it's like 6 a.m. There's some LATAM players where it's like 3 a.m. or so. Holy cow. It's been a wild ride tonight, and we're almost at the end.
Yeah, I'm acting like it's it's so late for me. I'm so tired, but it's 12:30, which is expected for a tournament that starts at 7 p.m., I think. But for a lot of these players, it is the morning time, and they have been playing Pokemon Unite all night, which I can't imagine the mental strain that would put on a person to play Pokemon Unite for that many hours straight. But good for these players. We'll see if this is the last game of tonight, if Kiss Kiss is going to take the crown, or if Orange Juicers is going to come back in this and win the second game like they usually tend to do.
They've done it time and time again. They've done it in the they did it in the lower bracket, or the grand finals side of the AOS Cup play-ins, where they had to win the reset against Luminosity, and then they got the reset from that set, and they forced it, and then they won again. I mean, this team is ready. They're ready to play. You can't bet against them. They have some demons on their squad. I think it's just a matter of figuring out a comp that works against the pressure that Kiss Kiss wants to put on, and they wanted to put it on really early on that Leafeon.
Yeah, definitely don't count Orange Juicers out just yet. I mean, I imagine we might see a pivot to a Leafeon ban, because you don't want Gatlu to have that again. But let's see here, getting into our draft, game number 2. Kiss Kiss is up 1-0, and Orange Juicers is going to stay on your first pick side, and it looks like they are hovering that Leafeon ban.
Not surprised. Not surprised. Also not surprised about the Psyduck ban. It seems like no one wants me to get to cast my silly little duck, his silly little waddle into lane. It just gives me so much joy, but I guess the kit is way too strong to deal with, and that's fine. Miraidon, Absol, Leafeon, Psyduck are going to be subject to your bans, and Roland picking that Umbreon first once again.
Yeah, we've got the Umbreon locked in, Ribbon's favorite thing, to get that Umbreon first pick, and we give away the Zacian back to Gatlu, and we give the Mimikyu back as well. So really two really powerhouse picks for Kiss Kiss, but Orange Juicers really does like that Umbreon.
I heard Ribbon sigh in the background, so before the full comps are going to be picked, I want to bring Ribbon in because clearly she has some things to say about what's going on here. So Ribbon, what has you a little worried here?
Okay, it's fine. I'm in full Copia mode right now as I come unmuted. We do have the Umbreon counterplay into the Blissey Shield along with the Slowpoke grab, the counter to Mimikyu as well. So this Umbreon first pick is kind of fine here considering that Kiss Kiss does end up picking up this Mimikyu. And we do have a lot of mid-range control around this OJ comp. So hopefully this Leafeon, or excuse me, this Dodrio can find some avenues in, especially since this Intel is the gutter pick.
Kratos on the Dodrio can be really deadly for that backline. 60s is just really going to have to hit those snipe shots and be pinpoint accurate with them. Zugrug, once again, we're going to see them on the Crustle. So despite Snorlax being available, Husky, how are you feeling about this Crustle pick instead of the Snorlax?
I think I might like the Crustle pick here, especially into an Inteleon, because it's a little bit better at jumping back there, at least slowing down the Inteleon, preventing it for long enough from moving so that this Dodrio or maybe this Blaziken can get into that backline. I think the problem that the Juicers are going to have is this Mimikyu, Zacian, just heavy dive, which is the same problem that they had in the previous match.
And they have that Alolan Ninetales once again to kind of provide that midline crowd control to try to keep that Zacian away, keep that Mimikyu off of you. No speedsters to deal with technically, but the amount of dive that those Pokemon have really forced Orange Juicer's hand to kind of play that Alolan Ninetales once again. I thought Flareons did a pretty good job on it last match, though. All things considered.
Yeah, I mean, it was fine. I don't know. The Alolan Ninetales, I feel like, is a difficult one to work with because when you hit those combos, it's huge. But when you don't hit those combos, it just becomes detrimental to your team.
Yeah, it turns like a sitting Psyduck. No, maybe not. Psyduck's pretty broken, right? Game number 2, Grand Finals. Kiss Kiss up 1-0. This is going to be it if Kiss Kiss can win this match. So we'll see if they're able to respond and close the door on Orange Juicers. We have going to the bottom path is this Crustle Alolan Ninetales.
That's a pretty mean lane there for the Juicers, but still, the Inteleon Slowbro, the double water gun lane, is also pretty mean. Slowbro already having its focus band popped right there. A lot of damage coming down from the Juicers.
A lot of damage, a lot of crowd control. Already have the Alolan Ninetales online. Zacian doesn't need to evolve, so they're going to continually put pressure on this Torchic in the top path. Torchic going to have to dash on away. Good peel from the Umbreon, but it's not enough. The little Eevee couldn't hold the Zacian at bay.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with sending two Pokemon that both need to evolve. And look at Kiss Kiss. They've got Wrecker up there in the top path, looking for an engage onto this Inteleon. To this Umbreon. Well, a lot of Eons today.
Eon.
Looking for an engage up there, but we got 4 members now of the Juicers in this bottom path. They've decided they just want to try to go for a little trade.
And that's what exactly they're going to do. They're going to try to get some of their points on in, some points flying in from Dojo, from Ninetales, and this Umbreon, going on in. But Kiss Kiss, they trade for this top path. They get their mission accomplished. They get a bunch of points in, and it's going to force Roland to maybe try to steal their own red buff, and that's going to be unsuccessful.
No, that's a really difficult one to out-secure on that Inteleon. The middle evolution of Inteleon is, what is it? Drizzile. Yeah, they still have that access to the water gun. And look at this Mimikyu right now, taking down that little Eevee once again. They have not evolved yet, and the Mimikyu already level 6, nearly level 7 with access to Shadow Sneak.
Gonna try to peel and rip through all of those Altaria family in the central area. Able to do so. Drizzile maybe looking for a water gun hit onto this Crustle. Mimikyu just gonna continually play rough with that thing and really just damage and avoid a lot of the pressure that Crustle can do, a lot of that crowd control. Orange Juicers, though, looking pretty strong, but we have an invade here from Wrecker on this Mimikyu.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous. The Dodrio is there, and Kratos is going to look for a KO on them. It will be Zugrug who ends up getting it. Big overextension there from that Mimikyu. Unfortunately, they were just not able to get what they wanted out of that invade.
Oh, hands in the cookie jar, completely caught. And Orange Juicers taking this basement goal, getting a overcap, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. That was about 28-point overcap from that Crustle. Kiss gonna be forced to play for this top path. Gonna look for maybe some additional points before breaking and going for this Regieleki, because Reg Ice is captured by Orange Juicers. They might be looking for this T2 pad push.
At the end of the day, I feel like breaking that pad's generally good if you expect to get the Aleki here, but it's going to be up to Kiss to actually secure it. We do have a Blaziken, and they're charging it, but overheat, but the play with me comes out. That was huge just to prevent that secure.
He was looking for maybe the eject button into the secure, unable to do so. Great response from Wrecker to just stop that thing in its tracks. Looking to now push towards this T2 pad is Kiss. We have a met with a little bit of resistance from this Alolan Ninetales. Here comes the Azure Spy Vision from the Inteleon. They pop their Unite move. They're pressing their A button. Ninetales responds with a double KO, forcing Inteleon to retreat.
That was a great play there from Flareon, using the eject button to reposition their Unite move, picking up some really valuable KOs here. Triple Trample comes down on top of the Zashi, and they're going down too. Suddenly Orange Juicers is looking more like the Juicers that we saw when they faced Kiss before.
Oh, God. Kratos might have gotten their hands caught in their cookie jar as they go down. Great response with that Bliss Unite, but Roland was there to just immediately steal all of those shields from that Bliss Unite. Great play there from the Juicers. They may just trade some of their carries for one another. And look at this goal zone. Look at this back camp, and this is at 22, so OJ's putting a lot of pressure on these pads.
They definitely seem like they have the control right now in this second game, putting a lot of points in, putting a lot of pressure on. With 20 seconds left until the second basement Reggie spawns, we've got 4 members of Orange Juicers hanging out down there.
They're looking to grab some vision, maybe figure out where Kiss is setting up, even if they want to go ahead and engage. They have that basement pad, so I don't know if Kiss really wants to be down here. As I say that, they start migrating this way. Orange Juicers susses it out. Meanlook goes on to the Mimikyu. They're looking to now peel towards this pad because they might have just gotten caught. Inteleon's forced to eject. Here comes Slowbro, gonna spit on him. Throw some Scalds their way. Another Azure Spy Vision. More A presses, and Kiss gonna advance towards this Registeel.
Big eject button play from Zugrug there. Taking down somebody, uses the Rebel Rouser, but it's not going to be enough. It is the Zacian to get that secure, and now he's running through, grabbing Roland as well. Will go down to the Blaziken. A lot of back and forth KOs here as Mimikyu also grabs that Blaziken. Flareon's looking to potentially hold it down here and go after this Mimikyu. Here comes Dodrio. They will grab them, and the Juicers still maintain the control.
Excellent Rock Tomb from Zugrug. Just stop that Mimikyu in their tracks. They didn't have a dash to get through it. And a great follow-up from the rest of the Juicers to ensure that KO. It's a lot of XP in their pocket. And even though they didn't win the objective, getting that Mimikyu there was definitely big.
But look at the levels right now, Kyle. Not too many high levels. 2 level 12s on both sides. Now, Alolan Ninetales finally also taking into the level 12, but nothing runaway like we saw with this Leafeon in the previous match. But Flareon's gets caught out there by a snipe shot.
That's what we were talking about in the early, in the pre-selection screen of, those snipe shots just hit so hard, and if they're able to find that Ninetale, that's going to be really tough. Orange Juicers looking to press forward, looking to maybe grab through, maybe stop them in their tracks of this Regieleki, but we're kind of nearing that 3-minute mark. I don't know if we're going to have a full engage here. Let's go ahead, while this fight's going on, let's bring in Ribbon as Orange Juicers is getting forced out of this fight. what does Orange Juicers need to do to respond here to this Regieleki and some of these late game pushes that Kiss Kiss has been able to put on?
Honestly, I feel like this is a pretty easy answer. Kiss Kiss, I feel like, is picked objectively 2 of the worst supporters and defenders into Umbreon that you can in this Slowbro and in this Blissey, because you've now created a very passive composition that does not allow you to really take any initiative, especially around Rayquaza. So if Orange Juicers can find some sneaky flanks, some different avenues, and really just pounce before Kiss Kiss are able to respond, I feel like they can get a punish and really start a snowball that could be too great.
I like it. Ribbon will check back with you at the end of this match. Registeel, though, getting taken by Orange Juicers. Husky, both squads kind of lining up, getting ready in the Ray Pit.
Look at Zugbrug already engaging a little bit onto Slowbro. Dodrio with a big pick there. Slowbro will go down, and now the Juicers are going to advance here with 2 minutes on the clock. They go for the Mimikyu, has to use the play with me, but they are caught out as well. Juicers going to convert onto this Rayquaza.
Wow, those are some massive catches there from Orange Juicers way before Rayquaza spawn. We have Kratos just getting another one. They find the Blissey, and this should be an easy pickings for Orange Juicers. Game number 2 in hand. I don't think there was any doubt once they got some of those picks here, Husky.
Yeah, that was huge to catch out that Slowbro. I mean, that was exactly right by Ribbon. Just a great call there. The Slowbro just doesn't allow for the engage that Kiss Kiss would need to prevent something like that from happening, and Orange Juicers knew that. They capitalized on it, and unfortunately, we are going to be going to a Game 3 in this Grand Finals.
Unfortunately, yeah, I know. It is getting late. But we are going to have a pretty good final, I think. 699, 110 right now. Kiss Kiss might get some points in. They'll likely grab this 50-point dunk, so 100 points. They're still going to need a whole entire response, and you see Orange Juicers on the opposite side scoring another couple hundred. So this one's all about in the bag for these two squads. Game number 3 is inevitable at this point, and gotta love a good Game 3 situation.
Yeah, we've had quite a lot of them tonight. This point has just broken 1,000 there from the Juicers, 1,015. Kiss Kiss just kind of hanging out on the base. The goal pads are all broken, but they know it does not matter. 20 seconds left, and this game is all but over.
20 seconds left. Here comes some more Unite moves just to kind of kill the rest of this clock. And, I mean, this match went very well for the Orange Juicers. I think they were able to kind of play their game. They were able to play the tempo that they wanted to play. And I think the ban of the Leafeon might have been the best thing for them, because the Leafeon really forced them to play uncomfortable.
Yeah. And we didn't go with the 1 game advantage thing, right?
No, it's just a best of 3. So there's no winner's side advantage, nothing. It is just a normal best of 3.
Cool. Nice.
Cool. We're going to bring Ribbon back on in. Ribbon, you almost predicted it with perfect accuracy of that Ray fight.
No, that's 100%. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. Yeah. Really, just once again, we saw it earlier today with what happened with Pure. Just was not able to really get out of getting caught out, and not able to die quickly enough, and Orange Juicers just took advantage of the fact that there was no front line after that Slowbro went down, so they just get pick after pick and really just deeply snowball that engage. So I have no words. I said them 5 minutes ago.
Great prediction. We're just here to, just give you a little bit of flowers for that. But yeah, I mean, let's take a look at some of these replays as we get game number 3 set up. I mean, both this early game, I mean, we saw a lot of trades of objectives on both sides, but Orange Juicers really got to play their game. They responded to these Lecky pushes. They even pushed the T2 pad of the basement side themselves. And anytime that Kiss Kiss want to invade, Kratos just able to clean it up time and time again.
Yeah, that Dodrio. I haven't seen Dodrio look that good in a long time. I feel like it just is such a volatile pick, but I think as a gutter pick, it was really good for the Juicers, and Kratos just looked fantastic on it, was able to avoid getting stunned out by a lot of the CC moves on Kiss Kiss, and it was just a great pick.
Great picks indeed, and this was a good pickup here of this Registeel. I thought really that we had a chance there if your Orange Juicers Flareon's just maybe a little bit early or a little bit too late on their Unite move. But still able to get a couple of picks. Getting that Zacian there was pretty big. I mean, you still lose to the Mimikyu, but I think they were able to pick that up later on.
Yeah, this was that fight where it was just back and forth the whole time. There were just picks going between and around and all over the place there for both sides. Another big Dodrio pick there on the Mimikyu. It just really felt like with both of these teams, you know, nobody was safe. You could get dove on, you could get snipe shotted, anything could happen.
Oh, the snipe shots were huge too. I mean, it weren't as big as in game number 1 for Sixies, but still looking pretty strong. I mean, you see time and time again forcing the Zugrug on that Crustle to retreat and kind of just providing great zoning for the rest of the squad to kind of clean up these objectives, get those secures. The only one that they couldn't get when they contested was this base or this Rayquaza, where you just saw these Pokemon just fly off the rails because Orange Juicers, they had their trigger fingers hot.
Yeah, again, the Orange Juicers team just has a really great way of responding to changes that happen on the map, especially in this match. It just depends on the Orange Juicers that you get. We didn't see it in the first match, and now we're seeing it very clearly here. And even after this Kiss Kiss push, they were not able to make it happen. 1-1, we are in our last draft of the night. And Gatlu is hovering their first ban. They're going to lock in the Umbreon ban.
Ooh, I actually like this pivot here. They don't like dealing with that Umbreon. We saw Roland utilize it very well, and it's going to force them to play something a little bit less comfortable. And kind of another forced hand is going to be that Absol target ban once again. Wrecker not going to be allowed to play that one. We also have that Psyduck along with the Mimikyu, and this is going to force Kiss Kiss to lock in the Miraidon.
Yeah, the Miraidon pick, definitely going to be the best option. At this point, the Miraidon has looked absolutely insane, but the Juicers are going to counter by taking away the Gatlu Zacian and the Leafeon that they've been so strong with. That's going to put Kiss Kiss in an interesting position.
Looking to line up the rest of these picks. The Zacian. I mean, I love the Leafeon pick. I mean, we saw Gatlu utilize it well enough to where it got target banned in game number 2, but Orange Juicer's going to maybe take it this time. They don't want to let Gatlu play it. Zugrug, once again, going to be on the Crab. Crabs in chat, everybody. And then we're going to see the Snorlax on the opposite side.
The Snorlax pick, definitely solid, but Zugrug, I feel like, has come into the Crustle very well. So locking that in makes complete sense, and Roland is going to go with the Eldegoss, which we've seen a little bit today, but not as much as you would expect. I'm not surprised to see the Eldegoss, but it's definitely a fun one to see.
Eldegoss has a great win rate right now. It's not like the most flashy of the supporters because it doesn't like hard carry anything, but it does a little bit of everything. Does the great stuns, it has good shielding, provides decent levels of healing to the squad, but really provides a lot of backline pressure with those A presses. But maybe we want to get Ribbon's take here for this game number 3. Obviously, this is for all the marbles for these two squads. How are you feeling about these two squads? You got Speedster on Speedster, that Leafeon and Dodrio. Who do you think are coming out ahead on this one?
I am personally siding my draft over to the Orange Juicers right now. Unless this Blissey really plans on going heals here, outside of a Bliss assistance, they don't really have like the most optimal of targets to hit that Unite on outside of like a Dodrio run in, or it's going to be definitely more defensive on whoever holds this Leafeon. So I just feel like as long as Flareon finds these snipe shots, Orange Juicers can absolutely control this tempo of this game and really yank Kiss around.
That's exactly what's going to need to happen. I'm really excited to see the Speedster and Speedster matchup. You kind of have best of both worlds. You get that Leafeon really early game, and then you get that Dodrio that provides just a lot of like pressure on the map in that late game. I mean, if it gets kind of close, I mean, look for Gotlu to like put some pressure on the goals, put some pressure on the back line. We'll see how this plays out. We got game number 3. This is for all the marbles. Grand finals. Kiss on your left side. Orange Juicers on your orange side. We're taking Miraidon to the bot path.
It is for all of the marbles. 750 of the marbles. If one marble is equal to $1, it's going to be a lot of marbles.
Where
to
are you
take
buying your
these
marbles?
Teams. But yeah, if you want to, you can do like some marble racing maybe. But that is quite a lot of marbles. We do have an easy secure there for that Inteleon. Or no, it was not actually that Inteleon to get that secure. And we have a little invade right now. Eldegoss jumping in, trying to harass this little Dratini.
Oh, almost able to get that red buff away, but at least for them, they're going to force them to peel back to that T2 pad. Kratos is providing a lot of pressure up in this top path, forcing the Snorlax, forcing Dodo back to the back line. Snorlax is going to press forward, though. I believe it was the Dodrio that was able to secure that.
Yeah, we have an eject button and a focus band pop for the Snorlax, so knowing that, Leafeon Zacian is going to try to find this Dodrio. Not going to be able to. They know that there are some ball toys up in the central area, so they're going to be looking for them here.
I actually really love this play from Galu. That's a really heads-up play, knowing what the Leafeon was done. That's the testament of someone that also plays Leafeon, so understanding the clearing there. You have some pressure going into these Altaria. Snorlax forced to retreat. A lot of the farm, though, going over to Orange Juicers.
We've got now a Dragonair flapping its little tail as a little noodle. Gonna have to head back into that central area because you don't want to risk the potential for Orange Juicers to go for an invade there. Because look at Roland, somehow living for so long, even with the Snorlax trying to catch up. Look at him, finds the X speed, and even at a level 3, they get away.
That's criminal. Zacian gonna try to steal some farm away from Gotlu on this Dodrio. It's a Drill Peck Dodrio. Gonna provide a little bit more crowd control. We got the Metal Claw out, but that's not enough. Here comes Kratos for the response. Great heavy slam prevents Dodrio from going down.
They try to go in onto the Snorlax, but they do pop the rest. They will go down to the support basic attack, of course they do. And Leafeon does not get the Dodrio, but there's still a KO that ends up going over to the side of Orange Juicer, so it's not the worst exchange for them. But the levels looking very even right now, Kyle.
Looking pretty even. Inteleon online. Got that level 7, so look for Flareons to put their best 60s impression on the map, because this is the first time we're seeing them play this tonight, but a very strong, very proficient player onto that character. There's a nice little Drill Pack that's going to put a little bit more pressure on Orange Juicers. Force Crustal retreat. There goes the Charge Beam, looking to shred through on them. But, oh, look at this trap here. Going to force this X speed out from the Blissey.
Flareon's looking great with the snipes, hitting a lot of these there, forces Kiss back out. But we do have a Dragonite available, and they will be having a Hyper Beam that they would like to charge up. But Orange Juicer still moving down into this Regirock, and looks like there's going to be an engage here.
Oh, here we go. Big Hyper Beam. Might be a little bit early. That might open the opportunity for Orange Juicers to get it, and they do. Regirock captured by OJ. They advance forward. They take out Dragonite. They have their sights set onto this Miraidon. Emerald 2-step out. Kratos pushing forward, pushing into the Flux Zone. Gets the KO there. Snorlax taking a big little nap onto the goal zone. They go down. Great shot here from Inteleon. Response from Gotlu with the big Drill Peck. That does a ton of damage. They're going to jump kick. They're going to push them in. There's the triple trample. Their fight rages on, and Gotlu getting a double KO.
Gotlu still going to try to push in for more. They want a triple, but they will go down again. The supporter basic attack, and Orange Juicers will still hold on. Despite losing a few members there that you definitely don't want to lose, they will hold it, at least for now.
Looking to push again. This fight is just going on for so long. In the top path, though, you see You know, Gotlu peel back, or you see Kratos peel back, try to get some value in the top path, while OJ just focuses on the defense down here. And it's worked out for them. It's 101 to 19 right now.
Yeah, so far the Juicers definitely have the score lead, but Gotlu looks great on this Drill Peck Dodrio. If they can pick up the Leafeon with that Drill Peck and pull them back into the rest of Kiss Kiss, or even better yet, a fully charged up Charge Beam, then Kiss Kiss definitely has a shot here.
We'll see where these engages go. Dragonite looking to maybe peel through this Eldegoss with some Hyper Beams, but they have their eyes set on this Regieleki that is still standing tall in the top lane. Snipe Shot connects to the Blissey. Looking to go again. They get him. Going back to the Pokemon Center. Gotlu down, and Flareon's is heating up, even though it's a water type. Looking for the Rayquaza. No, it's Zacian. Still OJ on top. Triple KO. 4 Flareons on this water. Inteleon.
Hyper Beam just a little bit too early there because of the because they assumed there'd be some more damage placed on it, but there was not. Now Orange Juicers looking to push in a little bit more. Here comes the triple trample though. They're looking for Inteleon. They will find them with a Drill Peck, but they will not find enough damage to get the KO. Dodrio does run away, gives the opportunity for Kiss Kiss to start breaking down this Regieleki, but Orange Juicers not done yet.
There goes the Bright Future Meteor Storm from Miraidon. The last hit does crowd control, knock the entire squad of OJ up, and that's going to force them to maybe farm through this jungle area. They do steal a buff. I believe Kratos was able to take something out of there. We have Reg Ice that has joined the fray in this bottom path. If Kratos once again going to start shredding through it, they get joined up by OG on the Zacian. They're able to make quick work of that as Reg Ice is captured for OJ.
3 members of Kiss Kiss now want to push into this top path. Here comes a Bliss assistance right here, but Zugrug is holding it down very well. Great eject button out of that Hyper Beam, and now the reinforcements have arrived, Kyle.
Here we go, Azure Spy Vision from this Inteleon. They're gonna press forward, press A. Mission accomplished as they get a KO onto the Blissey that forces Kiss Kiss to retreat all the way back to their pad, and some of them through the Pokemon Center as 2 members go down at the hands of Inteleon, and I believe it was Kratos on that Leafeon that grabbed another 2.
Yeah, they were down in that central area, kind of towards that bottom path, able to grab a couple KOs, and Orange Juicers, again, really dominating, and the Leafeon is definitely, and it's a reason for that. That's very much a reason for that. But this Inteleon as well, Flareon's doing a great job, already level 13, hitting those snipes, getting a ton of KOs. And look at this Leafeon. Look at their positioning, sitting there in that bush. They're just able to get out. No bush checking was done for Kiss Kiss.
They thought, they were like, I could get engaged, but I might go down. Oh, great push here from Gotlu on that Dodrio, able to clean that up, but Flareon makes quick work of him with some excellently placed snipe shots. Gets a double KO. I mean, he's looking really strong on this character. Already level 13. He gives another Hyper Beam from Wrecker on the Dragonite. Leafeon takes a KO onto the Snorlax. They press forward. They press on. The Orange Juice is pressed as Inteleon gets another double KO. Flareon's is working it today.
You'd think that a 5-man push into that bottom tier 1 this late in the game would result in something for Kiss Kiss, but unfortunately for them, that is just not the case. And that is exactly what you said. It's because of Flareons. Those snipe shots coming out of left field, center field, right field, all of the fields, up and down, the Z-axis even. They're hitting snipe shots from across the map, it feels like. And Kiss Kiss really going to have to get a huge engage here for this final Ray.
Final Rayquaza joining the fray. It is shiny. We'll see how these teams set up. Orange Juicers looking for an engage, looking to scope out where Kiss Kiss is set up. They're set up through this top path.
Got a Hyper Beam coming out. A Snipe Shot does miss, but now Leafeon heading into the back line. They will take down the Blissey right away, Kyle.
Oh, that was a big pick. Leafeon might be going to score. Here comes the Bright Future Meteor Storm from this Miraidon, looking to press forward. We have another member going down. It was Gotlu in the back line. Dragonite forced to retreat through their own side of the jungle. This Rayquaza is starting to get ripped. It's OG looking to go. And wow, Dragonite almost goes and dashes, but they still go back to the Pokemon Center. 3 members down for Kiss Kiss. This might be OJ's time to shine.
That was a great bait, masterful even from the Zacian to start chipping down on that shiny Rayquaza, but it was enough to get the Dragonite baited into the pit, and that's all the Juicers wanted. They never actually wanted to take Rayquaza. They just wanted to bait out the Dragonite to make sure they could take them down. But now, Kiss Kiss has all 5 members back. Blissey tries to use their Unite move right there, gets canceled because of how quickly they get KO'd, and now Orange Juicers looking to push further.
They're pushing forward indeed. Dodrio going down. Miraidon does pick off the Zacian, the legendary counterpart, but the only thing that's legendary right now are these pushes from OJ. Double KO, make it a 3-piece combo for Kratos as they get more points in. They are raining, no rain, no problem. OJ presses on, and there's nothing that Kiss Kiss can do to respond.
Orange Juicers always loses game number 1, said by their own manager. So they figured it out in the second 2 games, that's for absolutely sure. And I mean, it's not just the Leafeon not being banned, it's also the Inteleon coming in. We saw a little bit of a line dance there, something like the Tango. Kiss Kiss getting a little bit of damage numbers packed up as they exit this tournament with Orange Juicers taking it home. Underdunk number something, 40 something, 45, I don't know what it is, but 750 marbles are going to go to them.
750 marbles indeed. Underdunk, this is the 45th edition, but we are titling it the Marteen Cup to pay homage to Marteen, the original tournament organizer who passed the torch on to our good friend Lordy. So we want to appreciate what he's done for the community on the 2nd anniversary. And what better way to do it is by celebrating North America's own orange juicers. It's been a long night, but let's go ahead. Let's bring Ribbon in. We didn't get to talk to you mid-match because Flareons. Let's just blame Flareons for popping off so hard at the 3-minute mark that we had no ability to bring Ribbon in. But Ribbon, how are you feeling about this last set? How are you feeling about the picks here? And how are you feeling about this OJ team right now?
I feel like the Orange Juicers are looking like the argument is pretty fresh for the best team in NA right now. Because with Luminosity winning NA not EUIC, the Brazil International, and the Orange Juicers now like winning most recently with the AOS Cup play-ins for NA, and doing pretty dominantly across like local grassroots tournaments, including this Underdunk. This team is just looking quite unstoppable, and even on ping, getting through Gatlu and Sixies claws a bunch of other people is not exactly something to snoot your nose at. So I just feel like Orange Juicers played really great all along today. Flareon's really stepped up, especially when he needed to. So this squad is looking really dangerous.
They have been on fire since the start of this season, right? I mean, they've won every big tournament that they've been a part of. They didn't get to participate in LAIC. They elected not go down there. So it was Luminosity that was able to take it. So, I mean, you have to think at this point, OJ is the team to beat in North America, Husky. I mean, what are your thoughts about, what we're going to be seeing on Saturday?
I absolutely love this team. I think that we will be seeing some game 1 losses and some game 2 and 3 wins from Orange Juicers. They really seem to figure it out. It's like they use the first game to suss out the opponents a little bit more, maybe give them some confidence just so that they can break it down a little bit harder in those following 2 games. But this team looks great. I mean, they got the Leafeon, which is usually banned. They got the Zacian, which is usually banned. But I still think that this team just pulls out the most interesting picks and makes it look great. We see the Crustle, the Inteleon, seeing it on the replays now, how great those picks ended up being for them. And I just really think this team is fantastic. Congrats to them for winning. I mean, congrats to Kiss Kiss as well. It's the middle of the morning for them, so they should get some sleep.
They had the time zone nerf, that's for sure. very strong team. I'm so excited for this season of Pokemon Unite. It seems like the West is wide open at this point, and I think it's to be determined if that's a good or a bad thing. We'll see exactly kind of how that plays out in like that first big international tournament. I mean, we had like this past weekend, we had the West clash with this Icebound tournament where a lot of, top teams participated, and OJ came out on top. So you have to think they're the team to beat, but there's just so many other good teams where it's any given day you could see a team win, but right now OJ has the hot hand, and I'm excited to see what they're able to accomplish on Saturday. But any thoughts on the tournament format? Anything else that you want to talk about before we kind of wrap things up today?
Let's wrap it up.
Oh,
yeah. GG Gatlu.
Wrap it up.
Gatlu.
I'm
Let's
done.
Wrap it up.
I'm sleepy.
Done.
Wrapping it up.
Let's go ahead and say thank you to Gatlu for the big raid. GG's for you. Big GG's to everybody on the back scene. Thank you to Shivam for hosting and the production today. Thank you, my good friend Ribbon and Husky, for casting and desk analysting. We're going to make that a verb.
Desk analying.
Desk.
Wait.
What?
No.
Nope.
Not that, actually.
Not that. Not that at all. Spartano on the D-Lo for casting with us a little bit earlier in the night. Big shout out to Beena for observing all night, and then couldn't do it all without obviously the players that showed up and showed out. Thank you for the anonymous gift of the $750 prize pool from a mystery party that we will not name, but thank you. It's always appreciated for the value that you pump into the community to continue to put on these types of shows and productions. And then last but not least, all of our TOs. Big shout out to Lordy, Schmeedy, Beena, everybody who is on the back end. Big shout out to Squirtle's Den to make sure that these tournaments run smoothly, that people are abiding by the rules, and then if there are any issues that they get solved very quickly. A lot of the smoothness that happens in these shows don't happen without them, so big shout outs to them. And then said it time and time again, obviously Marteen is no longer hosting and putting on these tournaments, but obviously we loved what foundation Marteen was able to lay, so thank you again, Marteen, for creating Underdunk, one of the best consistent tournaments that North America has. So with that said, Ribbon, anything else that I forgot that you want to say before we let everybody log off for the night?
Other than my normal inspirational slop about how when Underdunk
Assume
first
Ribbon's
started,
talking, but she's on mute and distant.
Yes, I was okay. It's late for all of us. But no, outside of my normal inspirational slop, I remember watching Underdunk in the good old remote stadium days back when Zoinks and Spraggles and Dupe Snacks were a weekly or a bi-weekly occurrence. So, no matter how the Unite community sways, Underdunk will always try to be here, and, all we can do is stick together.
I completely agree. And mark that on the bingo board for Huskyle Bingo, if you've followed along. I don't know if we got any bingos, but other than that, folks, we are going to log out. Stay tuned. This Saturday, back on this channel, Husky and I, along with a couple other guests, will be commentating North America December Cup qualifiers. I have at least one person from most teams that are entered into the tournament on my friends list, so we'll be able to spectate all of the matches that you want to see, or at least most of them, as many as possible. So stop by 3 p.m. Eastern time Saturday. We will be back. And if you are a competitor and you're not on my friends list and no one on your team is on my friends list, send me a message. I'll gladly add you so we can spectate it. Really excited for what's to come for Pokemon Unite. But for all of us here at Underdunk, we hope you join in 2 weeks, maybe 2 weeks. I think that's the Christmas week. So we'll follow us on all the social medias. We'll stay tuned with more Underdunk next time. Bye-bye now.
Bye.